Qin Luo traveled through time and space and became a super rich second-generation man. He rinsed his mouth with bird's nest and ate lobster to stimulate his appetite every day. The only requirement of his wealthy father was to spend the money earned from the family every month. But the life of spending money every day has gradually become boring to him. By chance, Qin Luo unexpectedly met a goddess. So he gave up his trillion-dollar fortune without telling his father and resolutely entered the military camp to find the whereabouts of the goddess. However, his father was furious when he found out and tried every means to have him sent back by the army. Hi everyone, I'm so happy to see you guys back on my channel. This is part 2 of the story. Your subscribe and comments mean very important to me. It will encourage me to create more wonderful stories for you, so don't hesitate to share your true thoughts on this story. Thank you. Now enjoy this story. Chapter 72. Achievements again, strength soars. Hey. Qin Luo was having an erotic dream when he suddenly felt someone knocking on his head. He sat up suddenly. What's wrong? What's wrong? The dam has burst again. I jump. What are you dancing for? Zhao Jumei looked at him with a smile. We are back, everything is over. Qin Luo looked around. The veterans were all looking at him with smiles on their faces as they put on their clothes. Qin Luo, you are too immersed in the role. Xiao Luo, don't think about it. We've been back for a day. It's time to get up and cook. Qin Luo looked at the sky outside. It was still dark. The clock next to it showed 5 in the morning. He breathed a sigh of relief. After the disaster relief, they came back and slept for a whole day. Now when they woke up, it felt like a lifetime ago. Hurry up, Zhao Jumei urged. The whole battalion has resumed training today, and we still have to make breakfast. Yes. Qin Luo nodded and jumped off the bed immediately. Life seemed to be back on track. Mix the dough, wash the rice, light the fire, cook. Everyone was busy, and Qin Luo quickly adapted to the situation. It was as if nothing had happened in the past few days, and he was just an ordinary soldier. The skies soon brightened, and with a shrill whistle, the combat squad ran to the playground and started a new day. After breakfast, Zhao Jumei asked everyone to clean up the kitchen. Are you all busy? Go Jian walked in with his hands behind his back, looking around, and Sun Yinqing followed behind him with a smile. Stand at attention, Zhao Jumei yelled, and everyone immediately put down their work and stood still. Go Jian's feet suddenly stopped in midair, and then he took a few steps back. Looking at these mountains of meat, he took a few steps back. Forget it, just come out with me. It's too depressing and awkward to watch you guys in the house. After saying that, he turned and walked out. Sun Yinqing smiled and waved at them. Come on. Yes. Zhao Jumei immediately led everyone out. Behind the kitchen, the cooks stood in a neat row. Qin Luo is only 1.87 meters tall and can only stand at the end of the kitchen team. Compared with those muscular men, he looks just a small one. Go Jian looked at him sympathetically, then coughed and said, The instructor and I came here today for no other reason than to praise you. Everyone's face suddenly showed joy. Everyone had been waiting for the battalion commander to come and present them with military medals. Go Jian said with a smile, This time, your kitchen team has brought honor to our reconnaissance battalion. Go Jian looked at them cheerfully. On ordinary days, you all seem to be strong but have no brains. But at the critical moment, you are really decisive. The division commander called me and the instructor over and praised us in person for our fearless spirit of not fearing danger or sacrifice. Damn, I was almost embarrassed by his praise. Everyone immediately burst into laughter. Okay, stop laughing, Go Jian said in a deep voice. You guys did perform well this time. The flood was so severe. If you hadn't jumped in, I'm afraid many people in the second company would have been washed away and died. I don't know if your actions saved many people downstream, but I saw with my own eyes that you saved many lives in Erlian. Just for this reason, you are all great in my eyes. Zhao Jumei chuckled and said, Captain, please stop praising us. This is what we should do. Who the hell praised you? Go Jian glared at him. I'm just telling the truth, right, instructor? Sun Yinqing smiled and said, What the battalion commander said is absolutely right. In such a dangerous situation, disaster relief was not your job, but you showed up at the most critical moment, which fully demonstrated the value of a soldier. Therefore, the division headquarters has specially approved that the cooking squad of the division's reconnaissance battalion will be awarded a second-class merit as a group, and each member will be awarded a third-class merit once. Everyone was stunned. They all thought that there were only 2 third-class merits at most. I didn't expect that we could win second-class merit as a group and third-class merit for each individual. Everyone's eyes almost popped out. What are you standing there for? Go Jian shouted. You don't want it? Don't you have any indication of that? Don't you want me to take it back? I want it, Qin Luo yelled and clapped his hands quickly. Others also reacted and applauded. Thank you, battalion commander. Thank you, instructor. Sun Yinqing waved his hands and said, No need to thank me, no need to thank me. I should be the one thanking you. The comrades you rescued should thank you, and the people rescued downstream should thank you even more. This is what you deserve. All right, stop praising them. You're praising them so much that they won't be able to cook properly later. Give them medals. Don't waste their rest time, as it's just a short break. Sun Yinqing smiled bitterly. Although Go Jian was a bit rude, he always thought about his soldiers. He opened his briefcase, took out medals and certificates, and distributed them to everyone one by one. Qin Luo, Sun Yinqing said with a smile, You are really good. You have been in the army for a short time, but you have already won 3 third-class merits. No one among the new recruits can catch up with you. Work hard. Yes. Qin Luo saluted with a smile. Go Jian glanced at him and slowly clenched his fist. Wu Ning, you bastard. Such a good soldier. Why do you have to put him in the kitchen squad? I seriously doubt whether you have cataracts or are beginning to suffer from Alzheimer's. Let's go. Go Jian looked at Qin Luo again, turned around, and left angrily. He had to find Wu Ziyuan quickly. He couldn't waste time on such a good soldier. Watching Go Jian leave, Sun Yinqing smiled bitterly and said to them, The battalion commander has this temper. Everyone knows it. I understand. Zhao Jimei nodded with a smile. Okay, I won't say any more. The kitchen team has always been the benchmark of the camp. I hope you can keep up the good work and do better in the future. Have a rest. Yes. Sun Yinqing nodded with a smile and turned to chase the battalion commander. Watching the two people leave, everyone looked at each other and suddenly rushed towards Qin Luo together. What are you doing? What are you doing? Qin Luo was so scared that tears were about to come out. The way the kitchen staff cheers is unique. Everyone pressed their chests together, squeezed Qin Luo in the middle, and then rubbed them in circles. Qin Luo, that's amazing. Without you taking the lead, we wouldn't have achieved this feat. Good job, Luo. Come on, accept our loving hug. Whoa. Qin Luo wanted to shout, but couldn't even utter a word. He didn't know whose chest muscles blocked his mouth, and the stench of sweat hit his nostrils, making him almost cry. After cleaning the kitchen, Qin Luo stretched and sat comfortably on the grass. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden mission. Flood relief. Ding! The system has completed the calculation and the rewards are being distributed. Qin Luo's eyes suddenly lit up. Holy shit, there's actually a hidden mission? His face was suddenly filled with excitement. He hadn't completed the previous 2 tasks yet, but he didn't expect to get a reward out of nowhere. Originally, he thought he wouldn't be able to gain superpowers again in a short period of time. Qin Luo rubbed his hands excitedly, his eyes full of anticipation. After this disaster relief, he became more eager to become stronger. It was also the first time he discovered that humans are so insignificant in the face of nature. Even though he had acquired some superpowers, he couldn't even protect himself in the raging flood. Regardless of whether you will be in the army in the future or not, it would be good to have more superpowers to protect yourself. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have gained the ability to control beasts. Your current level is C. The next second, a powerful force surged into his mind. Qin Luo trembled violently, and the impact force quickly disappeared. When he opened his eyes, he immediately noticed some changes in himself. What does beast control mean? Summoning monsters. Report to the host. The animal taming ability allows the host to communicate with animals through brainwaves and can control and tame animals. Current level is C. Brainwaves can spread to a range of 100 meters. The host can control all animals within 100 meters with brainwaves, with a success rate of 60%. Qin Luo sat on the ground in a daze, his mouth wide open. What's the use of this thing? Didn't you say you wanted to build a king of soldiers? Didn't you say you wanted to make me a super warrior? What's the point of taming beasts? Are they planning to let me expand and become stronger in the kitchen team and become a super farmer, raising chickens, geese, and pigs? Or should I wait until I retire and then go back to start a circus? But soon he exhaled. He had thought that several of his abilities were useless before, but they all came in handy at critical moments. Maybe this beast taming ability seems useless now, but when it is used, it will become really useful in seconds. Qin Luo's mind moved, and a panel appeared in front of him. Name, Qin Luo. Age, 20. Physical strength, 35. Ordinary people, 12. Superpower points, 1505. Mastered abilities, Gene Enhancement B level, One Punch Man C level, Super Mimic C level, Hawkeye C level, Elevator God of War C level. Qin Luo took a quick look and found that there were quite a few superpowers. His eyes fell on the superpower points. He already had so many superpower points, he could improve his superpowers. Qin Luo rubbed his hands excitedly. Ever since he joined the kitchen team, and with this disaster relief effort, he deeply realized the importance of physical fitness. In the flood, Zhao Jiumei and her friends persisted until the end. But like other scouts, I was too tired after holding on for a while. Improving physical fitness is urgent. System, improve genetic enhancement. Does the host need to consume 1,000 super energy points to upgrade the gene enhancement from level B to level A? Qin Luo felt a pang of pain in his heart. The first increase was 100 points, and the second was 1,000 points. If it were in the past, he would definitely use it sparingly and frugally. But after serving as a soldier for such a long time, he deeply understands the importance of physical fitness. In the future, I will have to go to Tianlang to slap Hu Fei in the face, and I will have to ride Shinran all over the ground. Without strong physical fitness, I will definitely not be able to do that. Immediate promotion. Ding, 1,000 super energy points are deducted, and the remaining super energy points are 505. Gene Constitution BA, upgrading, please wait. The next second, Qin Luo felt a surge of physical energy, and strength surged through his body like a tide. Qin Luo's entire body was shaking, and all the bones and veins in his body were aching violently. After a while, the pain completely dissipated. Qin Luo was covered in sweat and exhaled lightly. He looked at his body and his eyes widened instantly. The muscles all over my body seemed to swell a little, and even my clothes were pushed up a little. Ding! Your gene enhancement has been upgraded to A level. You are now equivalent to a top-level Special Forces soldier, and your overall quality has increased exponentially. Qin Luo was ecstatic. He clenched his fists and felt as if he had endless energy. His strength skyrocketed in an instant. Chapter 73, You Are Talking Nonsense. Nonsense. Ding ding ding. Ding ding ding. Qin Luo took a deep breath, kicked his right foot hard, and flew out like lightning. Fuck, so fast. He felt the wind whistling past his ears and the scenery in front of him rapidly enlarged. The speed is more than twice as fast as before. It feels great. Qin Luo ran 200 meters in one breath and then suddenly braked. As soon as he turned his body, he pushed the ground with his left foot and flew out again. After several rounds, Qin Luo's breathing was just slightly disordered and he didn't even take a breath. If it were in the past, I would probably be panting like a dog by now. This is quite a bit of physical strength. Qin Luo's face was full of excitement. Now his physical strength could definitely crush everyone in the reconnaissance battalion. Even if the Tianlang Special Forces came to compete with him in physical fitness, they would have to lie down in front of him. Just wait, Hu Fei. I promise to surprise you next time we meet. Qin Luo looked at the panel and saw that there were still more than 500 super energy points, so it was time to upgrade other abilities. Now, except for physical strength, which has reached a level, all other abilities are still at C level and have not been improved once. 500 points, although it is enough to upgrade all 5 superpowers to B, but Qin Luo still decided to spend it sparingly. He thought for a moment and said, for the time being, let's upgrade One Punch Man and Hawkeye. When we return to the combat squad, these two will be the most practical and the ones we use the most. Although the Elevator God of War is domineering and powerful, he only lasts for 1 minute and cannot run away, so he is too passive. One Punch Man can at least run away after throwing a punch. As long as the cooldown is shortened, it is equivalent to 2 special moves in a short period of time. After all, not everyone can withstand the power of this punch. Not to mention Hawkeye, which can turn him into a sharpshooter in an instant. If you want to gain a foothold in the army and be respected, good marksmanship is essential. After a moment, the system consumed 200 super energy points to enhance these 2 abilities. Qin Luo turned his head and looked into the distance, his eyes instantly focused like a telescope. Things in the distance continued to magnify, becoming more than twice as far away as before. Qin Luo rubbed his hands with a smile on his face. If I were to shoot at a target, it would be like I was on fire, and every shot would hit the target. Suddenly, his hair shrank, and his super senses suddenly detected movement. Qin Luo turned his head suddenly and saw two figures running out from the direction of the kitchen. Qi Gang and Xiong Fei ran towards them in a hurry. What's wrong? Qin Luo looked at them in surprise. Without saying a word, the two men carried him on the left and right and ran towards the water tower. Hey, what? What are you doing? Qin Luo shouted anxiously, but the two men did not give him any explanation and carried him directly to the water tower. Don't talk. The two men pressed him behind the stove and then squatted down. What happened? Qin Luo was confused seeing the two of them acting like thieves. Chill. They both put their fingers to their lips at the same time. Qin Luo's eyes twitched. He was confused and didn't know what they were trying to do. At this moment, the super senses suddenly noticed that a lot of people were coming. Qin Luo quickly looked forward, but his head was immediately pressed down by two people. Don't move. Where are the people? Where are the people? The next second, Wu Ziyuan's voice came. Qin Luo's eyes widened. Company commander? Wu Ziyuan took Chang Lei and walked angrily from the kitchen to the open space in front of the water tower. He looked around and shouted angrily, Zhao Jumei, hand over my soldiers to me. Hearing this, Qin Luo was immediately overjoyed. The company commander is here to pick me up? Even just as he was about to stand up, a pair of large hands that smelled like onions suddenly covered his mouth. Qi Gang, who was behind him, also held him tightly and said in a low voice, Qin Luo, don't move. Just bear with it. Qin Luo was speechless. Hey, what are you doing? Zhao Jumei, who was outside, lowered her head and smiled, looking at Wu Ziyuan as if he were a child. Old Wu, what are you talking about? Your soldiers. These are all my soldiers. Qin Luo, Qin Luo. Wu Ziyuan stared at him angrily. He is my soldier. I just sent him to the kitchen to temper his temper. How did he become your soldier? I'm sorry. I was your soldier before, but now I'm my soldier. Zhao Jumei spread her hands with a smile. Now that you're in my kitchen squad, you're a member of our kitchen squad. Bullshit, Wu Ziyuan roared. He wanted to reach out and grab him, but he looked at Zhao Jumei, who was a whole size older than him. He extended his hand, but then honestly took it back. Zhao Jumei, I can't take you like this. How can you rob someone openly? Have you forgotten that you were the one who begged me to bring him back? Now that I'm here, you should hand him over to me. Zhao Jumei shook her head. A week ago, you wanted to take him away, and I had no complaints. But now he is fighting alongside us and has gone through life and death together. He is our comrade in arms. You want to get rid of him? Fine. But unless you have a transfer order, that's fine. Wu Ziyuan was about to explode. That night, Zhao Jumei begged herself to return Qin Luo. Even I was taken advantage of. Now I am turning my back on you and refusing to give you back. Wu Ziyuan was so angry that he jumped up and down. He is a new recruit I brought out, and I brought him back from the patrol. I risked my life and even lost my reputation to bring him back to the reconnaissance battalion. Don't try to take him away. Hand him over quickly. Qin Luo, come out. I'm here to take you back. Chang Lei also shouted. Qin Luo, where are you? I'm the squad leader. We're here to pick you up. Company commander. Suddenly, Qin Luo broke free and jumped up. I'm here. The next second, Qi Gang and the other man knocked him down again. Wu Ziyuan and Chang Lei's eyes lit up. Qin Luo. But just as they were about to go over, several figures like iron towers suddenly appeared in front of them, and even the lights suddenly dimmed. Several veterans in the kitchen squad stared at them murderously, frightening the two men so much that their raised feet froze in midair. There is no transfer order today. If anyone dares to take my soldiers away, I will fight him. Zhao Jumei shouted. Cooking squad, the 10 bronze men formation. Several veterans roared. Ma Shuai and Fan Yongjin pounded their fists on the ground like gorillas. Jiang Chaoda and a few others bared their teeth and puffed out their chests, their clothes rustling as if they were about to burst apart. Zhao Jumei posed with a fierce look on her face, and even her pants were burst by her muscles. This scene frightened Wu Ziyuan and Chang Lei so much that they both took more than 10 steps back. What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? If you have anything to say, please talk nicely. We are all comrades. Qin Luo used all his strength to stand up. But when I saw this scene, I was stunned. He never expected that Zhao Jumei would turn against Wu Ziyuan in order to keep him. In an instant, his open mouth seemed to be blocked by something. The words I was about to shout out were all swallowed back into my stomach, and an inexplicable warm feeling surged in my heart. In the past, he only had Chung Haonan and his gang of friends, but he didn't expect that now he has a group of brothers who are willing to do anything for him. Qin Luo's eyes were filled with tears. It feels so good to be needed by others. Go Jin and Sun Yinqing stood between the two gangs. He looked left and right, his expression extremely ugly. "Captain, please be fair," Wu Zuan said excitedly. "It is only natural for me to bring back my own soldiers. Squad leader Zhao is obstructing me in every possible way. How can this be justified?" Battalion commander. Zhao Jumei's neck veins popped out as she shouted excitedly. "Qin Luo is also my soldier. You saw it too. He helped with disaster relief, jumped into the water with us, and fought hard with us. We have lived and died together, and we have also won the second-class collective merit together. Now they can take it away if they want. How can this be justified? He is my soldier. It is only natural for me to take him away," Wu Ziyuan shouted angrily. "He is my soldier, and it is only natural for me to keep him." Zhao Jumei's voice was louder than his. The two of them were drooling, and Go Jin's face was wet from being attacked from both sides. "Okay," Go Jin yelled, wiped his face, and glared at Wu Zun unhappily. "I told you not to send him to the kitchen, but you refused to listen to me. What's going on now?" He looked at Zhao Jumei, who looked like a mountain of flesh, and the corners of his mouth twitched. The Reconnaissance Battalion's kitchen squad is different from any other kitchen squad. Zhao Jumei is a 4th-level native official, a military chief, and is about to be promoted to the 5th level. He can have a say in front of the teacher, so it's not easy for him to take sides. "Where is Qin Luo? Let Qin Luo tell us where he wants to go," Wu Ziyuan yelled. Zhao Jumei waved her hand. "Qin Luo, you tell me." Qin Luo walked into the crowd with an innocent look on his face. He looked at Wu Ziyuan, then at Zhao Jumei, and finally at Go Jin awkwardly. "Speak up. Where do you want to go?" Go Jin glared at him. Qin Luo, don't be afraid. Is he threatening you? If he is, just wink at me." Wu Ziyuan growled. "Qin Luo, don't be afraid of his power," Zhao Jumei said righteously. "Others are afraid of Wu Ziyuan, but I am not. The squad leader will support you." Qin Luo had a bitter face and was in even greater trouble. On the right are his old company commander and squad leader. Ever since Tianlang was sent back, he has always wanted to come back. But what Zhao Jumei said was right. They rescued the disaster together, jumped into the water together, and lived and died together. They were already brothers, and now Qin Luo was leaving them behind. He had already abandoned his comrades once, and he couldn't do it again. Qin Luo's current situation is like the problem of the century. If mother and wife fall into the water at the same time, which one should be saved first? "Captain, what do you mean by you? Just tell me where you want to go. I'll make the decision for you," Go Jin said unhappily. Qin Luo said bitterly, "I want to go to the 2nd company, but I also want to stay in the kitchen squad." Battalion commander, "Can we combine them together?" Go Jin's jaw hit the ground, and he glared at him fiercely. "Are you crazy? Do you want to merge the 2nd company into the kitchen squad, or the kitchen squad into the 2nd company? Without the kitchen squad, we will have to eat dirt in the future. What the hell are you talking about?" Chapter 74 Wu Zuan, you are such an idiot. Sun Yinqing pulled the furious Go Jin away and looked at Qin Luo with a friendly expression. "Qin Luo, don't be anxious or stressed. If you have any ideas, just tell us and we will solve them together." Wu Ziyuan, Chang Lei, Zhao Jumei, and others all stared at Qin Luo closely. Qin Luo looked at them and said awkwardly, "Instructor, I want to tell you the truth. I dream of returning to the 2nd company and being with my comrades in the recruit company." "That's right, the problem is solved." Wu Ziyuan clapped his hands with a smile. "Shut up." Sun Yinqing looked at Qin Luo with a smile. "Go on." Qin Luo looked at Zhao Jumei, who looked disappointed and clenched his fists. "But what the squad leader said is right. We worked together to rescue the disaster and risked our lives to jump into the water. In the critical moment, they used their bodies to help me block the things in the water. The squad leader and the others still have bruises on their bodies." He stared at the instructor closely. "This is my comrade who has been through thick and thin with me. Instructor, it is really difficult for me to choose. I made the wrong choice once when I was assigned to a company as a new recruit. Now I don't want to abandon my comrades again." He looked at Wu Ziyuan and Chang Lei, then at Zhao Jiumei and the others, and finally looked at Sun Yinqing for help. "Instructor, how should I choose? No matter which side I go to, I will hurt the other side. The 2nd company is my home, and this place is also my home. I don't want to hurt any of my comrades' hearts." The air suddenly became quiet, and everyone was silent. Go Jian shook his head and sighed silently. Wu Ziyuan was stunned. Zhao Jiumei and the others seemed to have regained hope on their faces, and they looked at Qin Luo with smiles on their faces. Sun Yinqing nodded and patted Qin Luo on the shoulder. "I understand how you feel. The fact that you have such thoughts shows that you have grown up and become a good soldier." He smiled and said, "Well, I'll make the decision. You stay in the kitchen for now." "Great!" Zhao Jiumei and others jumped up excitedly. "Instructor." Wu Ziyuan took a step forward. Sun Yinqing waved his hand to stop him and continued to say to Qin Luo, "You are a good soldier, battalion commander. And everyone can see it, but you belong to the combat squad." Qin Luo clenched his fists silently and said nothing. "Give you some time to get along well with squad leader Zhao and the others." Sun Yinqing looked at him and said, "Whenever you want to go back, I'll ask Wu Ziyuan to pick you up." "Yes. Thank you, instructor." Qin Luo saluted vigorously, and a big stone in his heart fell. When Wu Ziyuan came, he really wanted to go with them immediately. But when Zhao Jiumei and the others stood in front of him, he realized that he had completely integrated into the kitchen team. Although he wanted to return to the combat squad, he couldn't just leave, let alone leave now. Sun Yinqing asked, "Battalion commander, do you have any objections?" Go Jian nodded, put his hands behind his back, and strode away. "Let's go. What are you standing there for?" he said without turning his head. Wu Ziyuan stared at Qin Luo closely, but this time there was no anger or disappointment in his eyes. Instead, there was reluctance. Finally, he sighed, turned around, and ran out. Chang Lei smiled at Qin Luo, and Qin Luo looked at him somewhat embarrassedly. But the next second, Chang Lei gave him 2 thumbs up and smiled even wider. Then he followed Wu Ziyuan. "Little Luo, yeah?" Zhao Jiumei and others suddenly rushed forward. Before Qin Luo could react, he was squeezed in the middle by them. Don't do this, Well, the next second, his entire body was submerged in several large pectoral muscles. "Battalion commander, instructor." Wu Ziyuan chased after him and said, "How long do you plan to let Qin Luo stay in the kitchen squad? There must be a deadline. It's such a waste for such a good soldier to be in the kitchen squad. I feel bad for him." "How dare you say that?" Go Jian stopped abruptly and pointed at him angrily. "I told you a long time ago not to send him to the kitchen, but you insisted on being so smart. It's fine now. Otherwise, you'll start to get anxious when you come back. What were you doing earlier?" I. Wu Ziyuan was so anxious that he couldn't speak. Sun Yinqing patted him on the shoulder and said, "Ziyuan, you have a strong character, but it is easy to break when you are too strong. In the future, whether you look at things or people, you must leave room for them." Qin Luo was able to find ways to come back after being pushed back by the special forces. This already represents his growth. If you don't give him the warmth of home, others will give it to him. Don't make it hard on him. Give him some time. I can see that he will definitely come back, but the time has not come yet. You're so smart. It's your own fault. Go Jian glared at him and turned away. Sun Yinqing sighed and looked at Wu Ziyuan. "Wait a minute, the exercise is about to start. You should focus on this first. Perform well, and let this kid see the style of our combat squad. Then he will definitely want to come back." "Yes." Wu Ziyuan nodded helplessly. Sun Yinqing smiled, patted him, and followed him. Wu Ziyuan stood there blankly. "Chang Lei, tell me the truth, did I do something wrong?" Chang Lei chuckled. "Captain, how could you do anything wrong? Anyway, you didn't do it right." "Huh?" Wu Ziyuan suddenly turned his head and looked at him. Chang Lei chuckled, accelerated suddenly, and ran forward at the speed of a 100-meter sprint. "You bastard!" Wu Ziyuan cursed angrily and turned to look in the direction of the kitchen. There was disappointment and surprise in his eyes. This kid is growing too fast. If he could be in our company, he would not only become stronger himself, but with his personality, he could also make many others stronger. By then, the strength of the second company would definitely increase a lot. Thinking of this, he slapped himself hard. "Why did you send him to the kitchen?" That day, Zhao Jiumei came to ask me to get rid of him. Why didn't I agree to her request? Wu Zun, you big idiot. Bang, 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 bang. Each log was chopped into pieces of uniform size and then neatly piled aside. Qin Luo took off his shirt, revealing his strong muscles, and kept swinging the axe. Of the large pile of wood that had just been delivered, only a small half was left. "Qin Luo, take a break." Zhao Jimei shouted, while holding a glass of water. Xiao Luoluo, come and eat something. You have been working for a long time. Qi Gang also shouted. Qin Luo smiled and said, Squad leader, I'm not tired. You guys take a rest. I want to do more work. After saying that, he turned around and started chopping again. Several veterans immediately surrounded Zhao Jiumei. Squad leader, has Qin Luo been stimulated by something? Ever since Captain Wu came here yesterday, he hasn't stopped working. Yes, it's terrible. I'm afraid he will die of overwork. Squad leader, please persuade him. Otherwise, you can give an order and we will go over and subdue him and use physical means to force him to rest. Zhao Jimei smiled bitterly and waved her hands. Let him do it. Everyone looked at him with a wry smile. Squad leader, do you want him to die of exhaustion? Zhao Jimei looked at Qin Luo's sweaty back and said helplessly, doesn't belong to us, he belongs to the combat squad. Squad leader, what's wrong with you? Xiong Fei said hurriedly, we finally managed to keep him here. Now let's brainwash him and let him stay with us. I like Xiao Luoluo so much. He works hard and never slacks off. Yeah, I also want to learn how to make a fruit plate from him. His knife skills are amazing. And the tofu carving. Zhao Jimei sighed. All right, stop talking. A forced melon is not sweet. I can see that Qin Luo wanted to leave with Wu Ziyuan yesterday. His eyes said it all. He said in a deep voice, the reason why he is willing to stay is that he doesn't want to hurt the hearts of us rough guys. After all, we have fought together and lived and died together. Well, let him do it. Zhao Jimei shook her head. He just wants to help us with more work. Everyone should get along well with him during this period. When it's time to leave, we will see him off. Zhao Jimei handed the cup of water to Qi Gang and turned away. Everyone was stunned, looking at Qin Luo's back, their eyes full of reluctance. After so many years, the kitchen staff finally found a new recruit who had a personality that matched theirs and was likable. But why can't I stay? The kitchen team is pretty good, right? The next evening, a captain rushed into the kitchen and asked, who is Qin Luo? Everyone looked over there in unison. Report, I'm Qin Luo. Qin Luo turned around wearing an apron and holding a spatula. The captain looked him up and down and said, change your clothes and follow me. Comrade. Zhao Jimei came up quickly and asked, where are you going? Don't talk nonsense, hurry up, the commander is waiting. Everyone was stunned and looked at Qin Luo in unison. Qin Luo was also a little confused and didn't know what the commander wanted him to do. Hurry up, go quickly. Zhao Jimei reacted and hurriedly pushed Qin Luo. Squad leader, I'm going then. Go, come back soon? Yes. Seeing Qin Luo running away, everyone immediately gathered together. Qi Gang asked, why does the division commander want him, a new soldier? Everyone looked at Zhao Jimei together. That's right, squad leader, do you have any gossip? Zhao Jimei spread her hands and said, how would I know what the commander is thinking? I'm just a cook. Everyone was puzzled. Could it be that Qin Luo performed well in disaster relief, so they called him over to be rewarded? That shouldn't be the case. Shouldn't we be called as a class? We haven't performed badly, have we? Strange, really strange. The division commander would actually summon the new recruits alone? Xiong Fei slapped his head and said, Captain Wu has a background. If the battalion commander disagrees, will he go directly to the division commander and force him to send someone? It's possible, Ma Shuai said quickly. Squad leader, why don't you go and find the division commander? The division commander will definitely give you some face. Okay, shut up, Zhao Jimei said unhappily. Don't think Captain Wu is a bad person. He's not that kind of person. Go cook. Yes. Everyone dispersed immediately. Zhao Jimei looked into the distance, feeling a little worried. Is this kid going to never come back? Chapter 75, Mr. Qin. Please hit me again. Commander, I'm fine. Qin Luo changed his clothes and ran to the captain. The captain glared at him fiercely. As expected, you have worn a white hat before. Do you have good military appearance and discipline? Qin Luo was stunned for a moment. Chief, do you know me? The captain's mouth twitched with anger. Of course I know you. I'd recognize you even if you turned into ashes. Don't you recognize me? You made me stand on the side of the road for an hour and recite regulations for an hour. Qin Luo was immediately embarrassed. I'm sorry, Chief. There were too many people to punish and I didn't recognize them all at once. All right. The captain snorted coldly. Let's go. Qin Luo followed behind him with a wry smile on his face. I've offended too many people at the division headquarters, so I should go there less often in the future, otherwise I might be put in a sack one day. After a while, the captain drove his men to the division headquarters. As soon as I got off the car, Qi Xingli came up to me with a smile. Xiao Qin, follow me. Qin Luo saluted quickly. Commander, where are we going? Just follow me and you'll find out. Then, without further ado, he pulled Qin Luo into a car nearby. The off-road vehicle roared out of the division headquarters and soon got onto the main road. Qin Luo looked at the scenery on the roadside, feeling anxious. Where are we going? Could it be that my teacher is also holding a grudge and is preparing to retaliate against me? I finally got back. Please don't send me away. 2 hours later, the car drove into the city and finally stopped downstairs of a 5-star hotel. Qin Luo got out of the car and looked at the sign of the Reunited Hotel with a surprised look on his face. Master, what are we doing here? Come on, you'll know once you get up there. Qin Luo was confused and could only follow him into the hotel. Took the elevator to the top floor. The manager had been waiting at the door for a long time. Is that Master Qi? Right. This way, please, the Imperial Room. After saying that, the manager took them to a luxurious door. 2 waiters immediately pushed open the door, and a magnificent and luxurious box suddenly came into Qin Luo's sight. But what shocked him even more was the person sitting on the sofa. Dad! Qin Luo widened his eyes stupidly. Why is he here? Qi Xingli walked over with a smile, grabbed Qin Jiaqing's hand and said, Boss Qin, long time no see. I missed you so much. Qin Jiaqing glared at him coldly, then looked at Qin Luo. The originally serious face was suddenly filled with tenderness. Xiao Luo. Dad. Qin Luo walked over awkwardly. Qin Jiaqing walked over quickly, grabbed his hand, and looked at his face carefully. You've become much darker and stronger. You must have suffered a lot, right? Qin Luo smiled bitterly. Dad, this is what being a soldier is like. It's what I should do. Qi Xingli laughed. Boss Qin, don't worry. I've already told everyone to take good care of Qin Luo. He's in the kitchen now. Suddenly, Qin Jiaqing turned his head abruptly and swallowed back all Qi Xingli's words. Qin Jiaqing faced him and said coldly, Captain Qi, could you please take off your military uniform? Ah, Qi Xingli was confused. It's a bit hot in the room. Take off your clothes, otherwise they will get dirty when you eat. Qin Jiaqing said lightly. Oh, yes. Qi Xingli quickly put down his hat, took off his military uniform, and put it aside. Boss Qin, you are really... Bang! Qin Jiaqing punched Qi Xingli in the face, causing him to take several steps back. Qin Luo was startled. Dad, what are you doing? Qin Jiaqing seemed not to have heard what he said. He rushed forward and punched him. You bastard. You said at the beginning that you would let him go to an easy job. But you made him jump into the flood, and he almost died. I only have this one son, and you almost killed him. I can't hit you when you're wearing this, but when you take off your uniform, you're just an ordinary person. Seeing Qi Xingli being cornered, Qin Luo rushed over and hugged Qin Jiaqing. Dad, I wanted to go to the disaster relief, and I took the initiative to jump into the water. It has nothing to do with anyone else. What? Qin Jiaqing looked at him in disbelief. You volunteered? Yes. Qin Luo held him aside, staring at him, and said, The commander didn't force me, nor did he give me any orders. I wanted to go up on my own. Why? Qin Jiaqing said with a bitter face. Aren't you going to the army? Dad! Qin Luo raised his voice and looked at him seriously. I know what you want to say, but I am no longer the person I used to be. Now, I am a soldier. Qin Jiaqing looked at him with a face full of grievance. His mouth trembled a few times, but he didn't say a word. Qin Luo took a deep breath, put his hands on his shoulders, and looked at him seriously. Dad, after I joined the army, I made a lot of friends. They treat me sincerely, and no matter what mistakes I make, they can forgive me. When I am sad, they care about me, and when I am happy, they are happy with me. They eat from the same pot as me and roll in the same trench with me. They taught me a lot, and I learned a lot. Now, they are not only my friends, but also my comrades in arms and my brothers. Qin Luo's face was full of seriousness. My brothers are all fighting in the disaster area. How can I hide behind alone? They are even willing to risk their lives for me. How can I abandon my brothers? Qin Jiaqing was stunned and stared at him blankly. Qin Luo said seriously, I have never had such friends before. All those who gather around me are here for money. In their eyes, I am just a walking soft sister currency, but no one has ever really cared about me. But you still have me? Qin Jiaqing was a little excited. Dad, Qin Luo looked at him solemnly. I know you are very good to me, but you have your own things to do, and you can't always be with me. I also have my own path, and I need to walk it myself in the future. To tell you the truth, I can't live without these brothers, and they can't live without me either. Now, even if I go out and spend a lot of money, it's not as fun as eating instant noodles and chatting with my brothers. Please respect my decision, okay? Just let me be a good soldier in the army, and I will pay attention to my safety. Even if I put on this military uniform, I will complete my mission. I don't want to be a fool who only knows how to spend money anymore. Qin Jiaqing looked at Qin Luo's chest heaving, took a few steps back, and sat down silently. Qi Xingli straightened up, wiped the blood from his nose, and said with a wry smile, Boss Qin, I know you only have this one son, and I know you love him very much. But since he has joined the army and put on this military uniform, he is a soldier. There are so many soldiers in our army who doesn't have someone who loves them, who doesn't have a home, but we are soldiers, and we have responsibilities on our shoulders. When danger comes, we have to rush to the front. At that time, not to mention Qin Luo, even I would rush forward without hesitation because there are millions of ordinary people behind us. He sighed. However, I do have a responsibility for this matter. Since I promised you, I should do it. So, when I go back, Division Commander, Qin Luo turned around abruptly and stared at him closely. Please don't transfer me out of the reconnaissance battalion. I really like it there. Qi Xingli looked at him blankly, then looked at Qin Jiaqing. Qin Jiaqing covered his face with his hands and took a long time to stand up. Commander Qi, I'm sorry. He bowed suddenly. No, nothing. Qi Xingli hurriedly went over to help him up. Qin Jiaqing stared at him closely. Qin Luo is right. He has his own way to go. I am too involved. Sometimes loving too deeply is also a kind of sin. Dad! Qin Luo's eyes turned red for no apparent reason. He took a deep breath and said solemnly, I beg you not to transfer him away. Just follow his wishes and let him serve as a soldier for 2 years. Qin Luo felt a lump in his throat and tears rolled down his eyes. No one in the world understands his father's love for him better than him. He had no mother since he was a child, and Qin Jiaqing was both his father and mother. If you hold it in your hand, you're afraid it will be blown away. If you hold it in your mouth, you're afraid it will melt. No matter when, Qin Jiaqing would always consider Qin Luo, fearing that he would suffer a little. For his own sake, Dad can fight to the death and give up everything. Family is above everything else for him. He is just an ordinary father. Now that he can make such a decision, Qin Luo knows how difficult it is for him. Dad! Qin Jiaqing waved his hand and said with a wry smile, I don't want you to join the army. I have my own reasons, but since you want to do this, then do it. He stared at Qin Luo deeply. Dad supports you, always supports you. Qin Luo turned her head, tears streaming down her cheeks, but her heart was filled with infinite warmth. Qi Xingli laughed. All right, Mr. Qin, it's all right, let's have dinner. It's not easy to meet Qin Luo. Let's have a good meal and chat. Qin Jiaqing nodded, walked over and hugged Qin Luo. Sit down. Dad was too busy before. He only knew to give you pocket money and rarely stayed at home with you. Now I'm even less free. Can you accompany me to have a good meal? Okay. Qin Luo nodded vigorously. The meal was eaten slowly and was very heartwarming. Qin Jiaqing kept picking up food for Qin Luo, and Qin Luo also kept picking up food for him. The two people's plates were soon piled with food. Whether it was Qin Luo or Qin Jiaqing, both of them always had a smile on their faces. They hadn't had a meal together like this for a long time. After eating and drinking, Qin Jiaqing stood up and said, Xiao Luo, go down and wait. I want to talk to Commander Qi for a few more words. Qin Luo looked at him hesitantly. Don't worry, I won't do anything rash. Okay. Qin Luo nodded at the two of them, turned and left. Xiao Luo. Qin Luo stopped suddenly. Qin Jiaqing stared at him closely. Don't be too tired, and don't be too dangerous. When you are discharged from the army, Dad will come to pick you up. Seeing his father's reluctant look, Qin Luo turned around suddenly and saluted him vigorously. Okay. After Qin Luo left, Qi Xingli smiled awkwardly. Boss Qin, don't worry, I promise this time. Suddenly, Qin Jiaqing turned around abruptly, and Qi Xingli took 2 steps back in fear. Hey, Mr. Qin, it's over. I've already promised you. 300 million. Qi Xingli was stunned. Huh? Qin Jiaqing poured a glass of wine and handed it to him, and Qi Xingli took it nervously. Qin Jiaqing poured himself a glass and clinked glasses with him. Cheers! Then he tilted his head back and drank it. Qi Xingli's lips trembled twice, and he drank it too. Qin Jiaqing put down his wine glass and stared at him closely. 300 million, maybe a little too little. I'll give you 500 million. Puff! Qi Xingli spit out a mouthful of wine. His eyes widened. You. Qin Jiaqing stared at him and said apologetically, I was wrong to attack you just now. I apologize to you. This 500 million is for your division to build. You can do whatever you want with it. It's my compensation. If it's not enough, I can still... Enough. Qi Xingli smiled brightly. You are so generous. Our division's funding is really low and many places are in urgent need of money. You are simply a living bodhisattva, just like a timely rain. Boss Qin, how about you beat me up again? Ah! Qin Jiaqing's mouth twitched. Qi Xingli jumped up excitedly. 500 million! 500 million! That's a lot of money. If you don't beat me up, I'll lose my hands to this money. As he spoke, he straightened his chest, raised his head, and moved forward. Come on, hit me quickly. Harder, come on, Mr. Qin. Qin Jiaqing got goosebumps all over his body instantly. This guy must have a masochistic tendency. He picked up his clothes and turned to leave. I will have someone transfer the money directly to your division headquarters account. I'm leaving. Hey, Boss Qin, I'm serious. Beat me up again. Beat me up until you're satisfied. Come on. Don't be polite. Don't leave. Qi Xingli hurriedly chased after him. If you're a brother, come and chop me up, Boss Qin. Chapter 76. Is this considered showing off one's skills? Master, it's cold at night. Put it on. Wang Rifa put a coat on Qin Jiaqing. Qin Jiaqing looked out the window and sighed. Old Wang, that kid is addicted to being a soldier. He's going to follow his mother's old path. Wang Rifa comforted him. Master, no. The young master will be safe. He is just an ordinary soldier and will not be in danger. Qin Jiaqing nodded and suddenly said, No. What's wrong, master? Wang Ri asked. Didn't you just promise the young master that you would respect him? You're not going to go back on your word, are you? Do I look like someone who would go back on his word? Qin Jiaqing smiled slightly. Since he wants to join the army, I will definitely respect him. It's only 2 years. However, during this period of time, I have to support him well. Wang Rifa's eyes widened suddenly. Master, what do you want to do now? The evening breeze blew on Qin Luo's face. The brilliant neon lights were reflected in his eyes. Until now, his mind is still full of Qin Jiaqing's figure. The moment he turned around and left, Qin Luo suddenly felt that his father had aged a lot. He felt sad, even though his father was very successful in the outside world and was a wealthy man that everyone envied. But only Qin Luo knew how much suffering he had endured behind the scenes. In the past, Qin Luoguang only knew how to spend money, but never did anything for his family or his father. He was like a burden and a giant baby. Qin Luo clenched his fists silently. He was not good at doing business, but he could achieve something in the army and make his father proud of him. Qin Luo. Qi Xingli patted him. Qin Luo quickly turned his head and said, Here we are. Qi Xingli smiled and said, Your dad is so good to you. Work hard in the future and bring honor to him so that he will give you a thumbs up when he mentions you to others. Qin Luo nodded vigorously. Yes. The car drove all the way to the outside of the reconnaissance camp. Qin Luo got out of the car and saluted Qi Xingli. Commander, I'm leaving. Go back and rest early. You will be busy tomorrow. Qi Xingli waved with a smile, and the car drove towards the division headquarters. Qin Luo turned around, looked at the dark reconnaissance camp, and took a deep breath. He came here before just to complete tasks and pick up girls, but now he wants to achieve something here. Even if I can't make my dad proud, at least I can't embarrass him. It's going to be hard for 2 years, so let's go for it. Qin Luo strode towards the camp. Just as he arrived downstairs of the kitchen building, his pores suddenly contracted, and his super senses instantly noticed that something was wrong. Oh, you're quite alert, like a scout. Zhao Jimei walked out of the darkness with a smile. Squad leader? Qin Luo was surprised. You haven't rested yet? We haven't rested either. Before Zhao Jimei could speak, the others came out from the darkness and surrounded Qin Luo with a smile. Zhao Jimei smiled and said, Everyone was worried about you, so they kept waiting. Okay, now that everyone is back, everything is fine, go back to sleep. Let's go, Xiao Luoluo, go to bed quickly. We still have to be busy tomorrow. Let's go. A group of people hugged him and went upstairs. Qin Luo was surrounded by them and felt extremely warm in his heart. In the past, my father was always busy, and there was no one waiting for him to come home except Wang Rifa. But at this moment, he was very fortunate and felt even more that his decision was right. Beep, beep, beep. In the dead of night, a shrill whistle suddenly echoed in the camp. In each barracks, all the soldiers quickly jumped out of bed and packed their backpacks. The corridor was filled with the sound of dense footsteps. After a while, rows and rows of soldiers stood neatly downstairs. Report the number. Go Jin lowered his voice. 1, 2, 3, 4. All the soldiers were counting at the lowest voice. Qin Luo looked at the direction of the combat squad in a daze and asked curiously, "Squad leader, why is there an emergency assembly in the middle of the night?" "Don't ask too many questions. Just count," Zhao Jumei said seriously. 1, 2, 3, 10. At ease. Stand at attention. Then Zhao Jumei turned around and ran towards the battalion commander. Qin Luo leaned over and looked over there. "Do you know what's going on? I told you not to ask too many questions, so don't ask too many questions. The squad leader will know when he comes back." Qi Gang glared at him. Qin Luo stuck out his tongue and stood up again, but he was still a little nervous and excited. An emergency assembly was called for disaster relief last time, but this time, pa. What are you thinking about? Just then, a car drove over, making dull braking sounds. All the cooks looked over and saw that the combat squad had already started to board the bus in an orderly manner. Zhao Jumei also ran back at this time. "Squad leader, what's the matter? Is there a mission?" The two veterans asked hurriedly. Zhao Jumei said coldly, "Now, everyone, pack up your things immediately and take all the outdoor cooking utensils with you quickly." Yes. Everyone immediately ran towards the cafeteria. Solid fuel, rice, noodles, oil, vegetables, meat. Everything was packed up, and then everyone pushed the carts and ran out quickly. Qin Luo followed at the back, carrying a big pot, 2 bags of rice, and 2 barrels of oil. As soon as I walked out of the cafeteria, I saw cars parked at the door. "Load the car. Hurry up." Zhao Jumei waved her hand, and even the driver ran down to help them load the supplies into the car. After all the supplies were loaded onto the bus, everyone boarded immediately. Qin Luo was stunned as soon as he went up. There were already a lot of supplies in the car. The rice was piled up into a mountain, and boxes of canned food were piled all the way to the top. He asked in surprise, "Squad leader, what are we going to do?" "Sit down, let's drive." Zhao Jumei gave an order, and the car started moving immediately. Qin Luo also sat down hurriedly with a lot of doubts in his mind. The early morning night was extremely quiet. One car after another drove out of the camp and headed towards the road. Qin Luo lifted the tarpaulin and looked outside, his mouth wide open in surprise. Not only the reconnaissance battalion, but also a large number of convoys from other regiments were converging on the main road, and there was no end in sight. "Squad leader, can you tell me now?" Qin Luo turned his head and asked, "What is the mission?" All the veterans also looked at Zhao Jumei. "Exercise," Zhao Jumei said with a smile. Qin Luo's eyes widened. He had heard that their field troops conducted confrontation exercises every year. The main purpose is to simulate actual combat and improve the combat capability of each unit in case the unit cannot even fight when war comes. After all, every year old soldiers retire and new soldiers come in. The recruits don't understand the cruelty of the battlefield. If we don't simulate it, once the real war comes, the cannons will sound and blood and flesh will splatter everywhere. Many new recruits may forget what they have learned, and the combat effectiveness of the troops will be greatly reduced. Therefore, exercises are essential. "Sergeant, who are we fighting against?" Xiong Fei asked curiously. "We will fight against Army A," Zhao Jumei said with a smile. "We are the red team, and we will send out our division and Division B. Army A is the blue team, and they will send out an entire army. I don't know the combat mission, but we just need to defeat them." Everyone laughed at once. "So it's Army A. Their fighting power is not comparable to ours." "That's right. Our 2 divisions can defeat them. We don't need 2 divisions. We are a mechanized force, and they are only semi-mechanized. Aren't we more than enough to defeat them?" Qin Luo suddenly became excited. "Do we have a chance to join the battle?" Everyone looked at him, and Zhao Jumei suddenly laughed. "Of course, with such a large-scale exercise, there will be times for us to show our skills." That's good. That's good. Qin Luo nodded excitedly. This was the first time in his life that he participated in an exercise. If I can make another contribution for the kitchen squad in the battle, the squad leader and the others will definitely be very happy. And it will also be an explanation to everyone. When the day comes for him to leave, he can say goodbye to everyone with a clear conscience. Qin Luo rubbed his hands excitedly. This time I can finally do something big. Let's do 40 of them first, no? 80. Then I will definitely make a great contribution. Ha ha ha. Qin Luo, hurry up and chop the wood. We don't have enough firewood. Qin Luo, hold on tight. Come over and help knead the dough later. Qin Luo, Qin Luo. Qin Luo was so busy that his head was about to smoke. In the wild camp, Zhao Jumei and her companions were also very busy. Qin Luo held the axe blankly, glancing around out of the corner of his eyes. It has been 4 days, and he has only heard news of victory from the division, but he has not even seen the shadow of the enemy. Chung Haonan and his gang even came over to show off to him, bragging about how they had killed a few Blue Army soldiers. He was so angry that he beat those guys up on the spot. Aren't you supposed to fight and show off your skills? Why are you still here to cook? What are you standing there for? Zhao Jumei patted him and said, hurry up. Qin Luo looked at him. Squad leader, when can we go to war? What war are we fighting? We are cooks. Serving the stomachs of all officers and soldiers is what we should do, said Zhao Jumei. But didn't you say when you came here that you could show off your skills? How come? Qin Luoren was stunned. Zhao Jumei glared at him. What I mean by showing off my skills is that this time we are not only responsible for the meals of the reconnaissance battalion, but also for the division headquarters. The workload has doubled. Isn't it a great display of skills? Hurry up, hurry up. Qin Luo's jaw dropped. What kind of a show of skill is this? How can you achieve merit by just cooking? Are you trying to become a model cook? Chapter 77, Are We Too Shameless? The Blue Army's headquarters was in chaos at the moment. Soldiers were running everywhere inside and outside, and everyone had an extremely solemn expression. Various instruments were making ticking sounds, and the sound of phone calls was deafening, as if it was the end of the world. Bang! Li Jinkue slapped the map with his face, his veins popping out in anger. What is the 29th Division doing? Li Jinkue shouted at his men. We only asked them to hold Hill 379 for 12 hours, but they didn't even hold it for half the time. Now our encirclement tactics are completely ruined, and the 31st Division is about to be surrounded by the Red Army. What the hell is this? Li Jinkue shouted, drooling. The soldiers are all incompetent, and the generals are all incompetent. Shoot all the people in their division headquarters, you good-for-nothings. A group of subordinates were silent as a mouse, not even daring to breathe. Chief of Staff Zhao Ping quickly said, Commander, this cannot be blamed on the 29th Division. In order to defend Hill 379, they fought to the death with the entire regiment, and even the regiment commander was killed in the battle. That's not a reason. Li Jinkue roared. If anyone dies in battle, send reinforcements. We must hold on no matter what the cost. He slammed the table hard. Now that Hill 379 has been lost, not only the 31st Division will be doomed. If the Red Army launches a fierce attack, we won't even have a place to retreat. We will be surrounded soon. Zhao Ping opened his mouth, but swallowed back what he was about to say. Since the beginning of the exercise, they have been suppressed by the Red side. They had finally worked out a strategy for defensive counterattack, but it all went to waste due to the loss of a high ground, and their entire army was even in danger of being annihilated. At this time, no matter how you explain, it's useless. Everyone, speak up. Li Jinkue glared at everyone. At this moment of life and death, everyone, speak up. Who has a good plan now? Everyone lowered their heads. Their 3 divisions were almost reduced to 2 divisions by the Red team. The most important thing was that their weapons and equipment were far inferior to those of the Red team. How could they fight? Li Jinkue waited for a long time, but no one spoke. He was so angry that he slapped the table again. You, Commander Li, why are you so angry? A voice suddenly came, and everyone turned their heads immediately. I saw a dozen tall and strong soldiers walked in, and the colonel in the lead was in high spirits. When he saw them, Li Jinkue's eyes lit up instantly, and he hurried to greet them. Brother Hu, I have been looking forward to seeing you here for a long time. Li Jinkue held Hu Fei's hand and was as happy as if he had seen a relative. I've been waiting for you since the drill started. What's wrong with you? You said you would come to help, but why did you only show up after 7 days? Hu Fei clapped his hands with a smile. Aren't we here yet? It's good that you're here. It's good that you're here. Li Jinkui couldn't stop laughing. I was almost dying of anxiety, you know? Hu Fei said cheerfully. Don't be anxious, Chief. He grabbed Li Jinkui's hand and walked towards the map, and everyone immediately made way for him. How can I not be anxious? Li Jinkui said bitterly. We are now at the end of our rope. The Red Army is chasing us relentlessly. We are in danger of being wiped out soon, but I don't even have any extra troops to mobilize. Hu Fei smiled and said, we were late on purpose. Ah! Li Jinkui opened his mouth wide. Hu Fei. In fact, we have been paying attention since the beginning of the exercise, waiting for you to be pushed to the point of desperation. Now, the time has come, so we are here. Li Jinkui's eyes twitched. You deliberately watched us get beaten so badly? Hu Fei laughed. Commander, I told you not to rush. He said calmly. Although the Red Army only sent out 2 divisions, they are old trump cards. If we show up at the beginning, it won't have much effect. No matter how powerful we are just cannon fodder in front of their strong firepower. Hu Fei looked at Li Jinkui seriously. But now, you feel that you have reached the end of your rope, and the red side must be very proud and think that they have you beat. This is the time when they are most proud. They would never have thought that you have a trump card to give them a fatal blow. In this case, doesn't our presence have meaning? Li Jinkui smiled again. Great. What are you going to do? I will fully cooperate with you to defeat the red team. Hu Fei said with a smile. Let these old aces have a taste of defeat. He patted Li Jinkui's hand vigorously. Good food is never too late. Good wine is never too far away. Don't worry. Li Jinkui smiled brightly. Don't worry. I'm absolutely confident that you'll be in charge. Commander, you're wrong. Hu Fei pointed behind him. He is the one in charge this time, not me. Li Jinkui looked over in surprise, and a colonel saluted him. Hello, Chief. This is Xie Gongming, the commander of the Special Operations Brigade directly under the military region. Special Operations Brigade. Li Jinkui's eyes widened. This is a new unit formed by the military region. Their mission is different from ours. They are a fast-moving force. Hu Fei said with a smile. Don't worry, they are also very strong. Aren't you in command? Li Jinkui looked worried. Please rest assured, Commander. Xie Gongming said confidently. Although our Special Operations Brigade was established not long ago, we have been fully trained by the Tianling Special Operations Battalion. We are better at small-scale mobile operations and can definitely cooperate well. Hu Fei said with a smile. Commander, don't say anything more. Let them start working. I will also be here to observe. Okay. Li Jinkui nodded vigorously. Then hurry up and get started. Xie Gongming waved his hand, and the people he brought immediately began to hand over to the staff of the command center. Li Jinkui stepped aside, still with a worried look on his face. Commander, don't worry. Zhao Ping leaned over and whispered, I've heard of them. All the commanders of the Special Operations Brigade are from Tianling. They can do everything that Tianling can do, and they have more people and better equipment. They will definitely be able to do it. Li Jinkui nodded with relief. Okay, then I feel relieved. Zhao Ping said hesitantly. However, this time we are reorganized to fight the Red Army, and they only sent out 2 divisions. If they knew that we asked the Special Forces for help, would they say we are shameless? What are you afraid of? Li Jinkui said nonchalantly. They are a mechanized force, and we are semi-mechanized. They are stronger than us. Even if we ask for foreign aid, they can't say anything. He chuckled. The red team is in trouble now. Haven't they always been very arrogant? Let's see how they respond next. Bang, bang, bang. Under the axe, pieces of wood are broken into small pieces of uniform size. Qin Luo kicked it away, put down the axe, and wiped the sweat from his brow. Looking at the wood piled up like a mountain next to him, Qin Luo was speechless. After the exercise began, the food supply doubled compared to usual. With more divisions eating together, Qin Luo was chopping wood almost all day long. Otherwise, he would not have enough time to cook. After all, it's not gas. To cook for so many people, a lot of firewood is needed. Qin Luo. Zhao Jumei handed him a glass of water and said, Take a short break, then continue chopping. Otherwise, there won't be enough firewood tomorrow morning. Qin Luo took the cup bitterly. Squad leader, I've been chopping wood for 7 days. The people in the combat squad are fighting happily, but I am here chopping wood. Why don't you talk to the battalion commander and ask us to go and fight as well? The Blue Army is almost defeated anyway, so we can go out and give them a good beating so that we can cook when we come back. Zhao Jumei smiled at him and said, "Just give up the idea. We are the kitchen squad, and cooking is our job. Let the combat squad handle the fighting. Besides, we are also very important," Zhao Jumei said proudly. "Without our adequate support, how could the frontline troops fight so vigorously? They would have become weaklings long ago." "Okay." Qin Luo sighed heavily, picked up the axe, and continued chopping. The beautiful dream before the exercise was completely shattered. As for making a contribution, forget it. Qin Luo sighed heavily again and swung the axe vigorously. "Since you can't achieve anything meritorious, just do more work." Zhao Jumei looked at his back, sighed slightly, turned around, and walked back. "Sergeant, has he applied to go to war again?" Qi Gang walked up. Zhao Jumei nodded. "He really wants to follow his comrades in the second company to fight the Blue Army." "Why does this kid like fighting so much?" Qi Gang looked puzzled. "The people in the combat squad work themselves to death all day long. It's so good here." "That's right," Ma Shuai said. "Our work is also great. Without us, the combat squad would be useless." "How glorious." Zhao Jumei smiled and said, "Everyone wants something different. Just because we like stability doesn't mean everyone can adapt to our mentality." Everyone looked at him blankly. "Squad leader, you wouldn't." Zhao Jumei waved her hand and said, "Forget it. Let's send him back after the exercise is over." He shook his head helplessly. "The instructor is right. He is more suitable for the combat squad than the cooking squad. This kid has skills and abilities, so we should not waste his time." "Work." Everyone looked at Qin Luo's back as he swung the axe, and there was a hint of reluctance in their eyes. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, the sound of rumbling cannons suddenly came from the distance. Qin Luo looked up and saw that the sky in the distance was illuminated red. "I guess it should be over tomorrow." Qin Luo's face was full of envy. Cheng Haonan, Zheng Xian, and the others must have had a great time fighting. Maybe even how Duo can make a contribution. He looked at the axe in his hand and the firewood at his feet and sighed deeply. They had agreed to join the reconnaissance camp together and make a name for themselves together, and Qin Luo also promised to take care of them. But now, they were fighting happily in the front, and I could only stay here to make a fire and chop wood. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have gone to that damn Tianlang place. Qin Luo really wanted to slap himself. If he could do it again, he would definitely choose the reconnaissance battalion and would never follow Shirle. Suddenly, his hair stood on end. Huh! Qin Luo turned around suddenly and saw darkness in front of him and could not see anything. But his super senses detected that 50 meters away, several fully armed soldiers were crawling and slowly approaching. "Blue Army!" Qin Luo's eyes lit up instantly, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Fuck, I was just worried that I had no chance, and you guys actually delivered it to my door?" Chapter 78, It's Not Our Fault. In the bushes, the captain of the Special Operations Brigade hit the red guard on the neck with a knife. The guard's eyes widened, then lost their luster in an instant, and he fainted completely. The captain looked to both sides and saw that the other two Red Army sentries were also knocked unconscious by his men. He leaned forward slightly, then quickly retracted his head. "This should be the cooking squad of Division A. If we kill them from here, their division headquarters will definitely not be prepared at all." The captain raised his lips to smile and gestured to both sides for action. A group of people immediately took out their pistols, installed silencers, and quickly crawled forward. At the same time, Qin Luo dropped the axe, turned around, and rushed towards the stove. His super senses were always locked onto the gang, and he had noticed that they were getting closer. Qin Luo was excited and nervous at the moment. "Old Ma, lend me your shovel." Without saying a word, he snatched the cooking spatula from Ma Shuai's hand. It was the most handy weapon he could find at the moment. "What are you doing?" Ma Shuai was dumbfounded. "How can I cook without a shovel?" Qin Luo made a hushing gesture, then looked around, picked up a basket, turned around, and ran. "Enemies coming. Scatter quickly. Be careful," Qin Luo reminded while running. And in a blink of an eye, he rushed into the bushes and disappeared. The situation was critical, and he had no time to explain too much. He had to race against time. Several veterans looked at each other, their heads full of question marks. "Squad leader, has Qin Luo been stimulated by something, and is he insane? And he said there were enemies? You said he wanted to go to the combat squad so much that his mind was confused, and he was hallucinating. Fuck, isn't that a mental illness? Don't talk nonsense." Zhao Jumei glared at them, but she also became worried in her heart. "Everyone put down the work at hand and go take a look." Don't let him get hurt. Several people nodded quickly, put down their work, and walked towards Qin Luo. But at this moment, a grass nest not far away suddenly moved. Before anyone could react, several black lumps of iron came smashing towards the stove. Boom, boom, boom. There was an explosion. Before Ma Shuai and Xiong Fei could figure out what was happening, white smoke began to come out of their bodies. Enemy attack, enemy attack. Zhao Jimei was the first to react. She quickly threw herself on the ground and yelled, "Get down!" But before he fell to the ground, the Blue Army Special Forces soldier leaped out from the bushes. Bang, bang, bang. After a burst of dull gunfire, 3 more veterans were shot to pieces, with white smoke coming out of their bodies. There really is an enemy. Zhao Jimei widened her eyes in shock. I originally thought that Qin Luo was crazy and had hallucinations, but I didn't expect it to be true. Kill them. The captain waved his hand suddenly, and all the Special Forces soldiers immediately dispersed and surrounded the remaining Zhao Jimei and a few others. Suddenly, there was a muffled thud. Several Blue Army soldiers turned their heads immediately and were startled for a moment. One of their companions was lying on the ground with a few vegetable leaves on his face. What's going on? A Special Forces soldier was about to go up to check the situation. But at this moment, there was a sound of breaking wind suddenly in the air. He looked up subconsciously, and a green cabbage hit him right in the face. With a bang, the guy felt dizzy, as if he was hit on the head by a hammer. He fell down uncontrollably and fell asleep instantly. Fuck cabbage. Several Special Forces soldiers twitched their lips when they saw it, but they reacted immediately. Because at this moment, Qin Luo was picking up a cabbage and preparing to throw it over. There are enemies at the 3 o'clock direction, the 2 Special Forces soldiers shouted while raising their guns. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Qin Luo waved both hands at the same time, and several more cabbages flew over. The 2 soldiers immediately fired at Bai Kai, but then their eyes widened instantly. The cabbage was not crushed, but kept getting bigger in their eyes. Damn, I forgot it was a blank bullet. The 2 men helplessly watched the cabbage enlarge to the extreme in front of them. It was too late to run away. Boom, boom, boom. 2 large cabbages smashed into pieces on their faces, and then 2 more cabbages smashed into pieces on their chests. The 2 men groaned and immediately fell to the ground, screaming in pain. Eagle Eye is really powerful. It never misses a shot within 100 meters. Qin Luo hid in the grass and grinned evilly. Combined with the Sword God's flying needle ability, it's really cool. He picked up the shovel excitedly and kicked hard with his right leg before the other Blue Army soldiers turned around. The ferocious explosive force catapulted him out like a cannonball. Ding, ding, ding. With every step he took, Qin Luo rushed forward a long distance. After a few jumps, he arrived at the side and rear of several Blue Army soldiers. Call! He swung his arms, and the shovel drew a graceful arc in the air like he was hitting a golf ball. The Blue Army soldier suddenly felt the wind whistling in his ears, and the smell of pork stewed with vermicelli came from the air. Just as he was about to turn his head, there was a bang, and a shovel hit his helmet hard. Qin Luo's hand trembled slightly, leaving a few strands of vermicelli on his helmet, and the shovel immediately bounced up like a spring. Bang, 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 bang. The shovel hit the helmets of 4 Blue Army soldiers in succession. The 5 people suddenly felt dizzy and fell down in no particular order. Fuck! Zhao Jiumei's eyes almost popped out. This kid is playing whack-a-mole with a spatula? Just then, the super senses suddenly detected danger. Qin Luo had long been accustomed to this feeling, and without thinking, he immediately rushed forward. After landing, it rolled over and then rushed towards the stove. Bang, bang, bang. The gunshot rang out behind him, but was always a beat late. A group of Blue Army soldiers watched Qin Luo jump behind the stove. Boss, that guy hit our people with a cooking spatula. A Special Forces soldier shouted angrily. Bastard. The captain was furious. In the blink of an eye, 8 of his men were knocked down with cabbages and shovels. They were planning to attack the division headquarters, but 1/3 of their men were killed in the kitchen. Kill these cooks, especially the one with the shovel. Shoot him a few more times. Yes. All the Special Forces immediately raised their guns and moved forward quickly. Squad leader, they're coming, Qi Gang said anxiously. Zhao Jimei raised her head slightly and looked at the opposite side who were quickly surrounding her. Her eyes turned red. During the exercise, the kitchen team is a logistics personnel and is not issued any guns. Otherwise, these guys on the opposite side wouldn't be so confident. Fuck his grandma. They're bullying us because we don't have weapons. Zhao Jiumei yelled angrily. Cooks, grab your weapons and fight them. Okay, several people shouted. The captain of the Blue Army wanted to laugh when he heard this. You just ambushed a few of them, and you really think you're such a big shot? Today I will show you how powerful the special forces are. This is also a rare sight in your cooking career. Seeing the Blue Army getting closer, Zhao Jiumei and others clenched their weapons. Fuck them. Following Zhao Jiumei's loud roar, the veterans immediately prepared to jump up. The special forces had their fingers on the trigger, waiting to shoot them like a hornet's nest the moment they jumped up. But at this moment, a loud noise was suddenly heard. The Blue Army soldiers looked up subconsciously, but immediately opened their mouths in astonishment. I saw an iron pot flying towards them. Get out of the way. The captain yelled, and all the Special Forces soldiers jumped back immediately. Ush, fuck you, it's so fucking hot. In an instant, the Blue Army soldiers looked like their faces were disfigured, covering their faces and screaming. They escaped the iron pot, but they couldn't escape the food inside it. The scrambled eggs with tomatoes in the pot hit them in the face like flowers scattered from heaven. Asshole. The captain covered his face and yelled angrily. You actually used fucking scrambled eggs with tomatoes to hit us. Catch him. I'm gonna beat him up. But it was too late. Qin Luo had already jumped out from behind the stove. Bang, bang, bang. He kicked 3 times in succession, and 3 iron pots flew towards the blues in no particular order. The vegetables in the pot were poured over like a flood. A dozen blues players were like ants dropped into a hot pot, and they were so burned that they started disco on the spot. You bastard. The captain wiped the shredded cabbage off his face, grimacing from the burn, and yelled angrily. You're still coming. This time he saw clearly that the soup on his face was actually braised eggplant and shredded potatoes. No wonder it was so hot. I'm gonna hit him on the head with the pot lid myself. As soon as he finished speaking, he was suddenly stunned. An iron tower that blocked out the clouds, and the sun had appeared before him without him noticing. Zhao Jimei lowered her head and smiled at him. The captain was frightened and tried to raise his gun, but it was too late. Zhao Jimei suddenly reached out and grabbed his right leg, lifting him upside down. What are you doing? What are you doing? The next second, the captain felt himself flying up into the air, his body slamming to the ground left and right. After a few hits, he was thrown into a deep sleep. At the same time, the remaining veterans of the Cooks had already rushed towards the rest of the Blue Army. Suddenly seeing a group of small hills flying towards them, all the Blue Army Special Forces were frightened. By the time they reacted, Ma Shuai and others had already rushed up to them. Oh my gosh! The Blue Army soldiers were so scared that they opened fire immediately. But a pair of hands like palm leaf fans suddenly slapped over and blew their guns away. The next second, Ma Shuai and his men rushed forward with a grim smile. A scream immediately rang out. Some of the blues were slapped and sent flying. Some were hugged so tightly that they were strangled to death. The most unfortunate thing was that Shi Gang pinched him under his armpit and smoked him in a coma. The remaining few Blue Army soldiers were almost scared to death by this scene. What the hell are these monsters? Were they attacking the kitchen staff, the philosophy locker room, or the gay happy room? Human bomb impact. Several veterans threw away the Blue Army weapons in their hands, roared, and rushed towards the few remaining Blue Army soldiers from 4 different directions. Don't come over here. The remaining Blue Army retreated in fear, but they were too close. Several Blue Army soldiers were trapped in the middle without even taking a step back. Several Blue Army soldiers made miserable and ecstatic sounds when they were hit by the big chests, and their eyeballs almost rolled back. The strong smell of sweat almost suffocated them on the spot. Damn it, they even attacked our kitchen team. How shameless. You bastard, who told you to kill my comrade? There's still so much work to do, and with only a few of us, how can we handle it? I'll squeeze you to death. Fuck you. You killed our people and turned over our pot. We worked so hard for so long to make this. Now you want to compensate us for the pork stew with vermicelli and fried tomato and eggs. Wait a minute. A soldier from the Blue Army was almost crying because of being squeezed. It was not us who turned the pot over. It was you guys who turned the pot over. Zhao Jiumei and the others were stunned for a moment. Then they shouted with saliva spurting out. That's also your fault. Who the hell is responsible for the attack? It's your fault. Get out of here. As the veterans worked together, several Blue Army soldiers screamed like pigs being slaughtered, and soon they completely rolled their eyes. Chapter 79. Kill them all with just 1 P? A dozen Blue Army Special Forces soldiers were thrown on the grass. The only sober guy had a look of fear on his face and wished he could faint. Because at this moment, 5 muscular men surrounded him, staring at him with eyes as big as copper bells. Say it or not, say it or not, say it or not. The shovel hit his helmet again and again, making a clanging sound. The guy grimaced in pain, his head buzzing. Stop knocking, stop knocking. Let me tell you. You guys should ask first? Oh, right. Qin Luo quickly stopped and asked, Tell me, what is your mission? The soldier glared at him fiercely and said coldly, Fuck your kitchen team. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old kid? What are you talking about? Qin Luo pointed at him and said rudely, Tell me, what is your mission? Speak. Zhao Jumei growled and spit on his face. The Blue Army Special Forces soldier glanced at everyone and still gritted his teeth. The mission we received said that there are a bunch of muscle freaks who want to destroy the world. I don't like you, so I want to eliminate you on behalf of the moon. I'm going to kill your mother. You think you are a beautiful warrior. Qi Gang was so angry that he slapped her with his backhand. The Blue Army Special Forces soldier groaned. His vision suddenly went dark and his head drooped. Qin Luo opened his mouth blankly. Deputy Class Leader Yu, why did you knock him out? I want to ask you something. What's there to ask? Qi Gang spread his hands. Ma Shuai and Xiong Fei were all killed by these bastards. Why should we be polite to them? That's right, there's nothing to say to them. Just beat them up. Zhang Chaoda also echoed. Looking at this group of burly old men, Qin Luo was speechless. It's obvious with a little thought that these Blue Army soldiers must have a mission when they come here. Otherwise, why would they be so bored and come to mess with their kitchen staff? If you can find out the answer, it might be a great achievement. Now the guy is knocked unconscious. What's the point of asking? Looking at the angry faces of the veterans, Qin Luo sighed helplessly. After all, the kitchen squad is only responsible for cooking, and they have not received any systematic military training, so they don't consider as many things as the soldiers in the combat squad. Okay, don't think too much. Zhao Jumei patted him on the shoulder and said, These guys are very skilled. They look extraordinary. They are probably special forces. We won't get anything out of them. We will report to the battalion commander directly later. We will have made a contribution. Special forces? Qin Luo suddenly became excited. Qi Gang also laughed and said, Qin Luo, this credit belongs to you. Don't think too much about it in the future. Don't you want to fight? Are you addicted to it this time? Squad leader Qin Luo suddenly thought of something and said excitedly, Behind us is the division headquarters. The Blue Army Special Forces appeared here. What do you think they want to do? Zhao Jumei and the others were all stunned. Qin Luo picked up a gun from the ground and shouted excitedly, Hurry up, don't just stand there. The Blue Army wants to sneak attack our division headquarters. They must have more enemies. After saying that, he turned around and ran towards the division headquarters. That's not right, Qi Gang shouted. The Blue Army is almost wiped out by us. Where are the Blue Army? These stragglers, did they just happen to sneak in? Squad leader, do you think he's possessed by a demon? Others also spoke up. Zhao Jumei frowned and quickly picked up the gun on the ground and took out a few grenades from Lan Jun. Qin Luo is right. Special forces always attack from multiple directions, definitely more than one direction. Hurry! The division headquarters is in danger. We have to notify them immediately. At the same time, on the right side of the Red Army's division headquarters, heads slowly popped out of the woods. A major looked at his watch, then gently raised the telescope and looked towards the right side of the command center. But after a full minute, there was no sign of anyone. He put down the telescope and frowned. What's going on with Team 2? Why haven't they arrived yet? This shouldn't be the case. A soldier nearby looked puzzled. They should be the easiest direction to come from. There are only a few sentries in a kitchen team. They should be the first to arrive. Another subordinate said, Why don't we wait a little longer? They should be here soon. The time has come. We can't wait any longer. The major said seriously. We must act immediately. The subordinate asked, What about the second team? The major snorted coldly. I hope they can arrive on time. Otherwise, they will be punished when they return. Everyone, prepare for battle. The 2 men immediately sent out 2 tactical signs to the surroundings. Each Special Forces soldier checked their weapons and equipment for the last time. Captain, look. The major immediately looked up and saw a soldier running around the right side of the A Division headquarters and running towards them. What is this guy doing? The major looked puzzled. Is he being punished to run? Or is he having a seizure? Several Special Forces soldiers also looked puzzled. Captain, then, wait a moment. The major lowered his voice and said coldly, Wait until this guy passes before you take action. Don't alert the enemy. Everyone nodded silently. Their hearts sank. The distance was getting closer and closer, and everyone was staring at Qin Luo, who was getting closer and closer. Suddenly, Qin Luo's hair stood on end, and he stopped abruptly. He was breathing heavily, and with his super senses, he clearly perceived that not far ahead there were a dozen guys armed with guns squatting in the bushes, staring at him closely. Qin Luo took a few deep breaths and felt secretly delighted. I guessed right, there really is a blue army. However, what made him a little troubled was that as soon as he took any action, the other side would definitely turn him into a hornet's nest in the first place. He came here to make achievements, not to die. Qin Luo's eyes rolled, and he immediately had an idea. Squad leader, I need to pee. As he shouted, he turned and walked towards where the blue army was hiding. All the blue army special forces suddenly became extremely nervous. If they were discovered, the raid plan would be ruined. Their guns were pointed upwards, their fingers were on the trigger, and everyone was extremely nervous, just waiting for the major to give the order to open fire. Qin Luo strode up to them and stopped when he was more than 1 meter away. Under the gaze of all the blues, Qin Luo unzipped his pants with a ripping sound. Oh shit! Everyone was shocked. Then, they watched Qin Luo grab the giant object and release it at them. Captain, a soldier opened his mouth and mouthed. He's gonna pee on us, shall we? Never mind. The major gestured and shook his head vigorously. He has a companion behind him. At this moment, a stream of yellow liquid flowed down. The Blue Army Special Forces felt the warm liquid dripping from their heads, and their eyes were spitting fire with anger. But in order to complete the task, no one dared to move. A little impatience will ruin a big plan. Their target is the A Division headquarters, not the fool in front of them. Qin Luo, where have you been? Just then, Zhao Jiumei and her men rushed over. Qin Luo looked back, and at the same time, he put his right hand behind his back and pulled the fuses of the 2 grenades. What's wrong, squad leader? I'm here. I'll be there soon. After saying that, he shook himself slightly, pulled up his trousers suddenly, and threw 2 grenades forward at the same time. Almost at the same time, Qin Luo kicked his right foot forward, and the whole person flew backwards immediately. Fuck! A group of Blue Army Special Forces were frightened by the sudden grenade and jumped up. Boom! After 2 explosions, 7 or 8 Special Forces soldiers were blown up into white smoke. Damn it, Ping made us let down our guard. This bastard discovered us a long time ago and is deliberately playing tricks on us. The major was furious. Action, action, kill them! Bang! He had just given the order when a bullet hit his helmet accurately. Thick white smoke suddenly rose from behind him. The major stared at Qin Luo, who was lying on the ground in front of him, with his mouth wide open, and his face was full of disbelief. I was actually beaten to death by a rookie? Bang, bang, bang. Flames continued to spew out of Qin Luo's gun muzzle at this time. He was 10 meters away from the Blue Army, and his eagle eyes accurately locked onto each Blue Army Special Forces soldier. Just like opening a padlock, in his eyes, these people were all moving targets. Bang, bang, bang. The gunshots were like a violent storm, and white smoke rose one after another from the Blue Army in the woods. By the time Zhao Jumei and the others rushed over, Qin Luo had already dusted off the dirt and got up from the ground. Danger, lie down quickly, Zhao Jumei shouted anxiously. Qin Luo carried his gun and smiled at him. Squad leader, don't be nervous, they are all dead. Ah! Zhao Jumei and the others widened their eyes and looked into the woods. All they saw were Blue Army Special Forces soldiers with white smoke coming out of their eyes and resentful faces, staring at Qin Luo. Everyone's jaws dropped to the ground in shock. What the hell? They killed them all. Chapter 80. Squad leader, let's go after the blues. Qin Luo, you are awesome. Qi Gang excitedly gave a thumbs up. More than 20 Special Forces soldiers were killed by you alone. You are the pride of our kitchen team. What the hell, kitchen squad? The Blue Army major's jaw hit the ground. These Special Forces were actually killed by a cook. In an instant, all the Blue Army soldiers' faces turned red. If there was a hole in the ground at this moment, they would have liked to crawl into it together. This is a great humiliation for them. How can I face people after this gets out? It's nothing. Qin Luo waved his hands with a smile. It's not that I'm too good. It's mainly because they are too weak. They just looked at me stupidly while I beat them, and I even peed on their heads. Zhao Jiumei and the others looked over and saw that indeed, several Blue Army members still had wet heads. Ha ha ha, they're quite stupid. They don't even know how to hide from the piss. The Blues were all furious. Who the hell could have thought that this guy had already discovered them and deliberately peed on his head to confuse them? This was the first time they had ever seen such a courageous, yet immoral guy. Boom, boom, boom. Da-da-da. At this moment, fierce gunfire and explosions were suddenly heard from the left side of the command center. Qin Luo turned around suddenly and immediately saw more than 20 Blue Army Special Forces rushing towards the headquarters. Fuck, there's more. Qin Luo was suddenly shocked. How many waves of people came? He looked at Zhao Jumei suddenly and asked excitedly, "Squad leader, do you want to go up?" "Superior," Zhao Jumei roared, and immediately led her men and rushed forward along with Qin Luo. 10 minutes later, the A Division headquarters was filled with smoke. One after another, the Red Army soldiers, covered in dust and with white smoke billowing out of their fumes, left the division headquarters, preparing to go to the shelter together. Bang! Qi Xingli slapped the table and shouted angrily. "What are the secret guards doing? Are all the guards in the company useless? The enemy is killing right under their noses, and the guards don't know anything. I think the company commander and instructor have to withdraw," Gao Kun said quickly. "Commander, put out the fire, put out the fire. I want to put out the fire, too." Qi Xingli glared at him. With just 20 or so people, they destroyed half of our division headquarters, and even I was almost killed. Just as Gao Kun was about to speak, a staff officer ran over in panic. "Report. The Directorate just notified us that our General Headquarters and Division B Headquarters have all been wiped out by the Blue Army." "What?" Qi Xingli's eyes widened in shock, his face full of disbelief. "They actually took down our two headquarters at the same time?" Gao Kun immediately gasped. "The Blue Army wants to decapitate us all at once, leaving our army leaderless and in chaos, and then they can strike back." "Bang!" Qi Xingli slammed his fist on the table again, his eyes blazing with anger. 3 divisions can't beat our 2 divisions, and now they are asking for foreign aid? Do the Blue Army still have any shame? This is too fucking shameless. Others in the command center were also filled with indignation. From the beginning of the exercise to now, the Red Army has only used 2 divisions of troops to suppress the 3 divisions of the Blue Army. With victory in sight, the Blues suddenly did this. It is not certain who will win or lose next. Gao Kun looked at Qi Xingli, who was furious, and said with a wry smile, "Division Commander, please don't be angry. We have to think positively. The General Command and the B Division Headquarters are gone, but at least our Division Headquarters is preserved. Now you are the Supreme Commander of our Red Army. You have to shoulder the heavy responsibility." Qi Xingli nodded vigorously and suddenly asked, "By the way, were the other 2 teams of Special Forces killed by the kitchen team?" "Yes." Gao Kun nodded with a smile. "But to be precise, it should be Qin Luo who did it." "What?" Qi Xingli stared. You. Who are you talking about?" "Qin Luo," Gao Kun said. "He was the one who found the Blue Army Special Forces, and he teamed up with the people from the kitchen squad to kill 2 of their teams. If it weren't for him, if the 3 teams of the Blue Army came together, I'm afraid our command center would have been gone. But a lot of people from the kitchen team also died. Now, including Qin Luo, there are only 3 left." Qi Xingli took a deep breath and nodded with lingering fear. Just the team of Blue Army Special Forces that came over just now wiped out half of their command center and also killed a lot of reinforcements. If 3 teams launched an attack at the same time, it would not be as simple as just destroying his headquarters, but he would be able to escape unscathed. Write this down. After the exercise, give credit to the kitchen team, especially Qin Luo. Qi Xingli's face was filled with excitement. He never expected that Qin Luo could achieve success so quickly. After the exercise, he must report the good news to Qin Jiaqing as soon as possible. Only half of the 500 million has been reached. I need to remind you. Yes. Gao Kun nodded. Report. At this moment, another staff officer rushed over. What's wrong again? Qi Xingli asked. The Blue Army just carried out a concentrated bombing on Division B. Division B suffered heavy losses in its main forces, and more than half of its heavy weapons were almost completely scrapped. What? Qi Xingli jumped up. In such a short period of time, the Blue Army not only destroyed their 2 command centers, but also crippled an entire division. The battle situation turned around so quickly that Qi Xingli was unable to react. It must be that the Blue Army Special Forces marked the firepower of the subordinate units after attacking the B Division headquarters. Gao Kun said coldly. Otherwise, the Blue Army would not have been able to bomb so accurately. It's these damn Special Forces again. Qi Shengli slammed his fist on the table, his eyes filled with anger. He took a deep breath and yelled, "Assemble immediately and notify the remaining troops of Division B to obey my orders. I'm going to kill these special forces." Gao Kun looked surprised. "Master, don't say anything." Qi Shengli's lips curled up into a smile. "While the Blue Army thinks that all 3 of our headquarters have been wiped out, we will strike back quickly before they are prepared." He smiled coldly. "They want to attack us by surprise, so we will give them a taste of their own medicine." "I understand, yes." Gao Kun nodded excitedly. Boom! Armored vehicles and tanks roared out. Next came SUVs and trucks. After a while, the division camp was empty. Qin Luo looked at the dust raised by the convoy as it left, and was stunned. "Captain, have they forgotten about us? We haven't even gotten on the bus yet." "What car?" Zhao Jumei said unhappily. "We are the kitchen staff. If we leave, who will cook?" The division commander has summoned all the troops to destroy the Blue Army Special Forces. As he said this, he slapped the Blue Army prisoner next to him on the head, causing the guy to grimace in pain. But when he saw that Zhao Jumei was twice as big as him, he immediately put on an apologetic smile. Zhao Jumei said with a smile, "We have to fight fast this time. They'll be back soon. Let's cook first. By the time the meal is ready, they might be back." Qi Gang spread his hands and said, "Squad leader, there are only 3 of us left in the kitchen, and the pot has been overturned. How are we going to cook? Should we use the pot lid?" "That's right." Zhao Jumei scratched her head. "If it really doesn't work, we can wait for them to come back and eat their individual rations. The most we can do is heat them up." "Squad leader." Qin Luo looked at him and said, "What about us just waiting and doing nothing during this period of time? Wouldn't that make us just guarding the gate? We just killed 2 teams of Blue Army Special Forces and saved the entire headquarters. We are so brave. Why don't you take us with you to the battle? Maybe I can kill a few more." The group of Blue Army dead men all laughed. "Kid, stop imagining. No matter how powerful you are still a cook. That's right, you should just cook. Do you think it's your turn to fight? Just hold the spatula and the kitchen knife. Guns are not for cooks like you. Just stay still." Seeing these guys laughing and scrupulously, Qin Luo was furious. A bunch of defeated generals, yet they are still being stubborn? "Brother Luo, Brother Luo." Suddenly, a familiar voice came from behind. Qin Luo turned around and saw Cheng Haonan, Zheng Qian, and Hao Duo running towards him excitedly. "Why are you here?" Qin Luo's eyes widened. "Aren't you leaving with the main group?" Cheng Haonan said with a smile. "The company commander knows that you are short of manpower, so he specially asked us to help in the kitchen. The entire division has gone to work as a blue team. Why are you asked to help in the kitchen?" Qin Luo looked suspicious. Cheng Haonan and Zheng Qian smiled awkwardly, and Hao Duo immediately spoke up. "Because the Blue Army just launched a surprise attack. We came here to reinforce, but Li Dashing and his men were killed. We were lucky enough not to be eliminated. The company commander said we were too weak and was afraid that we would embarrass ourselves and give the Blue Army heads. So he simply sent the 3 of us here." "Shut up." Cheng Haonan and Zheng Qian almost jumped up. "Why is your mouth like a cotton crotch? Why is it so loose, and you say everything?" The 2 of them coughed awkwardly, and Cheng Haonan said with a smile, "Brother Luo, don't listen to him. We have already killed a lot of blue soldiers. It's enough. It doesn't matter if there are fewer of us on the battlefield." Zheng Qian nodded vigorously. "That's right. We came here to accompany you because we were afraid you would be lonely. Fighting and killing enemies is too boring. It's better for us to help you cook." Qin Luo's eyes twitched. "You 2 are showing off in front of me, but I don't even have a chance to go to the front line." "Oh my!" Qi Gang laughed. "You can't cook even if you want to. They overturned the pot in our kitchen." "Ah!" Cheng Haonan and the other 2 widened their eyes. "Then what should we do?" "There's nothing we can do right now. We can only wait patiently for the main force to return." Zhao Jumei spread her hands and said, "Okay, everyone go and take a rest. If you're really bored, you can go for a stroll nearby. The scenery here is pretty good." Yes, you guys should just stay here and lie back. The kitchen staff can't even cook. What else can you do? Ha ha. The dead men of the Blue Army started to mock again. "When you wake up later, your army might be wiped out. You won't even have to prepare food then. It would be great if you could just go home. Go to sleep quickly. Dreams can bring you anything. You might even see a plane flying when you close your eyes." "Hey!" Qi Gang rolled up his sleeves angrily. "You guys were killed by our cooks, and you still have the nerve to yell here?" "That's right," Zhao Jumei said disdainfully. Look at you. You were peed on by my soldiers, and you were called special forces, but you are not as good as us cooks. The blues were like salt being rubbed into their wounds, and they all started shouting. We were careless. If it happens again, any one of us can kill you all in seconds. Zhao Jumei's eyes were blazing with fire. If you do that again, you will have to lie down. Don't think that our kitchen team can only cook. We can also carry guns and artillery, and we are still capable of it. You blue soldiers are screaming. Go ahead and brag all you want. There's no tax on bragging anyway. The blue army soldier laughed. Hearing the laughter of these people, Qin Luo clenched his fists tightly. There is actually a chain of contempt in the army. Special forces look down on scouts, and scouts look down on soldiers and ordinary troops. As for the cooks, they're at the very bottom of the contempt chain. Because the cooks belong to the logistics, they are not even considered combat soldiers, and their usual assessments are mostly about cooking. Because of this, even though these special forces were clearly killed by them, they still had inexplicable confidence. What's wrong with the cooks? Qin Luo clenched his fists silently. The cooks in our reconnaissance battalion are just better than you. Qin Luo took a deep breath and looked around at the empty camp. Suddenly, he turned to look at Zhao Jumei. Squad leader, let's go to the blue army. What? Zhao Jumei and Qi Gang were stunned. Qin Luo was about to continue speaking when a system prompt sounded in his head. Ding! New mission released. Please kill 150 enemy soldiers in the exercise. After completing the mission, you will get superpowers and superpower points at random. Currently killed 27/150. Qin Luo's eyes lit up instantly. Chapter 81. Sand Fox takes action. Catch them all. Tongzi, you know me too well. Whatever I think will come true. Qin Luo was so excited that he almost jumped up. It is impossible to lie flat. It is impossible to lie flat forever. Instead of standing here and watching the scenery, it is better to mount a horse and draw your sword to fight the blues. Qin Luo, are you kidding? Zhao Jumei looked at him blankly. That's right. The dead major of the Blue Army also glared at him. Fighting is the business of the combat troops. What are you doing here, a member of the kitchen team? Shut up. You have no right to speak. You're almost dead, but you're still complaining. Qin Luo pointed at him. Major Blue was furious, but he couldn't refute it. According to the rules of the exercise, dead people could not speak. Squad leader. Qin Luo looked at Zhao Jumei. If we still had a pot, we would follow orders and cook, but now we have no pot. Instead of sleeping here, we might as well go and beat him. Zhao Jumei opened her mouth in shock. Don't be fooled by his muscular body. He looks like a mighty man. But after so many years in the army, he only knows how to cook. He knows nothing about killing enemies or fighting wars. Qin Luo continued. The division commander and his men are concentrating all their efforts on encircling and suppressing the Blue Army's special forces. The Blue Army's attention must also be focused on our main force. If we sneak over here quietly at this time, they will definitely be caught off guard, and we can definitely kill a lot of them. It seems to make sense. The Blue Army soldier nodded in sudden realization. Shut up. The major glared at them angrily. This kid is talking about our business. Oh, yes, yes. Everyone reacted immediately and nodded together. Squad leader, see? They all nodded, which means there is indeed something we can do. Qin Luo looked at them. We weren't, don't talk nonsense. All the blues shouted together. Zhao Jumei looked at Qin Luo, then at Qi Gang, her brows furrowed. Qi Gang quickly said, Squad leader, don't look at me. I'll listen to you. Zhao Jumei turned her gaze to Qin Luo again. Squad leader. Qin Luo stared at him expectantly. After a full minute, Zhao Jumei nodded deeply. Okay, we'll go with you. Qin Luo was ecstatic. Thank you, squad leader. Brother Luo, take us with you. Chung Haonan and the other two also came over excitedly. It's fine if the company commander dislikes us, but you can't dislike us. Yes, Brother Luo, you promised to protect us, but you still haven't fulfilled your promise. Don't leave us behind this time. We will listen to whatever you say and do it. Even if you ask us to eat shit, we will. Qin Luo looked at them with a smile. You can't run away even if you want to. There are only 3 people left in the kitchen team. I'm short of manpower. You must keep up. Great. Chung Haonan jumped up. Brother Luo, we are finally together. The 4 of us will kill the blues together. Just thinking about it makes me excited. Wait a minute. Qi Gang suddenly frowned and said, Before we set out, shouldn't we think about what we can use to fight the Blue Army? Our kitchen team is not equipped with guns. Should we use spatulas or kitchen knives? After hearing this, Zhao Jumei was stunned for a moment because the kitchen team had no weapons. Chung Haonan and his companions were sent to help in the kitchen, and they did not bring any weapons. Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment for a moment, and the atmosphere became awkward. How can we fight without weapons? Are we going to use our teeth to fight? Ha ha! The Blue Army's dead men were almost laughing. You can just charge forward with spatulas and kitchen knives. That's how people in ancient times fought. Yes, yes, let's serve as live targets for our soldiers to improve their shooting skills. Even if I give you weapons, it's useless. A few cooks still want to fight? Come on, just stir fry and stir the pan. It's pure daydreaming. Yes, 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 go to sleep quickly. In dreams, you will have everything. In dreams, everyone will get first-class merit. You will have everything you want. Ha ha ha. Chung Haonan clenched his fists so hard that they made a clattering sound. He wished he could go up and punch them each. Xiao Luo Luo, why don't we just forget it? Qi Gang sighed hesitantly. Although I am angry, what these guys said is true. We really don't have any weapons. Qin Luo was furious. How could he just let it go? Not only did he have to complete the task, he also had to make another contribution to the kitchen team. This way, he would have no regrets when he returned to the combat squad. At this moment, Qin Luo's eyes rolled, and he suddenly turned around and ran out. What is he doing? Qi Gang's face was full of surprise, and Zhao Jumei shook her head in confusion. A moment later, Qin Luo rushed back with a cooking spatula. With a swish, he pointed his finger in front of the major's nose. What are you doing? The major almost jumped up in fright. Take off your clothes. What? Take off your clothes immediately. And your equipment too. The major's eyes widened. It was understandable that he wanted equipment, but what about taking off clothes? Qin Luo was too lazy to talk nonsense with him and looked at Zhao Jumei. Squad leader, please help me take off all their clothes and equipment, leaving only their underwear. Okay. Zhao Jumei and Qi Gang walked over with a smile on their faces, licking their lips. We love helping others take off their clothes the most. Fuck, what are you doing? Stop messing around. It's broad daylight. In the open air, you don't come over here. If you come over here again, I will shout. We really will shout. Seeing the two muscular men approaching with lustful eyes, the Blue Army members were terrified. Are these guys going to kill them? The major was so frightened that he almost peed himself. He stood up and tried to run away. But as soon as he stood up, Bang hit him in the face with a shovel, knocking him back again. The major squatted on the ground, covering his face, and tears came down from the pain. Bastard, can't you change a cleaner shovel? What the hell is this dish? It smells so good. No one should move, Qin Luo said coldly. You are all dead now. Obey the rules of the exercise. If anyone dares to pretend to be dead, I will not be polite. Yes. Chung Haonan and the other two also walked over with clenched fists and smirks. No, Yamidi. After a moment, the Blues huddled together like frightened lambs. Each of them had a look of grievance on their faces, with their hands tightly covering their chests. It fits me well. Qin Luo put on the hat with a smile. I'm also a member of the Blues now. Chung Haonan opened his arms and turned around. He's a Special Forces soldier, Zheng Qian said with a smile. He's much more powerful than our scouts. Bullshit, Chung Haonan said with disdain. Are you as good as our brother Luo? Brother Luo put out more than a dozen of them with his urine and knocked away a dozen with a shovel. What a shitty Special Forces soldier. He is far inferior to Brother Luo. Qin Luo chuckled. It felt really good to be flattered. Tear! Suddenly, there was a sound of clothes tearing. Qin Luo turned around and looked, his face suddenly speechless. Zhao Jumei and Qi Gang were wearing the Blue Army's special warfare uniforms, but their backs were blown up. I tried several sets in a row, but all of them were torn apart. Looking at the rags on the ground, the Blue Army Special Forces soldier was so angry that he almost cried. Damn it, you have to compensate us for our clothes. Zhao Jumei and Qi Gang smiled awkwardly at Qin Luo. The clothes don't seem to be very good. Can't you grow up a little? Qin Luo pointed at the group of Blue Army Special Forces angrily. Who can wear the clothes that are so small? The people in the Blue Army suddenly felt even more aggrieved. Damn it, they stole our clothes and were so picky. How shameless. After the two of them finally squeezed into a set of clothes, Qin Luo took a deep breath and said, Okay, take all the weapons and equipment. It's time for us to set off. Before the main force comes back, let's beat him hard. Good. Everyone yelled and followed Qin Luo to rush out of the camp quickly. How did it happen? Hu Fei glared at Xie Gongming. What kind of bullshit plan did you make? It was agreed that we would destroy their 3 headquarters at the same time and then carry out precision strikes on their troops. What's going on with Division A? Are you letting them go on purpose? Li Jinkui shouted. My heavy firepower troops were ready and the shells were loaded. But Qi Xingli organized all the Red Army troops and launched a counterattack against us. Commander Xie, what on earth are you commanding? Xie Gongming looked aggrieved, as the 3 teams had the same offensive plan. The other 2 command posts were successfully taken down, but who would have thought that something went wrong with Division A? I don't know the details. Then don't you have a backup plan? Hu Fei said unhappily. Is there no support from the rear of the attacking team? Why didn't the support personnel arrive? Aye. Xie Gongming said with a bitter face. I was careless. I thought it would be a piece of cake to take down their headquarters, and they were not prepared, so that's enough. Li Jinkei yelled. Stop teaching here. Think about it quickly. What are you going to do next? He pointed at Xie Gongming and said, when your men retreated, they led all the Red Army troops to the 31st Division. Now the Red Army has launched a fierce attack, and none of the 31st Division troops can escape. The other troops are too far away, and even if they were asked to rush over, it would be too late. If they went, they would only be sending their heads to the battlefield or collecting their bodies. What do you say we should do now? If they launch a fierce attack, my 31st Division will be gone. Chief, don't worry. There must be a way. Chief of Staff Zhao Ping said hurriedly. No, why shouldn't I be anxious? Li Jinkui was so angry that he jumped up and down, pointing at Xie Gongming. You can either kill all 3 headquarters or leave 1 headquarters. Now Qi Xingli can command 2 divisions by himself, which will make it easier for him to attack us. We will die faster. How can I not be anxious? Xie Gongming lowered his head, unable to utter a word. Originally, if their plan succeeded, the red team would be leaderless. The heavy firepower of the 2 divisions was completely destroyed, and the rest was just waiting to be harvested. However, the failure of the plan created an opportunity for the Red Army to concentrate its forces and launch a fierce attack on the Blue Army. As the commander of this operation, he had boasted a lot before this, and now he really wished he could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. Hu Fei took a deep breath and said calmly, Commander, from the perspective of our special forces, there is no such thing as absolute adversity. Any adversity may be an opportunity for a Jedi counterattack, thus turning defeat into victory. Sand Fox, Li Jinkui immediately looked at him. Do you have any ideas? Hu Fei smiled slightly. Of course, and we can also defeat the red team in one fell swoop and make them lose completely. Chapter 82. Squad Leader, you have to stand up. Li Jinkui and others followed Hu Fei to the map. Hu Fei held the baton and pointed at Area 399. Now, Hu Fei said solemnly, the main force of the Red Army will encircle Hill 399 in 2 directions and cut off the retreat route of the 31st Division. They have 2 battalions stationed here, preparing to surround the point and attack the reinforcements. He moved his baton and pointed at several other points on the map, and our other troops are currently in this area. He looked at Li Jinkui. Even if we can get there now, their 2 battalions will block us and make it difficult for us to move forward. We will have to watch the 31st Division being annihilated by the Red Army. Then the Red Army will turn around and defeat all of our reinforcements. Li Jinkui nodded vigorously. Yes, this is the situation now. Brother Hu, what solution do you have? Hu Fei smiled and said, the Red Army has surrounded the 31st Division, but they haven't launched a strong attack yet. I believe they're just waiting for our reinforcements to arrive. But what if our reinforcements don't go there, but instead go to their rear and cut off their retreat? Everyone's eyes followed his baton and finally landed on the path the red team was taking. Xie Gongming's eyes lit up. Are you going to encircle them? It won't work. It won't work. Li Jinkui shouted anxiously. Do you think we haven't thought about it? It won't work at all. We have only destroyed the heavy firepower of the Red Army's B Division, not all of it. In addition, the strength of the A Division is intact. If they attack Hill 399 together, the 31st Division will not be able to withstand it at all. By the time we get around to the rear, the 31st Division will be finished. By then, he drooled, they will turn their guns around and kill us while we're running for our lives. This trick is totally useless. Hu Fei smiled slightly. You are right, but you overlooked one point, Chief. What? He stared at Hu Fei curiously. Hu Fei patted Xie Gongming with a smile and said, all his men are currently staying with the 31st Division. Li Jinkui widened his eyes in surprise. What do you mean? Hu Fei looked at Xie Gongming. How many of you have left? Report. More than 340 people. Xie Gongming said quickly. More than 100 of them have already joined the 31st Division, and the rest are rushing over to support them. They are expected to arrive within an hour. Hu Fei looked at Li Jinkui with a smile. Commander, as long as the more than 300 officers and soldiers of the Special Operations Brigade are spread out and carry out uninterrupted harassment attacks on the Red Army, the Red Army will not be able to launch a general offensive, nor will they be able to destroy the 31st Division before we complete the encirclement. Li Jinkui's eyes gradually brightened. He was so anxious just now that he actually forgot about the reinforcements from the Special Operations Brigade. With them and the 31st Division together, there is indeed hope. No matter how fierce the Red Army's attack is, it will be difficult to destroy the 31st Division in a short period of time, facing the constant harassment from the Special Operations Brigade. There is no time to lose. Make a decision quickly. Hu Fei reminded. Li Jinkui took a deep breath and slapped his hands on the table. Okay, there is no way out at the moment. The current situation is a fight of life and death for both the Red Army and us. Chief of Staff. Here, Zhao Ping straightened up. Order the 29th and 32nd Divisions not to reinforce the 399 area, but to advance to the 422 area immediately to outflank their rear. Once in place, launch an attack as quickly as possible. Yes, the Chief of Staff saluted and immediately ran away to pass on the order. Li Jinkui patted Hu Fei's shoulder with a smile. Brother Hu, I must treat you to 3 days of drinking. Hu Fei laughed. Don't worry about the wine. The battle is not over yet. He looked at Xie Gongming and said, You'd better go and take command immediately. Even if you all die, you must slow down the red team's attack speed. Yes. Xie Gongming turned around and ran out. Hu Fei put his hands behind his back, a smile on his face. See, Army A Division, your trump card is about to be severely slapped in the face. Suddenly, the image of Qin Luo wearing a white hat appeared in his mind, and the corner of his eye twitched. Son of a bitch, I heard that you went back. You'd better not be met by me, otherwise I will beat you up. Stop, stop, Qi Gang shouted breathlessly. Stop, don't run anymore, I can't do it anymore, I'm dying. Qin Luo turned around and saw Qi Gang sweating and looking pale. Zhao Jimei wasn't in much better condition. Her lips had turned pale. The two of them walked lightly, as if they were doing a spacewalk. Every step you take leaves a footprint. I say, squad leader, squad deputy. Qin Luo's eyes twitched. You guys are so big, but you were just a show-off. How far have you run? That's right. How Duo looked puzzled. You guys look very capable. I'm not tired at all. So why are you so tired? Qi Gang glared at him fiercely. How big am I? For every breath you take, we need 3 to supply the needs of our whole body. Just. Zhao Jumei squatted on the ground, panting nonstop. You little dwarves can't understand the pain of a person as big as me. Hey. Who are you calling short? Chung Haonan puffed out his chest. I'm at least 1.8 meters tall. Zhao Jumei looked at him with sweat on her forehead. I'm almost taller than you even when I squat, so what's wrong with calling you a dwarf? All right. Qin Luo exhaled. Can you still run? The two of them shook their heads like rattles. At least rest for half an hour. Qin Luo rolled his eyes helplessly. 2 old comrades, we have been out for a long time. You have rested 4 times, and you have not encountered the Blue Army yet. If you rest any longer, the main force will take the Blue Army back to celebrate the new year. That's right, Chung Haonan said disdainfully. The big army has finished the battle and went back to sleep. We probably haven't found the Blue Army camp yet. It's almost done, Zhao Jumei said unhappily. It's our luck that we can beat the Blue Army. If we can't, it's fate. The important thing is to participate. Also, please respect the old comrades, okay? Yes, care about the old comrades. Qi Gang nodded vigorously. Qin Luo was speechless. He had originally thought that he could bring them out so that they could accomplish meritorious deeds together. But now it seems that not only can I not achieve any merit, but I can't complete the mission either. If this is delayed until the end of the exercise, won't the mission be impossible to accomplish? If we wait for the next exercise, it will take a long time. Squad leader, deputy squad leader, how about this? You guys follow behind. We'll go first, and we'll notify you when we find the Blue Army. You are talking nonsense. Zhao Jumei stood up and said, I am the supreme commander here. If I don't leave, no one else can leave. Squad leader, stop talking. Zhao Jumei pointed at him and said, I know you want to join the combat squad and fight. Don't worry, I will personally take you back after the exercise. But now, you have to stay by my side. What if you get lost without me watching you? What if you run into a blind bear in the wilderness? Qin Luo's eyes twitched. He knew that Zhao Jimei was concerned about him, so he couldn't refute. But the mission must be accomplished. Brother Luo, Zheng Qian suddenly shouted. Look over there. Qin Luo and the others turned around suddenly. Their eyes widened. In the distance, they saw dust rising into the sky, and a large number of troops were rushing towards them. Is he one of ours? Qi Gang stood on tiptoe, curiously. Qin Luo immediately climbed up the tree next to him and looked into the distance. Hawkeye was activated subconsciously, and the scene several kilometers away was suddenly brought much closer. It's the Blues! He quickly jumped down from the tree. What? Blue Army? Everyone was confused. Why are the Blue Army here? Qin Luo chuckled. Who cares how they got here? They came to our door on their own, so we don't have to run around everywhere. Zheng Qian also laughed. Squad Leader Zhao, Deputy Squad Leader Qi, the Blue Army has taken good care of you. They knew you couldn't run anymore, so they came to our door to beat us up. The two looked at each other, and Qi Gang smiled innocently. Blue Army, are you so polite? Don't just stand there, run. Qin Luo shouted. They are coming. Don't let them find you. After saying that, he turned and ran, and Cheng Haonan and others hurriedly followed him. Zhao Jimei was stunned for a moment, then looked at the approaching Blue Army convoy and hurriedly ran behind Qin Luo. I haven't even had a chance to rest for a while, and he's running away again, Qi Gang said with a bitter face. Stop talking nonsense. We have to run this time, even if we die of exhaustion, Zhao Jimei shouted. Even if we are killed, we can't be killed in such a cowardly way. Qi Gang had a sad face. He originally wanted to fight with the Blue Army, but now he was being chased by the Blue Army. Who among my family members understands this feeling? Now he could only run forward as fast as he could. Chapter 83. For people want to take down an entire group? Stop everything. A lieutenant colonel yelled into the intercom. After a while, the moving convoy slowly stopped. Smoke and dust rose up into the sky. Are you sure this is it? Asked the deputy captain. One of the men nodded vigorously. Report to the deputy commander. Confirm that this is the area designated by the headquarters. Okay. The deputy commander opened the car door and jumped out, shouting to all around. Everyone, immediately unload all weapons, prepare ammunition, and follow orders at any time. Yes. The blue soldiers in each vehicle immediately jumped out and began to carry out orders. The deputy commander took the walkie-talkie from his men and said loudly, Report to the headquarters, report to the headquarters. I am Long Dongxiang, deputy commander of the 211th Regiment of the 32nd Division. I have led 2 heavy armored battalions of my division to the designated area. Please give instructions, Chief. Please give instructions, Chief. In the command center, Li Jinkue excitedly picked up the intercom and said, Long Dongxiang, listen to me carefully. Set up the firepower position immediately. Aim all firepower at a position 500 meters south of Hill 399. The specific coordinates will be given to you later. Yes, Li Jinkue continued. Wait until the troops of the 32nd Division arrive, and then you will attack together. Now wait for orders. Yes. Li Jinkue turned his head and growled. When will the 29th Division's heavy firepower unit be in place? Report, there is at most 1 hour left. Their road is difficult to travel. Have the 29th Division arrive as soon as possible. If they miss the opportunity or are discovered by the Red Army in advance, all of them will be punished. No one can escape. Yes. Chief of Staff, Zhao Ping immediately went to pass the order. Hu Fei smiled and said, Commander, don't worry. I've already contacted Xie Gongming. The Red Army is being entangled by them. Now all of them are on Hill 399. Let alone 1 hour. We can win in 3 hours. The Red Army will never find out that there is a problem in the rear. We just need to wait for the 29th Division to arrive and fight boldly. Li Jinkue laughed. Brother Hu, it's a good thing you guys came to help. Otherwise, I really would be helpless, let alone have the opportunity to fight back. Hu Fei smiled slightly. Commander, we have an agreement that you have to treat me to a drink after the exercise. Of course, I have to. Li Jinkue laughed and looked at the map. In an hour, our shells will hit the red side. They won't be so proud for long. Hurry up. Drive the ammunition truck over there and get out of the way. Don't block the road. Qin Luo looked from afar and saw that the Blue Army's position was in chaos. with people running everywhere. Vehicles were intertwined, and in some places they blocked the road. A smile appeared on Qin Luo's face. God is really helping me. If it was a camp with strict security like our division headquarters, he would really be helpless. But the scene was so chaotic, it would be so unfair to them if we didn't do something. Xiao Qin. Zhao Jumei panted and crawled over from behind. What do you want to do? Qin Luo smiled at him. What? Of course, I want to fight the Blue Army. Zhao Jumei looked into the distance, her eyes almost popping out of her head. You. Are you kidding? There are so many of them, and we are just a few. If we go over there, won't we just be throwing our heads away? Luo. Qi Gang lay on the ground, breathing heavily. Be good, listen to the squad leader. We can just pick up some isolated blue soldiers and fight them. Forget about this large army. We have to know our own weight, eat as much as our bowl can hold, and drink as much as our breasts can hold. Qin Luo looked at Chung Haonan and the other two, and they immediately said, Brother Luo, don't look at us. We only follow your lead, and we'll listen to you. Qin Luo smiled slightly. As long as they supported him, that would be enough. He then said to Zhao Jumei, Squad leader, where do you think they are? What's going on? Zhao Jumei looked surprised. They are setting up camp on the main road. What's going on? Qin Luo said, Our main force was going to attack the Blue Army from this route. Now that they have occupied this place and are setting up firepower here, they must be trying to outflank our main force from behind. Zhao Jumei's eyes suddenly widened. It seems to be the case. Qin Luo stared at him closely. So, squad leader, no matter how many people there are, we must go and fight. We must not watch them outflank our large force. You said before that we are cooks, but if we hold guns and carry cannons, we can still make the Blue Army scream. Besides, you also said during the disaster relief that as long as you are a soldier, you must go at the critical moment. The corners of Zhao Jumei's mouth twitched. She remembered it clearly. I did say those words, but with just a few of us, we can't cause much trouble. Qin Luo chuckled. Squad leader, do you trust me? Zhao Jumei stared at him closely. A few minutes later, Zhao Jumei and Qi Gang slowly poked their heads out from the bushes. He watched Qin Luo and his three companions swaggering towards the Blue Army camp. Squad leader, why do I feel so unreliable? Qi Gang looked worried. The Blue Army is not stupid. Can't they check their identities? If they are exposed, they will be beaten into a hornet's nest on the spot. Zhao Jumei clenched her fists. If it were someone else, I would never believe it, but Qin Luo is smart enough. He should be able to handle it. Qi Gang said sadly. He is really good at peeling fruit, carving tofu, carving preserved eggs, and chopping wood, but that doesn't mean he is also good at military affairs. All right, stop nagging. Zhao Jumei took a deep breath and said, Everyone is out now. It's useless to say anything. We can only trust him now. Besides, Qin Luo is right. We are soldiers of the Red Army. Now the main army is in danger. Even if we are the kitchen team, we have to play a role. Get ready and wait for his signal to act. All right. Qi Gang shook his head helplessly. Let's die. Just think of it as taking more Blue Army soldiers as scapegoats before we die. At the same time, Qin Luo and the other three quickly walked to the Blue Army camp. Qin Luo looked back and said in a low voice, Don't be nervous. I'm not nervous. Chung Haonan kept wiping the sweat from his head, feeling weak as if he was rewarding himself 200 times a day. Me. I'm not nervous either. How Duodwa's legs were shaking the most violently like noodles. Zheng Qian's face was extremely pale, and the closer he got to the Blue Army camp, the more he looked like a dead person. The cold sweat on my head flowed down like running water. Although he had joined the reconnaissance camp, this kind of mission of going deep into the enemy camp and causing sabotage required extremely high psychological qualities. Even veterans find it difficult to be fully competent, let alone a group of new recruits who know nothing. For them, this is like touching a tiger's butt. It is so exciting and scary. Qin Luo said coldly, Don't be afraid. We are wearing the Blue Army's uniforms. You just need to stay calm. I will talk to you later. Ming, I understand, Brother Luo. Chung Haonan nodded vigorously. We are now dumb. Duo, Lao Zheng, remember? The two of them nodded vigorously like chicks pecking at rice. After a while, four people walked into the Blue Army camp. Because they were wearing Blue Army uniforms, no one in the camp stopped them, and everyone was running hard. Setting up artillery, carrying ammunition boxes, marking coordinates. Everyone was so busy that no one paid any attention to them at all. Qin Luo's lips curled up into a smile. It was exactly as he thought. These guys had just arrived and were busy attacking our main force, so they had no intention of investigating us. Of course, no one would have thought that someone from the red team would sneak in and cause trouble at this time. Hello, Chief. Suddenly, a blue army soldier saluted Qin Luo, which scared Qing Haonan and the other two behind him so much that they almost raised their hands and knelt down. Qin Luo was also stunned for a moment before he realized that he was not only wearing the uniform of the Blue Army, but also had the rank of captain on his shoulders. The next second, the super imitation ability was activated, and Qin Luo accurately grasped Wu Ziyuan's arrogant expression and tone in an instant. He raised his chin slightly and nodded gently. We just came back from a surprise attack on the red team and happened to run into you. How are your preparations going? Report to the commander. The blue soldier said loudly. We are the artillery of the 7th Company of the 3rd Battalion. Our company is ready and is now moving ammunition. Yeah, Qin Luo nodded gently. When are you going to attack? Report, I don't know. I'm waiting for orders. Qin Luo waved his hand. Okay, get busy. Yes. The soldier picked up the ammunition box and ran out quickly. Qin Luo smiled and said his acting skills are so damn good. When I get discharged from the army, I will immediately change my career and become a star. Isn't this acting hundreds of times better than Jean, D, or Foam? Definitely bring back an Oscar statuette. But as soon as he turned around, he was stunned. Cheng Haonan and the other two were sweating profusely, as if a flood had broken out, and their bodies were shaking like sieves. Calm down. Qin Luo glared at them unhappily. Why are you so nervous? We are members of the Blue Army now. Why are you so nervous? You are scouts after all. Are you not as good as a cook like me? Cheng Haonan gave a thumbs up tremblingly. Luo, brother Luo, it has to be you. You are so awesome. I'm almost scared to death. Zheng Qian nodded vigorously. Brother Luo, what should we do now? Yeah. Cheng Haonan looked around and swallowed hard. There are so many of them. How can we fight them? We should be able to kill more than 20 people with our surprise attack. How Duo whispered, but we will be killed soon too. Qin Luo looked around, although no one suspected anything for the time being. But when the fighting starts later, no matter how dumb the Blues are, they will realize that they are pretending, and I guarantee that I will beat the shit out of them. Not only will you get beaten, but you won't be able to complete the mission either. That would be bad. Qin Luo thought for a moment. His eyes suddenly lit up, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Isn't the problem solved? Come on, follow me. Chapter 84, Brother Luo. Do you want the Blue Army to stand up? Report to the Deputy Commander. All companies have just reported that all artillery, self-propelled artillery, and rocket launchers have been calibrated, ammunition is ready, and they are waiting for the order to fire at any time. Good. Long Dongxiang looked at his watch and said, we still have some time. If a fight breaks out, we might have to work non-stop. Let's eat first. Has the kitchen staff prepared the meal? It's already burning, the subordinate replied. Tell them that everyone must have food within 10 minutes, quick. Yes. The subordinate turned around and ran out. At the same time, the Blue Army's position was on the side and rear. There were 4 pots in a makeshift shed, and people were running around, busy working. Add more fire. Add more fire. Use a big fire. Xiao Mao, bring the shredded potatoes over here. The fire is so strong. Stir-fry them quickly. Remember to sprinkle minced garlic before serving. Shuai Hu, look at the meat. Look at the meat. Don't let it stick to the bottom of the pan. Turn it over quickly. Yes. Looking at the 30 or so cooks busying themselves, Qin Luo stood outside the shed with a look of disdain on his face. With so many people, why are they still so busy? If it were our kitchen team, 10 people would be able to handle it all. He turned his head and gave Cheng Haonan and the others a look. Then the 3 of them nodded immediately and walked towards the shed together. What are you cooking? Qin Luo put his hands behind his back and went to the pot to smell it. It smells so good. Report to the commander. The cook shouted as he cooked. There aren't many dishes, but they are all cooked to battlefield standards. Please go out and wait a moment. We'll be ready soon. Qin Luo smiled and nodded. Thank you for your hard work. I'll just take a look and won't disturb you. You guys are busy with your own things. As he spoke, he lifted the lid of a pot and pretended to look inside. Cheng Haonan and the other 2 saw Qin Luo quickly take out a bottle with his right hand, and they immediately howled, "Wow, it smells so good." The 3 of them shouted together, startling all the cooks, and they all looked over. While everyone turned their heads to look over, Qin Luo quickly poured half the bottle of powder into the pot. What are you yelling about? The head cook said unhappily. We are working here, don't scare us. Chung Haonan watched Qin Luo open another pot lid and shouted. Squad leader, the food you cooked is so delicious. It tastes like my mother's. Seeing Chung Haonan screaming at the top of his lungs, everyone's eyes twitched. Is this guy crazy? Can you please go out and don't bother us here? We have limited time. Okay. Qin Luo put down the pot lid and said with a smile, let's go out and don't disturb the comrades in the kitchen team. Yes. Chung Haonan and the other two smiled and followed him out. The cook squad leader looked at their backs and frowned. Where did these guys come from? They look so crazy. I don't know, never seen it? Damao scratched his head. Looking at them, they seem to be our newly hired Special Forces foreign aid. Shuaiyu said seriously. Special Forces? The squad leader said with disdain. They look crazy to me. Hurry up, move faster. Yes. The tinkling sound rang out again. Qin Luo led the three people back to the camp quickly and hid behind a truck. Brother Luo, what medicine did you give them just now? Zheng Qian asked curiously. Isn't it a laxative? Of course not. Qin Luo laughed. It's an aphrodisiac. Fuck, the three of them blurted out. Is that the thing that kept us going for a whole day? Qin Luo smiled and shook his head. Last time I used magic oil for you. This time I used what people in the martial arts world call lust cannot be removed. After taking it, the effect is immediate. The whole body is hot and swollen, and you can't help yourself when you see round objects. Looking at Qin Luo's sly smile, the three of them swallowed hard. Fortunately, they were given the magic oil at the beginning. If they had used this stuff, they would have died in the recruit company long ago. Just then, a shrill whistle sounded behind him. It's time to eat. Immediately afterwards, the entire Blue Army camp was in an uproar, and everyone lined up and ran towards the kitchen team. Hurry up and eat. Third company run. Fourth company, run faster, or the food will be gone. Qin Luo and others poked their heads out from behind the car and saw the kitchen staff bringing out a pot of hot pot. The soldiers of the Blue Army lined up and started to get their meals one by one. The four of them looked at each other, their eyes full of smirks. I will always remember how uncomfortable I felt that day, Chung Haonan said with a smile. Let them have a taste of how I felt back then. Their feelings will only be stronger than ours. Zheng Qian chuckled and said, Didn't you hear what Brother Luo said? This stuff is more potent. How Duo asked worriedly. Will someone die? How is that possible? Qin Luo rolled his eyes at him. Although this stuff is very potent and has a strong burst, the effect will wear off in 2 or 3 hours. Don't worry, I'm a professional at this kind of thing. The three of them rolled their eyes together. You are really professional in this thing. You almost got us injured at that time. Qin Luo said coldly. Follow my orders later and act quickly. He looked at the three people and said, You have been in the combat class for so long. Let me see your strength in a while. Chung Haonan immediately straightened his chest and said, Brother Luo, don't worry. Although you are not here, we have never embarrassed you. Zheng Qian said confidently. Just treat me later. Yes. How Duo also nodded vigorously. Qin Luo waved his hand, and the three of them followed him and retreated. Hurry up, the ones in front have finished eating. Get back to the position immediately. In front of the kitchen shed, Long Dongxiang shouted loudly. Hurry up and catch up, hurry up and seize the time. Deputy Commander, this is for you. The cook handed him a bowl of rice. Long Dongxiang took it and smelled it. It smells so good. Lao Hong, your cooking skills have improved. Just smelling this makes me feel refreshed. This little smell is really intoxicating. The head cook chuckled and said, Thank you for the compliment, Deputy Commander. It's not a compliment. It's not a compliment. Long Dongxiang sniffed it again. It's really fresh and looks delicious. At this moment, outside the camp, Qi Gang half raised his body and looked towards the Blue Army. They seem to be eating? Yeah, I saw it. Zhao Jimei nodded. Qi Gang looked around again. Where are Qin Luo and the others? Why can't I see their shadows? Could they have sneaked in to eat? Damn, they can't be that cruel, right? We're all hungry. Zhao Jimei's stomach also started to growl at this time. They haven't eaten a single grain of rice since this morning. Ordinary people may suffer from low blood sugar and feel dizzy, but they're so big in size that their energy consumption is high, and they're already starving and weak. Squad leader, how about we sneak in and have something to eat? Qi Gang stared at Zhao Jimei. We are wearing the Blue Army's uniforms anyway, so it won't be a big problem. Zhao Jimei looked at him unhappily. Although we are wearing the uniforms of the Blue Army, with our physique, it would be a miracle if we were not questioned when we went there. Chi Gang looked at the uniforms that could explode at any time and smiled awkwardly. Why are these Blue Army Special Forces so small? Can they be called Special Forces? All right. Zhao Jumei said coldly. Let's move forward a little. If we need to take action, we can also go up quickly. If Qin Luo and the others are in danger, we can also cover them. Okay, I'll listen to you. The two men immediately crawled out from their hiding place and crawled all the way to the Blue Army camp. A moment later, the first group of blue soldiers who had finished their meal all rushed back to their respective camps. Everyone, take your positions, a company commander shouted as he walked. Everyone, get to your positions immediately. We are about to attack. Everyone, get ready for the attack. Yes, everyone shouted in unison. Suddenly, the company commander felt a force that was as strong as a mountain, and he rose up from the ground. He looked down and was immediately startled by the bulge in his pants. One of them lost his balance and fell to the ground. The soldiers around him stood up immediately. Captain, are you okay? It's okay. Don't come over here. The company commander grimaced in pain and looked down and saw that he had actually created a small hole in the ground. Damn it, he didn't stand up when he should and stood up when he shouldn't. He was so good at finding the right time. Captain, are you really okay? I'm really fine, I just tripped over a rock. As soon as he finished speaking, he was suddenly stunned. He saw more than a dozen soldiers in front of him, all raising their bayonets and pointing them at him. Everyone was sweating profusely, as if they were ready to charge at him. You, how come you are like this? The company commander was frightened. Chapter 85. Big guns or small guns? Bang! The rice bowl fell to the ground. Long Dongxiang stared at the raised bayonet. It's pressing against my pants at this moment, and it's so painful, especially the feeling of swelling and pain, which made his whole body numb. Looking up, he saw a group of soldiers who were just about to leave, and they were all the same as him. Their faces were flushed, their bayonets were raised high, and they were sweating profusely. Hong de Bao, Long Dong shouted angrily. You, what on earth did you give us to eat? The head cook was so frightened that his face turned pale. Red, braised pork, sour, hot and sour shredded potatoes. Long Dongxiang grabbed him and shouted with saliva spurting out. Then why did we become like this? We just finished eating the meal you cooked, and we all became like this. If it wasn't you who did this, who else could it be? Zhang Chong, the head of the kitchen team, saw a bayonet pointed at his belly and stepped back in fear. He was about to cry out of grievance. Long Dongxiang, you can't wrongly accuse me. We were all following the normal procedures. How could I have known that you would become like this? Long Dong is strong. Long Dong is strong. Suddenly, an officer came running over with his back bent and legs tucked together. His face flushed as he shouted, "Oh no, all the men in the 1st Battalion." Suddenly, he froze, looking at a group of red-faced soldiers pointing bayonets at him, and then looking at Long Dongxiang, who was butting up against the cook squad leader. He was so shocked that his jaw almost dropped to the ground. You guys are like this too? Long Dongxiang yelled at him. Are the people in the 1st Battalion also like this? Yes. The officer nodded vigorously. Everyone is like this for no apparent reason. Now everyone is feeling hot, sore, and swollen all over. It's very uncomfortable. Everyone's eyes twitched, and the symptoms were exactly the same. Isn't this describing them? Not only that, the body also feels like it is on fire for some unknown reason, making one subconsciously want to take off all clothes and have a good time. Long Dong stared at the cook fiercely. What the hell did you do? The head cook was almost crying out of fear. I was just cooking. I really didn't do anything. Deputy Commander. At this time, another officer came running over. He was from the 2nd Battalion. Long Dongxiang pushed the cook squad leader aside and yelled, Are the people in the 2nd Battalion like us? The officer looked around and was stunned, then nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. Yes, Deputy Commander, what happened? How the hell do I know what happened? Long Dongxiang shouted angrily. No matter what, everyone returned to their battle positions immediately. We are about to attack. Yes. Everyone started running immediately. Pedal. I'd only run a few steps when several people in front of me suddenly fell down. Immediately afterwards, he knocked down the people around him, and in an instant a large group of people fell down. What the hell are you doing? Can't you even walk? Long Dong rushed forward angrily. But after taking 2 steps, his legs suddenly clamped together, and the whole person suddenly stopped in place with a grin on his face. hunched over like a hunchbacked old man. It's so erect, and it hurts so much when it rubs against my pants. It's so fucking uncomfortable. Move! Walk sideways like a crab. Long Dong endured the pain and waved his hands vigorously. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Jump up. Everyone immediately got up and followed his orders, moving sideways toward the camp like crabs. But even if they walked sideways, their pants would still feel uncomfortable because of the rubbing, and everyone was grimacing in pain. Coupled with the heat in my body, sweat poured down like rain. After walking a few steps, the group of people's clothes were soaked with sweat. Not far away, Chung Haonan and the other two covered their mouths and laughed so hard that their bodies trembled. Brother Luo, I used to think you were quite wicked, but now I realize that I was careless. You are simply extremely wicked. After saying this, Chung Haonan hurriedly covered his mouth and almost laughed out loud. This is called wisdom, understand? Qin Luo snorted coldly. There are so many of them, and we are just a few. If we want to help the large army out, we have to use some tricks. Right. Zheng Qian nodded in agreement. The company commander said that when dealing with the enemy on the battlefield, as long as you can kill them, there is no such thing as a despicable or mean way, all of which are good tactics. Hey, Qin Luo nodded. What the company commander said touched my heart. How Duo suppressed his laughter and asked, Brother Luo, when do we start? Wait a moment, Qin Luo said with a smile. They can still move. If we go out now, we will just be killed. When they can't stand it anymore, we can take action again. Everyone said, oh, and Zheng Qian suddenly asked curiously, I have a question, Brother Luo. Why do you still carry this thing with you? Qin Luo chuckled and opened his bag. Not only do I have sluts cannot move, I also have other good things. He then took out 2 small bottles, one with I love chai written on it, and the other with little overlord with the golden gun written on it, which made everyone's eyes light up. Qin Luo said with a smile, These 2 bottles are magical weapons for traveling around the world. You may not be able to buy them even if you have money outside. These are my treasures. Chung Haonan swallowed his saliva and said with a smile, Brother Luo, I have a friend who is not very good at that. If I need it in the future, I will borrow some from you. What a coincidence, I also have a friend. Zheng Qian also said quickly. Okay, it's no big deal. Qin Luo laughed. How Duo looked into the bag and found many bottles and jars inside. There are all kinds of laxatives, itching powders, and the like. Wow, Brother Luo, this is a treasure box. How come there is even a camera? Qin Luo's face was full of memories. This was my good partner during patrols. It accompanied me for many days and nights, and helped me catch many people. I was able to win the 3rd-class merit in patrols thanks to it. Brother Luo, you are really nostalgic. How Duo said admiringly. Okay, no more nonsense, let's take action. Qin Luo waved his hand, and the 3 of them quickly followed him towards the Blue Army. At this time, Long Dongxiang was holding the ammunition box, sweating profusely and breathing heavily. It was only 200 meters from the kitchen to here, but he felt like he had moved 2 kilometers. What's going on? Long Dong clenched his fists angrily. Did the kitchen staff put something wrong when cooking? Was it braised pork or braised bullwhip? These bastards. Won't this affect the combat effectiveness of the troops? Deputy Regiment Commander. A soldier came over sideways like a big crab, hunched over, and handed him the intercom. It's the headquarters. Long Dongxiang quickly picked up the phone. Hello, this is Long Dongxiang. Please give me your instructions, Chief. Li Jinkui's voice came from the other side. Order your troops to open fire immediately. After 3 rounds of coverage bombing, advance 50 meters, and then advance 2 kilometers in sequence, and then wait for orders. Yes, carry out 3 rounds of bombing immediately. Long Dongxiang repeated immediately. Start. Yes. Long Dongxiang immediately put down the walkie-talkie and yelled to the surroundings. All troops open fire immediately. All troops prepare. The Blue Army soldiers on each position endured the discomfort and heat and immediately took their positions. But the effect of the medicine has already taken full effect, and many people have bulging veins and blood rushing to their heads. Many people even saw stars and began to have hallucinations. If someone moves a little, he will lose his balance and fall down. Long Dongxiang looked over in shock and shouted anxiously. What happened? Why did you fall down? Stand up. Report to the deputy commander. An officer shouted from afar. It's swollen and uncomfortable. It's too tight. We can't even stand steadily. Yes, deputy commander. Another officer shouted, "Everyone is burning up and sweating. Many people are worried that this thing will explode." It will explode? Then it will become a morning glory. Long Dongxiang was so frightened that he almost knelt down. What would happen if this exploded? In fact, he himself could feel how uncomfortable it was without them telling him. With just a little movement, you can experience what it means to grind an iron rod into a needle. But even if I didn't move, it was still very uncomfortable. Only by bending my waist and squeezing my legs together would I feel a little better. His body was also extremely hot, as if a volcano was erupting inside him, and sweat was pouring out uncontrollably. Long Dongxiang clenched his fists. The order had been given. The heavy firepower units of the 29th Division must have opened fire. They must also open fire immediately. There was no time to lose. He gritted his teeth and then yelled, "Everyone, take off your pants!" Ah! Everyone looked at him blankly. "Don't you understand what I'm saying?" Long Dongxiang shouted. "Isn't it because it's so tight and hot? Take off your pants and let some cool air blow. Take off your clothes too and just put on a vest. Beat the naked butt?" Everyone widened their eyes. "What are you afraid of? We're out in the wilderness. We're all grown men, and there's no girl here. Can't we beat you just because you're naked? Hurry!" Long Dong shouted loudly. "Everyone take off your pants. Hurry up. Take them off." The order was quickly passed down, and Qin Luo, who was not far away, curled his lips into a sly smile. Duo, go call the monitor and the deputy monitor." "Okay." How Duo turned around and ran out. Qin Luo nodded to the remaining two people. Zheng Qian and Cheng Haonan bent down with smiles on their faces, and with the cover of the truck, they ran towards the direction of the 1st and 2nd Battalions of the Blue Army. The Blue Army's position was set up in two semicircular arcs. If we attack from one direction, we won't be able to kill many people. But if you hit from two directions, the effect will be different. Qin Luo. After a while, Hao Duo and Zhao Jumei came running over. Two burly men almost crawled over using their hands and feet. If you stand up a little, you will be easily exposed. "What happened?" they asked nervously. Qin Luo smiled slightly. "No big deal. I've already arranged it, and the fight will start right away." "Real?" The two men looked forward with excitement, and immediately saw big white butts and long spears shining in the wind. This scene almost frightened the two of them so much that they fell to the ground. "Fuck!" Zhao Jumei's eyes widened, and her chin dropped to the ground. Are the Blue Army's people all perverts? Are they going to fire big guns or small guns? Qin Luo looked at them with a smile. "Squad leader, to be honest, seeing so many butts, are you happy?" Chapter 86. Get out of the way and let the deputy captain put on his pants first. Qin Luo, what did you do to them? Zhao Jumei widened her eyes. Qin Luo smiled and said, "Squad leader, calm down. I just gave them a little bit of tonic, so they became like this." "What kind of supplement could make them become like this? Did you poison them?" Zhao Jumei's face was full of horror. If this were true, not only would Qin Luo be finished, he would be finished as well. Qin Luo said angrily, "Squad leader, what are you thinking about? This is an exercise. How can I do it for real?" Zhao Jumei and Qi Gang's eyes twitched. "Are you serious? You've made me like this." Qin Luo's face suddenly became serious. There is no time to talk anymore. They will open fire soon. Once they open fire, the consequences will be disastrous. It is possible that our army will be finished. Squad leader, can you please listen to me for once?" The two looked at each other, and Qi Gang shrugged. "Squad leader, you decide." Zhao Jumei took a deep breath. It was Qin Luo's idea to come out this time. It was Qin Luo who found this place and turned the Blue Army into this horrible state. If it were me, this would be impossible to do. If I don't trust Qin Luo now, who else can I trust? Moreover, the main force really couldn't wait any longer. As a soldier on the red side, even if you are torn to pieces, you must do something for the larger army. What do you think we should do? Zhao Jumei stared at him. Qin Luo smiled slightly and waved at them. "Let's just do this." Wahaha! Long Dongxiang let out a sigh of enjoyment. "It's great. The air in the mountains is really good. It's really much more comfortable. Woohoo cool. After taking off your pants, open your legs and get close to nature." A breeze blew, and the heat in my body subsided a lot, and the swelling was also reduced a lot. Even the golden stars and double images that appeared before my eyes disappeared completely, and I felt as if I had endless energy all over my body. It turns out that taking off clothes is so comfortable. I feel full of energy. Long Dongxiang smiled so hard that his eyes narrowed. Although I don't know what the kitchen staff gave him to eat, it seems that it is no longer a problem now. At least now, he felt strong and vigorous, and he even wanted to run 20 laps around the camp carrying the artillery shells. Deputy Captain, everyone is ready to take off their clothes. Long Dongxiang looked over and saw that everyone was naked, with only a few still wearing vests. They all shyly clamped their legs together, obviously unable to let go. Grown man, why are you so embarrassed? Long Dongxiang said unhappily. It's not like we haven't seen people taking baths before. Quick, quick, all company commanders, gather everyone's clothes and put them in order. Everyone, prepare to fire. Yes, the company commanders, along with their instructors and deputy company commanders, immediately collected everyone's clothes. The other soldiers immediately took their positions and prepared to open fire. Long Dongxiang threw his clothes to a company commander, then picked up the loudspeaker beside him, held his gun and strode forward. Get ready in half a minute and listen to my orders. The soldiers who were ready were either squatting, bending over, or standing next to the artillery. Everyone looks extremely focused and seems to want to have sex really badly. Long Dongxiang glanced around and saw that all the companies were full of fighting spirit and had already entered combat readiness. He picked up the speaker and yelled, "Open! Snap!" Suddenly, a flashlight went off. Long Dongxiang was so frightened that the loudspeaker in his hand fell to the ground. Many soldiers also turned around. Click, click, click. Long Dongxiang suddenly saw a captain holding a camera and taking pictures of himself frantically. The flash was so bright that he could hardly open his eyes. He suddenly reacted, covered his lower body, turned his back and shouted, "Who the hell told you to take this photo? What the hell are you doing? Put the camera down." But just as he turned around, he suddenly realized that his butt was facing someone, so he quickly turned around again. The two hands blocked the top and the bottom, but couldn't block either end. Click, click, the flash flashed a few more times. "Stop, stop, no more filming!" Long Dongxiang yelled anxiously. At this moment, not only him, but other soldiers of the Blue Army were also shocked. Where the hell did this bastard come from? He is so wicked. Many people quickly hid behind the artillery, and some simply squatted down to reduce their exposure area. Qin Luo put down the camera and smiled at Long Dongxiang. "Comrade Chief, I am Qin Guanxi, just an ordinary photography enthusiast passing by. Everyone, you are firing with your butts naked. I must record this exciting scene. If this gets out, you will definitely become big stars in our military region." Long Dongxiang's eyes almost popped out. He ordered his men to take off their clothes just to lighten their burden and make it easier to fire. Who could have thought that such a wicked guy would suddenly appear, jump out with a camera, and start taking pictures of them? If this gets out, can I still live as a human being? Where are you from? Long Dongxiang pointed at Qin Luo and yelled, "Give me the camera and stop taking pictures." Qin Luo chuckled and focused the camera. "I was taking pictures with a purpose, not randomly." Click, click, click. Long Dongxiang was like being shot by a bullet, dodging and retreating. "Someone catch him and take the camera." Yes. More than a dozen soldiers immediately swung their guns and rushed towards Qin Luo with ferocious looks. Seeing them rushing over, Qin Luo immediately retreated tactically. It would have been fine if they didn't move, but as they started running, their blood circulation increased, and the soldiers immediately felt more uncomfortable. The dozen or so soldiers bared their teeth and stretched their legs, chasing Qin Luo like penguins. But in this state, how could he possibly outrun Qin Luo? Qin Luo smiled slightly and simply flew the kite. When the distance was close, he would run. When the distance was slightly increased, he would immediately pick up the camera and take pictures, recording every little detail of each soldier equally. Yes, good, very good. Give me some more dynamic feeling, and the expression should be more natural. Oh, not bad. The condition is very good. Yes, yes, this action has a high artistic content. All the soldiers of the Blue Army were paralyzed by Qin Luo's vicious words. Although he only took a camera and the damage was not great, it was extremely insulting. If this kind of photo gets out, they will lose all their face for the rest of their lives. Everyone was avoiding it as if it were the plague god. No one dared to chase after it, and they quickly looked for something to block it. Long Dongxiang saw this and was so angry that he jumped up and down. "You bastard, put the camera down if you dare." Qin Luo chuckled and said, "Put down your gun if you dare." Long Dongxiang lowered his head and looked. "Do you think I don't want to?" I can't do it. In the past few decades, I have never been as tough as I am today. It would be great if my wife could see it. She wouldn't take the child back to her parents' home out of anger. Long Dongxiang reacted suddenly and shouted hurriedly. What the hell are you all standing there for? Go get your clothes and put them on. Yes, yes, yes. Everyone reacted quickly. Yes. Won't you be less afraid if you put on clothes? Damn it, I was so anxious that I even forgot this. Fuck, my clothes are on fire. A sudden loud roar was heard. Long Dongxiang and the others all turned their heads. Their eyes widened in shock. They saw two monster-like guys pouring gasoline on their pile of clothes and setting them on fire. Seeing that everyone was looking at them, Zhao Jiumei and Qi Gang gave them a naive smile. Fuck you. Long Dongxiang's eyes almost popped out. Only then did he realize that the guy was deliberately taking pictures to attract their attention, so that others could take the opportunity to burn their clothes. If I don't have clothes to wear, won't I have to go back naked? Hurry up and grab the clothes. Long Dong roared loudly, and everyone rushed forward like crazy. Put out the fire quickly. Damn it, I didn't ask you to fan it. Shit, the fire is getting bigger and bigger. What should I do? Blow quickly, blow with your mouth. Fuck your mother. Who said that? The more you blow on the fire, the more it burns. Pee. Put it out with piss. Try to pee and see how the hell you pee. Long Dongxiang also rushed over. Quick, take out my clothes first, quick. The scene was in chaos, and only 7 or 8 pieces of clothes were salvaged from the pile. Many people were crowded together in close combat, and for a while there was a constant sound of groaning, and some people even had red faces. Seeing the deputy regiment commander in such a state of embarrassment, a platoon leader who was good at handling things shouted, "Get out of the way! Get a pair of shorts out first, and let the deputy regiment commander wear them first. His shorts are too small." Huh! Long Dongxiang glared. Deputy Captain, we're mine. We are the same size. Deputy Captain, we're mine. Mine is clean, and I've only worn it for 5 days. The crowd shouted and huddled together. The entire Blue Army camp was in complete chaos, like a vegetable market. There was even a situation where several people were fighting over a pair of shorts. Seeing that the time was almost right, Qin Luo put the camera into his crossbody bag with a smile. Then he raised the gun behind him, took out 2 grenades from his waist, and ran towards the Blue Army. Da-da-da. His finger pulled the trigger, and the muzzle of the gun swept towards the Blue Army. At the same time, Qin Luo pulled out the fuses of 2 grenades with his left hand and threw them towards the Blue Army crowd while running. Boom! 2 loud bangs echoed throughout the Blue Army's camp. The Blue Army soldiers who were grabbing clothes were all stunned in an instant. We were attacked? Long Dongxiang widened his eyes in shock. Turning around, they saw that the one of their own was firing at them wildly. Boom, boom, boom. While he was stunned, several more grenades were thrown from both sides, exploding into clouds of white smoke in the crowd. Da-da! Chung Haonan, Zhao Jiumei, and others surrounded the enemy from both sides and fired fiercely at every blue soldier they saw. They are enemies! They are enemies! Long Dong shouted vigorously. Quick, get your weapons! The blue team finally realized that these bastards wearing their clothes were sent by the red team. In an instant, the crowd dispersed, running towards their weapons with their bare buttocks and legs stretched out. But it was too late. Before they could get their weapons, the bullets fired by Qin Luo and his men had caused white smoke to come out of their hats. Bang! Just as Long Dongxiang was about to put on his pants, his helmet vibrated with a buzzing sound. He stared blankly at the white smoke rising above his head and angrily threw his pants to the ground. Fuck your mother! At the same time, the exercise directorate was set up beside a stream far away from the battlefield. At this moment, the director's office was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Chief Director Luo Zhanghai and a group of senior executives from the director's department stared at the screen in amazement. Everyone's eyes widened in shock as they watched the Blue Army members running around the camp naked on the screen. Chief Director Luo Zhanghai swallowed his saliva, his face full of anger. What on earth are these guys from the Blue Army here for? Are they here to fight or sunbathe? In broad daylight. Do they still have any shame? Chapter 87 Qi Xingli was confused. Are the Blues idiots? Look! In the director's office, an officer pointed at the screen in shock. These Blue Army guys are not fooling around. They are being hunted down. Everyone's eyes widened in shock. Sure enough, several neatly dressed Blue Army soldiers appeared on the screen, shooting wildly at the naked Blue Army soldiers. They also kept throwing grenades, causing white smoke to come out of their helmets. What's going on? Luo Jianghai's eyes widened in shock. Blues fighting blues? It seems that they are from our newly formed Special Operations Brigade. They are foreign aid sent to the Blue Army. An officer pointed at the screen and said, "Their clothes are different from others." "What are you doing?" Luo Jianghai was full of anger. "They are fighting each other. What on earth are the Blue Army doing?" Da-da-da, clicky. The Type 81 rifle in Qin Luo's hand had used up all the ammunition, and the sound of an empty machine gun was heard. He changed the magazine while looking forward. The soldiers of the 2 battalions of the Blue Army had been almost wiped out by them. There is no other way. It is too easy to beat these unarmed and naked guys, just like killing chickens. "Brother Luo, we're done here." "Brother Luo, I'm done here too." "Xiao Qin, let's search this side. There shouldn't be many people here." Zhao Jiumei and Qi Gang ran to the left. After a while, gunshots were heard and soon disappeared completely. Qin Luo glanced around and saw that all the Blue Army soldiers who had been eliminated were squatting on the ground, but their eyes were fixed on them. Qin Luo's heart suddenly skipped a beat, and he had a bad feeling. "We can't stay here for long. Let's go." He shouted quickly. "Retreat." "Ah, are you leaving now?" While Zhao Jumei was still immersed in excitement, Qin Luo had already run towards an off-road vehicle. "Go, go!" Chung Haonan and the other 2 watched Qin Luo run out and immediately followed. Zhao Jumei hesitated for a moment and suddenly found that all the blue soldiers around her stood up and rushed towards them at a faster pace. "What the hell?" Zhao Jumei was shocked and quickly turned around and ran away. "Kill them!" Long Dongxiang yelled in anger. "Strip off their clothes, hang them up, and beat them. Kill them." All the blue soldiers rushed towards Qin Luo like crazy and with murderous intent. Boom! The off-road vehicle roared, and Qin Luo stepped on the accelerator and rushed out. Zhao Jumei and Qi Gang screamed and chased after them. Wait! Wait for us. We haven't got on the bus yet. We haven't got on the bus yet." Qin Luo slammed on the brakes, and the car screeched to a stop with the tires smoking. The 2 of them had no time to react and were slammed into the car. Boom! Qin Luo kicked again, and the off-road vehicle roared like a beast. At the critical moment before the Blue Army surrounded them, he rushed out with a few people. "You bastard, come back here. You are a bunch of despicable, filthy, shameless people. If you have the guts, challenge us in a one-on-one fight. Don't run, bastard. Don't run if you dare." The members of the Blues were all shouting in anger, saying they had never felt so humiliated in their lives. He was shot while naked. A company commander yelled, "Get in the car and chase them." "What the hell are you chasing for?" Long Dongxiang ran over angrily. "Deputy Regiment Commander, are we just going to let them get away like this?" The company commander shouted in frustration. "These bastards have done us this. Are we just going to let them go like this?" "We can't let them go," the soldiers around shouted. Long Dongxiang glared at them angrily. "Are you going to chase them with your but naked? You think you haven't lost enough face? Do you want more people to know?" Everyone was stunned. Now their clothes were burned and their bodies felt a little strange. "If someone sees this, my life will be ruined. Go the fuck away." Long Dongxiang cried. "Take off your socks. If you can cover them up. If not, put them on your head. Stop embarrassing me. Also, no one is allowed to spread this." "Yes." Boom, boom, boom. Artillery shells were thrown down one after another, and rockets fell as densely as a honeycomb. The explosion spread over a large area, and the flames rising into the sky could be seen from far away. Qi Xingli turned around in shock. "Why are there blue troops behind us? Where did the shells come from?" "Report," a staff officer said hurriedly. "All the shells are coming from right behind us. Judging from the explosive firepower, there are at least 2 heavy armored battalions." "What?" Qi Xingli's eyes almost popped out. He never expected that he would be the one attacking the Blue Army's 31st Division. The Blue Army did not come to rescue, but instead took people to cut off their retreat. When did the Blues become so bold and so good at fighting? Damn special forces. Qi Xingli clenched his fists and gritted his teeth in anger. If they had not cooperated with the Blue Army's constant harassment, Hill 399 and the 31st Division Station there would have been annihilated by them long ago. It wouldn't have dragged on until now and been surrounded by the Blues. "Division Commander," Gao Kun suddenly shouted, "our flanks and rear have not been bombed. They haven't completely cut off our retreat." Qi Xingli's eyes lit up and he looked over immediately. Sure enough, there was no bombing at all on the other side. This is equivalent to using a net to catch fish, with the net half open and half leaking out. Qi Xingli was a little confused. Was the commander of the Blue Army a big idiot? It was obvious that they were about to be surrounded, but the Blues still left them a way out? Commander, Gao Kun said excitedly. Let's retreat from here without delay, shall we? Yes, Commander, let's retreat from here quickly. While our losses are not serious, we should withdraw quickly and prepare again. Everyone shouted that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, regardless of whether it was due to the Blues' omission or the enemy's troops failing to arrive in time. This was their only chance to preserve their strength. No! Qi Shengli roared decisively. He suddenly turned his head and looked towards Hill 399. It's almost impossible here. They're about to collapse. If we withdraw now, all our previous attacks will be in vain. Commander, Gao Kun looked at him in disbelief. Are you going to attack again? Qi Shengli sneered. Since the Blue Army's encirclement is not well sealed, then transfer all the troops to this side. This time, attack from the right side. We must capture it within half an hour. Commander, are you sure? Gao Kun stared at him closely. Of course I am sure. Qi Shengli nodded vigorously. The commander of our division of the Sea Army has always been the main force. We will conquer every attack and every battle. There is no fortress we cannot capture and no mountaintop we cannot conquer. Just half an hour ago, everyone could see that Qi Shengli was going to take it all alone. This is how we create time difference with the Blues. At this moment, everyone shouted with excitement. Yes. Seeing everyone disperse, Qi Shengli looked to the side and rear again, frowning slightly. What happened to the Blues? It's obviously a good tactic. Why did they only use half of it? What? In the Blue Army headquarters, Li Jinkuei's eyes widened in disbelief, and he slammed his hands on the table. What did you say, what? Say it again. The subordinate trembled and said, reporting to the commander, the Directorate has officially notified that Deputy Commander Long's troops have been annihilated and withdrawn from the exercise. Li Jinkuei was completely stunned. Hu Fei beside him was also stunned, with a buzzing sound in his ears. How is this possible? How is this possible? Li Jinkuei slammed his fist on the table anxiously. I just contacted them. How long has it been since then? They have been wiped out? Although the two heavy armor battalions have a small number of people, there are still more than 600 people. Even if there are more than 600 pigs, it would take a long time to catch them. How could they be wiped out so quickly? How did they die? Hu Fei asked hurriedly. Did the Red Army bombard them all with heavy firepower? The subordinate shook his head with a bitter face. The director's office said that they were naked and gathered together, and were beaten to death. What? The two of them sat down in shock. Chapter 88. The Blues are furious. We must destroy these little bastards. Oldly, are you okay? The chief of staff and others quickly surrounded him and helped Li Jinkuei up. Li Jinkuei stared at the officer and said, You explain to me clearly. Why are they all naked? Why are they naked? I don't know either. The officer said with a bitter face. That's what the Directorate said. Commander, Hu Fei said quickly, This is none of my business. This shows that my tactics are correct, and it's your people who have problems. Li Jinkuei glared at him fiercely, then looked at his men. Then how did they disappear? The officer said the Directorate said that a few of our own people from the Special Operations Brigade took advantage of the fact that our people had no clothes on, and then killed them all. What? Everyone looked at Hu Fei with murderous intent. Hu Fei was also shocked. The people from the Special Operations Brigade are all at Hill 399. How could they be there? Is there a mistake? Then where did they come from? Li Jinkuei was so anxious that he jumped up and down. Hu Fei's eyes rolled, and suddenly an idea flashed through his mind. It's the Red Party pretending to be him, he said excitedly. None of the Special Operations Brigade's men who attacked the A Division headquarters have returned. The Red Army scouts must have changed into their clothes and sneaked up on us. That must be the case, he said excitedly. Good job. Qi Shengli, you really used this tactic very well. Attack our 31st Division head-on to draw our attention, and secretly send scouts in disguise to sneak into our rear. Hu Fei looked at Li Jinkuei and said quickly, We believe that the Red Army is determined to take Hill 399, and there must be no defense in the rear, so we cut off their retreat. The Red Army also believes that we will do this. They predicted that we would go all out to attack their large forces and would not guard against their small forces, so everyone gasped, and Li Jinkuei was also shocked. They organize an exercise every year, but it has been a long time since they had such an exciting battle. Intrigue, deception, and strategic planning. This is what a real war should be like. However, They could never have imagined that the Red Army's reconnaissance troops were all in a stalemate with the Special Operations Brigade on the battlefield and suffered heavy casualties. Hu Fei could never have guessed that the one who caused all this was his mortal enemy Qin Luo. Report! Suddenly an officer rushed in and shouted nervously. I just received a report that Hill 399 has been lost. The Red Army has penetrated our troops. The 31st Division is in a tense retreat. What? Li Jinke yelled again. To make matters worse, 2 heavy firepower battalions had just been wiped out, and now they received bad news again. How could they be defeated? How could they be defeated? Li Jinkue was furious. Hasn't the 29th Division already started bombing? How could they continue to attack? Report. The officer said the 29th Division did bombard the area, causing a lot of losses to the Red Army. However, they adjusted their tactics in time and did not retreat. Instead, they gathered their forces on the right side and attacked the high ground from this area. The 31st Division was already on the verge of collapse and was breached by the Red Army in about 20 minutes. Everyone was silent, and Li Jinkue's eyes twitched. The original plan was perfect. As long as it was implemented, not only could Hill 399 be defended, but the Red Army could also be severely damaged or even surrounded and annihilated. But because Long Dongxiang and his men were completely wiped out, the battle situation turned out like this. One wrong move, and the whole game is lost. Li Jinkue slammed his fist on the table. The chief of staff said hurriedly, Commander, the Red Army has already breached the high ground. They are either chasing the remnants of the 31st Division or holding on to the 399th position. Hu Fei interrupted. I think they will hold their ground. They have already achieved their strategic goal and defeated the 31st Division. The Red Army must have paid a heavy price. Qi Xingli will definitely understand the principle of not pursuing a desperate enemy. They should let the troops rest first and receive supplies. Li Jinke nodded vigorously. That's right. Immediately order the 29th, 31st, and 32nd Divisions to shrink their defenses. Before the Red Army launches a new round of attacks, we must form a new defense line. Yes. The staff officers ran down quickly. Li Jinkue slammed his fist on the table again. What was originally a good counterattack and was about to win now turned into a defensive battle. The Blue Army suffered heavy losses, but they suffered even greater losses, and they also lost 2 heavy firepower battalions. How are they going to fight next? Chief. Hu Fei walked up to him and said, Don't worry. At present, it seems that our numbers are still greater than the Red Army. We still have hope. Li Jinkue nodded. Hu Fei said, The priority right now is to reorganize the defense while searching for the Red Army's infiltrating reconnaissance troops. Li Jinkue raised his head suddenly and stared at Hu Fei. Yes, you are right. He gritted his teeth and said, From now on, we can't make any more mistakes. We must not let them cause trouble again. Hu Fei continued calmly. Also, notify all troops to strengthen their guards. Arrange 1 more sentry, both visible and hidden. The scouts are limited in their capabilities. As long as we increase our vigilance, we will definitely be able to find them. Yes, Li Jike nodded vigorously. Notify all troops to strengthen their vigilance. Also, search for all suspicious persons and eliminate them immediately if found. Yes. Hu Fei picked up the intercom and began to speak. Old Xie, please answer if you receive it. Please answer if you receive it. Got it. I'm here. Xie Gongming's voice came from the other end. How many people are there on your side? Not many left. Only a few dozen left. We consumed too much in the previous fight with the Red Army. Now we are retreating with the 31st Division. Come back quickly. Hu Fei said coldly. The Red Army's little bastards have infiltrated, and they've caused quite a bit of damage. Take your people and eliminate them first. Okay, Xie Gongming said excitedly. It's frustrating enough to fight here. I'm going to go vent my anger on them. He put down the intercom and smiled at Li Jinke. Don't worry, Brigade Commander Xie is back with his men. With their help, none of the Red Army scouts will be able to escape. Li Jinke nodded vigorously, and his heart calmed down a little. Unity is strength. Unity is strength. This strength is iron. The off-road vehicle was bumping along the dirt road at a high speed, while Zhao Jiumei and Qi Gang lay on the back, laughing and singing. Cheng Haonan and his friend sat in the car, clapping to the beat and singing, with smiles on everyone's face. Qin Luo drove along the bumpy dirt road, turned around a ridge, and a large, open area appeared in front of him. Everyone's vision suddenly broadened, as if they had entered a green ocean. "It feels great." Chi Gang smiled and opened his arms, as if he wanted to embrace the whole earth. "Squad leader, I didn't expect that we cooks would have the opportunity to fight on the battlefield, and we can kill so many enemies in one battle. I didn't know I was so good before. It's so fucking awesome." Zhao Jumei also had a smile on her face. In fact, he had his own little thoughts when he agreed to let Qin Luo come out this time. He could see that Qin Luo wanted to return to the combat squad and knew he had no way of keeping him. So, he wanted to accompany Qin Luo on this journey for the last period of time. But he never expected that this battle would be so damn exciting. It was so cool when the Blues were beaten and running around naked. After killing so many enemies, we will definitely be able to make great contributions in the future. Just thinking about it, Zhao Jumei couldn't stop smiling, especially the feeling of blood boiling and rushing during battle, which cannot be replaced by cooking for many years. He subconsciously looked at Qin Luo, who was driving, his eyes full of smiles. This kid didn't come to our kitchen team to train at all. He is the one who trains all of us. He is our lucky general. At this moment, Qin Luo was checking the system panel. Kill 140/150 enemies. Qin Luo's eyes twitched. Why can't there be 10 more? 10 more, and mission accomplished. In the previous battle, Qin Luo was busy taking pictures and didn't do as much as Chung Haonan and the others. Those guys fired a volley of bullets. Every shot hit the head, and they threw a grenade, killing a large number of people. By the time it was left for him, there wasn't much left. Qin Luo sighed helplessly. There is no other way. Someone has to attract the Blue Army's attention. Otherwise, let alone killing the Blue Army, they would have been killed by the Blue Army before they even took any action, which would have become a joke. 10, just 10. We can complete the mission by just encountering a group of Blue Army. A smile reappeared on Qin Luo's face. It's been a long time since I had superpowers. I wonder what powers I will get after completing this mission. Just thinking about it makes him impatient. Brother Luo, where are we going now? Zheng Qian asked curiously. Who cares where he goes? Chung Haonan said proudly. Anyway, as long as we drive this way, we will definitely run into the Blue Army. If we run into them, we'll fight them, follow Brother Luo, and kill as many Blue Army soldiers as we see. Yes, How Duo also nodded vigorously. Follow Brother Luo to kill the Blue Army. Qin Luo smiled slightly and was about to speak. Suddenly, the hairs on my body stood up and my super senses gave me a dangerous aura. Qin Luo was suddenly startled. Since he had super senses, he had never felt such danger. Without even thinking, he swerved the steering wheel. The car rushed out of the path and ran straight into the grass. Chung Haonan and others in the car were thrown directly into the glass. If Zhao Jiumei and Qi Gang hadn't held on tightly, they would have been almost thrown out. Qin Luo, what are you doing? How do you drive? Qi Gang screamed. With a loud bang, a ball of fire exploded behind them, and thick white smoke rose into the sky. WDF, where did the bomb come from? Everyone looked over in shock, their eyes wide in disbelief. Almost, just a little bit, they would all be dead. Chapter 89, some skill but not much. Did you hit it? Xie Gongming asked coldly, with his hands behind his back. Report, we missed. They must have changed direction in advance. A major said, pointing at the screen. At this moment on the screen, a red dot is still moving. Xie Gongming frowned. What do you do? You can't even hit a target with a targeted attack. No wonder you were beaten into this mess by the red team. The major's face flushed. Commander, just talk about me. Don't talk about our troops. This is my problem. Stop talking nonsense. Xie Gongming snorted coldly. Hit me with your next shot. Don't miss it again. Yes, the major growled. Keep firing. You must hit me. Yes. Not far away, there was a bang from the artillery position, and 2 heavy-caliber artillery pieces fired at the same time. At the same time, Qin Luo's super senses sent a warning of danger again, more severe than the last time. Fuck you. He kicked hard and almost stepped into the gas tank. The off-road vehicle spewed out thick black smoke and sped away. Boom! 2 shells exploded in the rear, sending thick smoke billowing into the sky. What the hell is going on? Zhao Jumei looked at the explosion and shouted anxiously. Why would someone blow us up? Qi Gang was also panicking. How the hell do I know? Stop asking and run. Qin Luo, run faster. Hold on tight. Qin Luo swerved the steering wheel and sped off towards another path. You didn't hit me again? Xie Gongming's eyes widened. Are you really not good enough? The major's face was almost bleeding, and he shouted outside. What the hell are you shooting at? It's the second time. You fired 3 shells and couldn't even take out a car? Don't you even know how to do a targeted bombing? Report to the battalion commander. A lieutenant shouted anxiously. The coordinates we bombed are correct. There can't be any problem. But you just didn't blow it up, the major shouted angrily. For guns, bomb at the same time. Yes. Report coordinates. The technician immediately reported the coordinates. The major personally waved the flag. Fire. Boom, 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 boom. 4 heavy artillery pieces opened fire at full power at the same time. As the cannons sounded, the major hurried back and stared at the screen. But half a minute passed, and the red dot was still moving. What's going on? The major's eyes almost popped out. Xie Gongming was amused by him. You asked me what happened. It didn't blow up. What else could it be? I can see that you Blue Army are really no good. You fired 4 cannons at once, but you couldn't even blow up a broken car. There is a reason why you can't win. It's a waste of our Special Operations Brigade to come to help you. It's useless to help you. The major jumped up in anger. Xie Gongming thought that this guy was going to fight him to the death, so he quickly got into a fighting stance. The major turned around and yelled, Rocket launcher. Fight a salvo. I don't want to see this car move. The corner of Xie Gongming's mouth twitched fiercely. Damn, it's just to blow up an off-road vehicle. Is it necessary to use a rocket launcher? Commander, don't worry. They won't be able to escape this time, said the major confidently. Xie Gongming nodded awkwardly. You have already used rocket launchers. If they run away again, you will be worse than trash. Xie Gongming turned around and picked up the intercom. Lynx Cat, please answer if you get it, please answer if you get it. Report, I am Bobcat. Please give me instructions. Are we almost at the target location? Report to the brigade commander. We will definitely reach the target in 10 minutes at most. Okay. Xie Gongming looked back at the anxious major and lowered his voice. I don't trust the Blue Army at all. I'll leave the matter to you. Even if the car is blown up, look around and confirm if there are any survivors. Don't let any of the Red Army's scouts go. Yes. Just as Xie Gongming put down the walkie-talkie, a voice suddenly came from behind him. Chief, what's wrong? The rocket launchers will be ready soon. Just wait and see them being destroyed. We, the Blue Army, can definitely do it, said the major with a determined face. Xie Gongming forced a smile awkwardly. Okay. I'll see how you guys blow them up. Captain, we're ready. Stop talking nonsense and fire. A few seconds later, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of launching echoed throughout the battlefield, and rockets whizzed into the sky like red swords, rushing towards the distance. It's gone, the technician suddenly shouted excitedly. The major rushed over, watched the red dot on the screen disappear, and looked at Xie Gongming excitedly. Commander, what did I say? Our Blue Army can definitely do it. Killing a few Red Army scouts is as easy as chopping melons and vegetables. Xie Gongming was so embarrassed that he almost dug his toes out of the 3-bedroom apartment. You really have no shame at all. You are using anti-aircraft guns to kill mosquitoes and using a butcher knife to chop off flies. How dare you be so happy? Xie Gongming looked into the distance with a sneer on his face. The car was blown up, but it is not certain whether all the people on it were killed. This car drives so strangely, and it can even predict the future and avoid artillery shells in advance. The people in the car seem to have some skills. But this guy drove the Blues car around everywhere and looked a little crazy. Xie Gongming shook his head. The Red Army scouts are really hard to figure out. They seem to be quite capable, but also seem to be big idiots. On a small hillside, Qin Luo and others lay tightly on the ground, looking at the off-road vehicle that was bombed by rockets and emitting billowing white smoke. Everyone opened their mouths in shock. Oh my God! Chung Haonan swallowed hard. How big is the hatred and resentment? Brother Luo, are those Blue Army here to seek revenge? They won't let me go even after running so far. They must have a way, Zheng Qian said coldly. We played them around and beat them to death one by one. We will avenge them no matter where they are. How Duo wiped the sweat from his forehead with lingering fear. Brother Luo is really amazing. If you hadn't let us to escape, we would have been blown to death now. You are so awesome. Xiao Qin. Zhao Jiumei hadn't recovered from her shock yet. How did they find us? There is a location sensor in the car. Qin Luo said coldly. What? Everyone looked at him. Qin Luo punched the ground angrily. We have driven so far, but they can still find us, and they can also accurately bomb us from a long distance, which means that the car must be equipped with positioning. Now he is regretting it so much. If I had known that the car had a positioning system, I should have abandoned the car and walked after leaving the Blue Army camp. But there are not so many ifs. After Qin Luo came to the army, he would either be a recruit, a patrolman, or a cook. He has never received any systematic military theory training, does not understand tactics, and does not understand the parameters of various weapons and equipment. I didn't even know that the car was equipped with a positioning system, so I just did everything recklessly. Of course, Zhao Jiumei and Qi Gang are not much better than him. Although Chung Haonan and the other two are also scouts, they are new recruits after all, and with their smarts, forget it. We were careless. Qin Luo took a deep breath and said coldly, "If I'm right, the Blue Army should be coming this way. We must leave quickly." "What, they're coming? Where are they?" Chung Haonan looked around nervously. Qin Luo slapped him on the head. "The shells can chase our car, and the people can also chase the car, but they must be on the way." Chung Haonan breathed a sigh of relief. "So they haven't arrived yet. I was scared to death." "Xiao Qin, where are you going now?" Zhao Jiumei asked hurriedly. Qin Luo shook his head. "I don't know, but the shells just came from that direction. The artillery is a heavily armed unit and should be behind the Blue Army. So we should go in that direction, which should be feasible." Qi Gang nodded. "I think what Xiao Luoluo said is right. Squad leader, what do you think?" Zhao Jiumei also nodded. "Now that we are out, we must fight to the end. We must not be cowardly and let the Blue Army kill us." "Qin Luo, I listen to you." Qin Luo turned his head, and Chung Haonan and the other two immediately nodded together. "Brother Luo, there is no need to ask us anymore. We will do whatever you say." Qin Luo smiled slightly, then looked in the direction where the shells came from. "Let's go find the Blue Army." Chapter 90 Qi Xingli, you really are impressive. Squeak. The three off-road vehicles stopped quickly, and smoke came out of their tires. One by one, the special forces jumped off the cars and rushed towards the destroyed vehicle. "No one." A lieutenant shook his head at Bobcat. Sha Mao looked around and sneered. "The brigade commander is right. We can't trust the Blue Army at all. We still have to rely on us. Since the Red Army's reconnaissance troops can get here, they must be no simple unit. They can't be killed so easily. Everyone spread out and look for their traces." "Yes." Everyone quickly dispersed. The Bobcat looked around, and suddenly its eyes locked on a small mound of earth not far away. There are plains all around, with only a slightly higher slope like a pimple on the face. He ran over quickly, stopped suddenly at the bottom of the slope, and squatted down. Looking at the bent green grass, a smile immediately appeared on the mountain cat's face. Going up the hillside, he saw another field of flattened grass. "You've been here before, right?" He turned slowly and followed the footprints downwards, finally locking his eyes on the north. As expected of a Red Army scout, he even knows where to go. Lynx waved his hand. "Let's go. They are not here. They are heading north." All the special forces immediately rushed towards the car. Shan Mao also jumped into the car and yelled at his men. "Cat, you go to the left. Hound, you go to the right. Everyone keep a distance of 2 kilometers. Drive slowly. Don't go too fast." He said in a cold voice. "The Sea Army is an ace unit, and their scouts are very cunning. Don't miss any clues. Now that we have taken over, we must kill them all without leaving a single one alive. Let's go." He waved his hand, and 3 cars rushed out immediately. While holding the handrail, Bobcat held the intercom and said, Brigade Commander, Brigade Commander, Brigade Commander, please reply." Xie Gongming, who had just arrived at the Blue Army headquarters, quickly picked up the intercom and asked, "How's it going? Did you catch them?" The mountain cat smiled and said, "Report, we have found their traces and are chasing them now." "Okay, find them all and don't let any of them go." Then Xie Gongming walked towards the command center. "What's wrong?" Hu Fei asked as soon as he saw him. "It's done. My people are chasing them. They are dead," Xie Gongming said confidently. Li Jinke breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. Tomorrow morning, the 32nd and 29th Divisions should all be back." Next, he looked at Hu Fei. Hu Fei smiled slightly. "Next, we will wait for the red side to attack. They are so powerful and have won such a victory. They should be completely overwhelmed. They will never expect that we still have a trick up our sleeve." Li Jinque laughed out loud. "I hope it will succeed. I hope it will succeed." In the director's department, the commander of Army C held the phone and said cheerfully, "Qi Xingli, you are so awesome, right? I really didn't realize that you could be so smart and make both of your plans possible. And you made the Blue Army run around in circles. Ha ha ha. At Hill 399, in the Red Army headquarters, Qi Xingli looked confused. Commander, I don't quite understand. Keep pretending, kid, Meng Changjun said with a laugh. But you really got me, Qi Xingli said with a bitter face. Commander, what's going on? I am completely confused by what you said. Meng Changjun snorted coldly. You concentrated your forces to attack the Blue Army, attracted all the main forces of the Blue Army, and then sent out reconnaissance troops to destroy their 2 heavy firepower camps and beat all of them to the point of taking off their pants. Isn't this what you did? Qi Xingli was even more confused. Did this really happen? I want to ask, Meng Changjun said with a smile. How did those people you sent out beat the soldiers of the 2 battalions of the Blue Army and make them take off their pants? I'm very curious. Can you tell me in detail? Commander, I want to tell you that I don't know. Do you believe me? Qi Xingli's face was bitter. Of course I don't believe it. You're just pretending to be nice to me, right? Fine, I won't bother with you. Meng Changjun smiled and said, I know. You're afraid that our conversation will leak information, right? I understand, but you have to remember this. After the exercise, all the people you sent out must report their names. They all have to make contributions, and I have to shake their hands in person. It's so fucking satisfying. That's it. They're calling for dinner. Even the dead need to eat. I'm done. The other end hung up the phone, and Qi Xingli was filled with questions. What the hell is going on? Gao Kun on the side widened his eyes and said, Commander, I understand now. When we were attacking the high ground, the Blue Army on the right rear also deployed heavy firepower, but they were killed by our reconnaissance troops, so? The officers standing around nodded in agreement. Yes, Kushing, this is little. I was wondering why the Blue Army set up an encirclement but left half of it open. It's not that they are stupid, it's our people who broke the encirclement, so we won. That's for sure, Gao Kun said with a smile. Otherwise, the commander wouldn't have called so happily. He is feeling very frustrated in the directorate, and this news is definitely true, so he is so happy. Everyone nodded again. Qi Xingli was laughing when he suddenly froze. But I didn't send out the reconnaissance team? He looked at Gao Kun. Have Go Jian and the others gone out? Is it Wu Ziyuan and the others? No. Gao Kun shook his head. When we attacked the high ground before, the reconnaissance battalion was entangled with the enemy's special forces. Most of the reconnaissance battalion members were killed or wounded, and Wu Ziyuan was almost killed. How could they have time to go out? Qi Xingli looked at the 2 commanders of Division B again and asked, Did you do this? It's not us. The 2 shook their heads together. When our division's reconnaissance battalion fought the Special Operations Brigade, almost all of them were killed. It definitely couldn't have been them. Qi Xingli was completely confused. It's not you, and it's not us, so where did these scouts come from? Who helped us fight the Blue Army? Run. I can't run anymore. With a thud, Qi Gang's legs went limp and he knelt heavily on the ground. Qin Luo turned his head and saw Zhao Jumei, also lying heavily on the ground. The ground seemed to be shaking as if a small mountain had fallen down. 2 squad leaders. Chung Haonan's face was full of pride. He didn't expect that he would have the opportunity to look down at them from a superior position. You guys are too weak, aren't you? You've only run so far, and I'm not even out of breath yet. That's right. Hao Duo nodded timidly. My heartbeat is not fast. Shut up. Zhao Jumei lay on the ground and moved her legs comfortably. I told you a long time ago that we are different. With our physiques, we are not good at long-distance running at all. You are not good at short-distance running either. Zheng Qian looked at them. Can you guys shut up? Zhao Jumei glared at them unhappily, gasping for breath. Qin Luo said bitterly, Squad leader, deputy squad leader, we can't rest any longer. The Blue Army might catch up with us at any time. We have to leave quickly. He looked around. They were still in an open area. Only a little further ahead could they see the shadows of mountains. There, Qin Luo pointed to the distance. Let's go to the mountain and rest, okay? It's not far. You can run there as long as you have legs, Chung Haonan said with a smile. Zhao Jumei and the other girl looked over there together and immediately had sad faces. We can't run over there. At least, we need to rest for at least 20 minutes. 20 minutes? Zheng Qian's eyes widened. 2 squad leaders, you are veterans of the reconnaissance battalion after all. Which veteran scout dares to ask for a 20-minute break? We are not scouts, we are cooks, Qi Gang said unhappily. Several people were speechless, but what the other person said was not bad. The cooks are mainly responsible for cooking and rarely engage in military training. This is like a chef working in the cafeteria of a large internet company. Even if he works there for his entire life, he still won't be able to program or write code. Qin Luo let out a sigh of helplessness and looked around. Suddenly, his pupils contracted sharply, and his eagle eyes quickly expanded his vision. He clearly saw a car in the distance speeding towards them. Oh no, the Blue Army is coming. Chapter 91. Go ahead. Rush forward with all your strength. What? Zhao Jiumei and Qi Gang both turned around in shock. Cheng Haonan and the others also looked into the distance, but they did not have eagle eyes and could not see the off-road vehicle approaching from a distance. Qin Luo said anxiously, "It's too late. Hurry up and leave." Although he had not received any professional military theory instruction, he knew that if they were caught up by the Blue Army in such an open area, they would be doomed. Suddenly, his eyes fixed on a forest not far away. This is the only place I can hide at the moment. Even if I can't hide here for too long, it's okay to hide here for a while. Hurry up, run over there. Qin Luo ran over immediately. Although Cheng Haonan and the other two didn't understand what was going on, they believed in Qin Luo unconditionally, so they followed without hesitation. Squad leader? Qi Gang looked at Zhao Jumei. Zhao Jumei looked at Qin Luo's back with difficulty. Run. What else are you talking about? The two men dragged their huge bodies and followed Qin Luo and the others with difficulty. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The wind whistled in my ears. Qin Luo, Cheng Haonan, Zheng Qian, and Hao Duo lowered their heads, bent over, and ran forward. This can avoid wind resistance as much as possible and make running more energy-saving. But Zhao Jumei and Qi Gang found it extremely difficult. Their bodies are too big and too heavy. Even if they wanted to run with their backs bent like Qin Luo, as long as their heads lowered, they would be in danger of falling forward at any time. So they could only stand up straight and keep running forward. Found it! A moment later, in the speeding car, a Blue Army Special Forces soldier looked excited. Even from a distance, he could see two tiny black dots running towards the woods. He hurriedly picked up the telescope and looked over. Just at this time, Qin Luo and Cheng Haonan were the first to enter the woods. The trees blocked their figures, but Zhao Jiumei and Qi Gang were a step too late and were still outside the woods. Fuck! The Blue Army Special Forces soldiers' eyes widened. Two of them are so big. What kind of scouts are these from the Sea Army? Why are they so big? Stop talking nonsense and report to Bobcat immediately. The soldier next to him reminded coldly. Yes. I'll contact Bobcat right away. You guys move over slowly and don't make too much noise. Keep a close eye on them and don't let them get away. Wait until the main force meets up. Okay. The driver turned and drove towards the woods, but his speed was obviously slower. Another soldier crawled to the side of the machine gun, loaded the bullet with a click, and pointed the muzzle at the woods. Hello, mountain cat, I'm a local cat. Please reply if you get it, Bobcat picked up the intercom. I'm Bobcat. Tamao, what's going on over there? We have found the Red Army scouts in the woods to the northeast. Okay, Bobcat said quickly. We'll come right over and keep a close eye on them. Yes. Lynx pressed the intercom again. Hound, the target has appeared. In the woods in front of you. Surround him immediately. Yes. Bobcat put down the walkie-talkie and said with a playful smile. You little mice, I wonder where you can run to. Run. I can't run anymore. With a bang, Qi Gang fell heavily to his knees. He supported himself with his hands on the mud and breathed heavily. Sweat dripped down like a faucet that had been opened. Zhao Jimei was not in a much better condition. She was hugging a tree and gasping for breath. Sweat dripped down his tight military uniform, even soaking his shoes. Qin Luo looked back at them, frowned, and looked into the distance with his eagle eyes. It was obvious that the Blue Army had discovered them. Otherwise, the black muzzles of their guns would not be pointed directly at them. Qin Luo clenched his fists. These guys must be waiting for reinforcements, otherwise they wouldn't be driving so slowly. There must be more Blue Army members around. They are planning to surround them and capture them alive. Brother Luo, squat down. Qin Luo waved his hands vigorously. Zheng Qian was also stunned and quickly squatted down. Cheng Haonan and Hao Duo also squatted down hurriedly. Qin Luo rushed to Zhao Jiumei and said, Squad leader, the Blue Army is catching up. Zhao Jiumei looked back. Even though she didn't have Qin Luo's superpowers, she could see a small black dot approaching in the distance. Qin Luo, I really can't run anymore. I can't run at all. Zhao Jiumei smiled bitterly. Me too. I can't run anymore, Chi Gang said bitterly. Running is really not our strong point. It would be better if we were given a car. There are no cars left now. Let's go and hold on a little longer, otherwise they will really catch up with us. Qin Luo said helplessly. Qin Luo. Zhao Jimei growled, and Qin Luo stopped abruptly. Zhao Jimei forced a smile and looked at him and said, Listen to me, listen to me. He was breathing heavily, and his big hand like a palm leaf fan was placed on Qin Luo's shoulder. Qin Luo was stunned, staring at him blankly, and suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. Zhao Jimei smiled bitterly and said, After Qi Gang and I arrived at the army, we only worked in the combat squad for half a year, and then we were always cooks. We never really participated in an exercise, and we never killed so many enemies. Don't be fooled by our big muscles and size, but we can only do the work of the kitchen staff. He smiled and said, Originally, I agreed to come out with you because I knew you wanted to go back to the combat squad. You are a natural-born good soldier, and the kitchen squad can't keep you. But we can't bear to let you go. So, I want to accompany you through this last section and send you back happily after the exercise is over. Qin Luo's heart suddenly tightened, and looking at Zhao Jumei's sincere face, his eyes suddenly became hot. But Zhao Jumei suddenly smiled brightly. Thank you so much for letting us both experience what it's like to be a real soldier. This trip was not in vain. That's enough. Next, it's your turn to fight on your own. Squad leader Qin Luo grabbed his hand tightly. Team leader Zhao, Cheng Haonan, and others also shouted. Zhao Jumei waved her hand, signaling them to be quiet. Then he looked at Qin Luo with a smile. Qin Luo, you are a good soldier. This exercise is a good opportunity for you. Perform well. Just now you were able to lead us to destroy 2 battalions of the Blue Army. Even if we are not there, I believe you can still do a great job next time. To you, we are 2 obvious targets, too easy to be exposed, and our physical fitness is not good enough. It is no exaggeration to say that we are a burden. Squad leader. Qin Luo was about to speak when he was interrupted by Zhao Jumei. Don't say anything. As your squad leader and deputy squad leader, we can help you even if we can't, but we absolutely cannot drag you down any longer. Charge forward with all your might, the farther the better. Qi Gang, and I will always be watching you and cheering you on. Yes, Qi Gang raised his head and smiled brightly at Qin Luo. Qin Luo, go forward, you can do it. Zhao Jimei patted Qin Luo's shoulder vigorously. Qin Luo, I'm sorry, the 2 of us really can't run anymore, and we can't go on with you. But we can still cover for you. He chuckled and said, Beat the Blue Army hard and let them know that the kitchen team of our Division Reconnaissance Battalion is also very powerful. Bring some face to us. Bring some honor to the kitchen team. Qi Gang growled. With a swish, tears quickly flowed down Qin Luo's cheeks. Looking at the sincere smiles on Zhao Jumei and Qi Gang's faces, Qin Luo felt for the first time in his life what it was like to be separated from life and death. Although it was just an exercise, the emotion was extremely real. It was as if as long as he turned around and left, both of them would be sacrificed forever, and he would never see them again. Qin Luo also felt once again what a unique feeling it was to be able to entrust his back and life to his comrades. Chapter 92. The tough ninth sister needs no explanation. Stop being so fussy. Zhao Jumei pushed Qin Luo away, her face suddenly filled with anger. If you want to die, just kill the 2 of us. It's too cowardly to die here. Let's go. Xiao Luo, listen to the squad leader. Qi Gang smiled slightly. Maybe this is the last time you listen to me. Let's go quickly. Brother Luo, let's go. Zheng Qian hurried over to pull him. Brother Luo, let's go. Otherwise it will be too late. Cheng Haonan and Hao Duo were both anxious as they looked at the car about to drive into the woods in the distance. Wait a minute. Qin Luo shook them off, wiped his eyes, stared at Zhao Jumei and the others and said, It's too late. You can't leave even if you want to. What do you mean? Zhao Jumei was stunned. Look, everyone looked in the direction Qin Luo pointed and saw that there was another car in the distance, and it was closer to them. Shit, they actually called for reinforcements. Cheng Haonan's eyes widened in horror. It's over now. Zheng Qian's face was full of bitterness. How can our 2 legs outrun 4 wheels? This is not a mountain. How Duo squatted down bitterly. It's over now. Our fighting career is over. Who said it's over? Qin Luo glared at them and said coldly, Since you can't run away, then don't run away. Ah! Everyone looked at him in surprise. Qin Luo looked at the mud on the ground and said coldly, Haonan, Zhengqian, quickly dig a hole in the ground and find a place with soft soil near the tree. Hurry. Oh, okay. The two nodded quickly. Allah. Yes. Qin Luo patted him on the shoulder and said, now hurry up and find some straws. They must be able to breathe. We will all depend on them to survive. Ah, how Duo was surprised. No, go quickly. Qin Luo Chui Chu. Although how Duo was full of questions, he obeyed Qin Luo's words and ran out happily. Little Luo, what are you going to do? Qi Gang stood up curiously. Qin Luo smiled at them, took a deep breath, and said, even if you two want to sacrifice yourselves, it will be difficult to save us. This forest is not big. Once their reinforcements arrive, we will all be finished. Even if we are lucky enough to get out of this forest, there are open areas everywhere, and two legs can't outrun four wheels. Even if you're a fast runner, they'll catch up and kill you. So if you can't run away, why not just stop running? You want to hide here? Zhao Jumei asked in surprise. Qin Luo nodded. Yes, the ground here is very soft and full of mud. We will hide under the mud later. As long as we hide well, we may be able to get away with it. He stared at the two of them closely. Squad leader, deputy squad leader, I'll trouble you with the rest. The two looked at each other and smiled at the same time. Don't worry, we will do our best to attract their attention and delay them as much as possible to buy you some time. Zhao Jumei smiled and said, hide well, kid. If you can get away, you must do a good job and help us kill more blue soldiers. We're waiting for your good news, Qi Gang said with a smile. Yes, Qin Luo nodded, then turned around to help Cheng Haonan and Zheng Qian. Dig a hole, bury some soil, count 1, 2, 3 for 5. Cheng Haonan paddled in the mud behind him like a dog. Be gentle, Qin Luo said. If it's too messy, people will be able to see it right away. Oh. Cheng Haonan and Zheng Qian kept nodding. Zhao Jumei and Qi Gang looked at each other, then said, later we will. Qi Gang nodded with a smile. Okay, let's do it. Brother Luo, is this okay? Just then, how Duo ran over. Qin Luo looked over and was stunned. I saw how Duo holding 4 straws in his hands. They were called straws, but they were actually rolled up with tree bark. It was hollow in the middle, and he tied it up from the top with grass, and it was quite sturdy. Qin Luo gave him a thumbs up and said, Duo, it has to be you. If you want to know him, let Haonan go find him. He won't be able to find him next year. How Duo chuckled. Brother Luo asked me to find it. Even if I can't find it, I will find a way. Okay, stop talking nonsense and come and help. Cheng Haonan said anxiously. I can't even use both of my feet at the same time. Hurry up, they're getting closer. I'll buy you some time, Zhao Jumei growled at Cheng Haonan and the others behind her. Then he rushed out and fired at the 2 vehicles. Qi Gang also hid behind a tree and fired in that direction. In an instant, both cars stopped, and the people in the cars jumped out quickly. 2 heavy machine guns fired wildly at the 2 men. Da-da-da. The dense firepower made the leaves rustle. Zhao Jumei and Qi Gang quickly hid behind a tree. Hurry up, we will help you hold them back. Hearing the fierce gunshots, the 4 people behind the bushes became extremely nervous and used their hands and feet to dig out the mud. Almost. At this moment, Zhao Jumei and Qi Gang threw grenades into the distance. 2 loud explosions scared the Blue Army soldiers in the car so much that they all lowered their heads. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the 2 men immediately rushed in another direction while continuing to throw grenades. They didn't care whether they could hit the Blue Army or not. They just poured all their firepower into it, trying to make the scene as realistic as possible. Only in this way can the Blues feel that they are at the end of their rope and are ready to fight to the death, and only then will they focus all their attention on themselves. Of course, they ran in the opposite direction in order to buy as much time as possible for Qin Luo and the others. At the same time, it can also divert the attention of the Blue Army pursuers, so that Qin Luo and his team will have a higher chance of success in hiding. It's okay. Qin Luo looked at the hole he had just dug and said to Hao Duo, you go first. It's Brother Luo. Hao Duo lay flat on the ground. Qin Luo inserted a straw into his mouth and then smeared a lot of mud on his body. When it comes to the face, only a thin layer is applied. After all, this was just a sudden idea of his. If there was too much mud, it would be bad if someone died. After finishing Hao Duo, Qin Luo looked at Chung Haonan. You come. Chung Haonan lay down immediately. The gunshots outside were getting more and more urgent, and Bobcat's car also drove over at this time. 3 heavy machine guns fired wildly at the distant woods, forming a dense firepower network. Zhao Jumei and Qi Gang were beaten so badly that they could no longer fight back and could only hide behind a tree. Go, go, go! The mountain cat bent over, waved his hands, and rushed forward quickly with everyone. After a while, they arrived near the outskirts of the woods. Flash bomb! Lynx made a tactical gesture, and the 2 soldiers immediately took out flash grenades, pulled out the fuses, and threw them over. Boom! After 2 muffled sounds, everyone immediately rushed towards the target's hiding place. But at this moment, a violent whistling sound suddenly came from the air. Several Special Forces soldiers subconsciously looked up and saw 2 small hills falling from the sky like clouds blocking the sun. Before the 2 Special Forces soldiers could react, Zhao Jiumei and her friend crushed them on the ground with a mountain, causing their eyes to roll back, and they passed out. Fuck, where did this gorilla come from? The mountain cat was shocked. Is this a fucking Red Scout? He would even believe it if someone said it was Tarzan. Kill them. Zhao Jiumei growled and bent down with Qi Gang. Their arms were half as long as those of normal people. The 2 Special Forces soldiers had no time to dodge and were grabbed by their ankles in an instant. Oh my God, help me! The 2 of them suddenly felt like they were flying in the clouds and were thrown up by Zhao Jiumei and Qi Gang. Bang, bang. The screams stopped abruptly, and the 2 men fell heavily into the mud, fainting on the spot. Fuck you, the mountain cat roared. When Zhao Jiumei and the other person rushed over again, he pulled the trigger decisively. Bang, bang, bang. As soon as the 2 men jumped up, they were hit in the air and white smoke came out. But the next second, the 2 of them flew towards the 2 unlucky guys due to inertia. The 2 Special Forces soldiers felt as if the whole world had gone dark, and then they were knocked to the ground by a crow flying plane move and fell asleep instantly. Get out of the way! Get out of the way! Get out of the way! Shan Mao hurriedly brought people up and pushed Zhao Jiumei and Qi Gang away. Seeing the 2 big words on the ground, Bobcat was completely dumbfounded. The 2 Special Forces soldiers were directly imprinted in the mud, had fainted and could not be dug out. The corners of Shan Mao's eyes twitched fiercely twice, and he glared at Zhao Jumei angrily. Are you still abiding by the rules of the exercise? They're already dead. Why are you still attacking them? And why are you hitting them so hard? No, Zhao Jiumei said innocently. We originally wanted to catch them and then kill them. But we were killed by you in midair, so we had to free fall and crash into it. We abide by the rules. Is there nothing wrong with that? The mountain cat covered his face helplessly, but the other person explained it this way, and it seemed that there was nothing wrong with it. All the Special Forces clenched their fists in anger, wanting to beat up the 2 men. But these 2 guys were too strong, and they easily took down 6 of them. If they really fought, it would be hard to say who would win or lose. I'm very curious. How did the Sea Army train scouts of your size? With your physique, you would be exposed from a long distance. Bobcat stared at them curiously, and the other Special Forces also looked curious. Who said we are scouts? Zhao Jiumei spread her hands and said, We are cooks. What? Shan Mao's eyes widened in shock. Comrade, everything is over. You have been killed. There is nothing to keep secret. Stop talking nonsense, okay? He's really a cook, Qi Gang said innocently. My name is Qi Gang, and I'm the deputy squad leader of the kitchen squad. His name is Zhao Jiumei, and he's the squad leader. You can go check it out. Shan Mao's face was distorted. You said his name is Zhao Jiumei? Such a feminine name. How can a man call him that? Bang! Suddenly a punch hit the Bobcat's helmet. The mountain cat suddenly felt a buzzing in his head, as if it was hit by a hammer, and then everything went dark in front of his eyes. Captain, how are you? The Blue Army members were shocked and pointed at Zhao Jiumei angrily. What are you doing? Why are you still beating people even though you are dead? Zhao Jiumei retracted her fist and snorted coldly. I hate it most when people make fun of my name. My parents gave it to me, so I can't call it that. If anyone dares to make fun of my name again, don't blame me for being rude. You. The Blue Army Special Forces soldiers' eyes were all blazing with fire, and they subconsciously stepped forward to take action. Tear! But at this moment, Zhao Jiumei's clothes were suddenly torn, and her explosive muscles were exposed in the air. All the Special Forces' faces suddenly changed, and they obediently retracted their feet that had just stepped forward. That's enough. Chi Gang snorted coldly. Isn't it over? Send us back quickly. We've been running for so long. We're almost dying of exhaustion and hunger. Yes, take us away quickly. Do you know how much energy such a big body will consume in a day? I'm so hungry that I'll beat someone up. Zhao Jimei also shouted loudly, looking ferocious. A group of Special Forces soldiers' eyes twitched. This was the first time they were threatened by a dead person. But looking at the mountain cat that was already foaming at the mouth, they could only nod reluctantly. Zhao Jimei and Qi Gang followed them and strode out. The two of them subconsciously glanced at the place where Qin Luo and the others were hiding, and a smile appeared on the corners of their mouths. Wow! Zhao Jimei suddenly started singing in an opera voice. Look at the dark hole ahead. It must be the thief's lair. I'll go up and kill him completely. Qi Gang also sang loudly to the sky. Forward! Forward! The revolutionary momentum is unstoppable. Forward! Forward! Towards victory. At this moment, Qin Luo, hiding in the mud, had Zhao Jimei's words echoing in his mind. I have no regrets in accompanying you on this last journey. He clenched his fists tightly and said, Captain, I will never embarrass you, let alone the kitchen staff. Chapter 93 Brother Luo, we will go through fire and water with you. Aha! Chung Haonan suddenly sat up from the mud and kept spitting out the mud in his mouth. Zheng Qian and Hao Duo were not much better off, lying on the ground and vomiting. Qin Luo stood up covered in mud and looked into the distance. Zhao Jiumei and the Blue Army had long disappeared without a trace, but his fists were clenched tighter and tighter. The plays and songs that Zhao Jiumei and Qi Gang sang before they left still lingered in his ears. Qin Luo knew what they meant. Don't miss them. Keep moving forward. Keep moving forward. Brother Luo. Hao Duo came over like a clown, tears in his eyes. Squad Leader Zhao and Deputy Squad Leader Qi died to save us. I want to cry so much. Idiot! Chung Haonan glared at him angrily. That was a fake death. They were just eliminated, but they are still alive. Hao Duo said aggrievedly. But we have come all the way here and fought against the Blues together, and now they are gone just like that. I still want to cry. Bang! Chung Haonan slapped him in the face with a big slap. All the mud on Hao Duo's face was blown away. Are you feeling better now? Hao Duo covered his face and looked at Chung Haonan in disbelief. Why did you hit me? Chung Haonan wiped the mud off his face and said with a smile, in order to make you sober, I won't make it so difficult for you. Bang! Suddenly, Hao Duo gave him a big backhand kick. Not only Chung Haonan was stunned, Zheng Qian was also dumbfounded, and even Qin Luo turned his head in surprise. Why did you hit me? Chung Haonan's face was full of disbelief. Hao Duo snorted. I'll let you wake up. Brother Luo is here to protect me. You have no right to teach me a lesson. Fuck, you're rebelling. Chung Haonan was about to rush forward angrily. Hao Duo was so scared that he quickly hid behind Qin Luo. All right. Qin Luo growled, and the two of them quickly stopped fighting. Qin Luo glared at them and said, the two squad leaders sacrificed themselves and left us here so that we can continue to do something, not so that you can chase and fight here. Zheng Qian stared at him. Brother Luo, there are only 4 of us left now. Why do we still want to continue? He said with some embarrassment. Although Squad Leader Zhao and Squad Deputy Qi have poor endurance, they are still very strong. With them, maybe we can continue, but without them, Chung Haonan nodded. Yes, Brother Luo, there are only 4 of us left. No. Strictly speaking, it's just you and me. What do you mean? Zheng Qian stared at him. Chung Haonan chuckled. Old Zheng, you can only be considered half. Hao Duo's strength is only half of yours, so he is considered half of half. The combat power of the two of you combined is less than that of one person. You are both a burden to me and Brother Luo. Fuck you. The 2 men angrily surrounded Chung Haonan. That's enough. Qin Luo growled. If you don't want to continue, I won't force you. He clenched his fists tightly. But I will continue. I will cherish the chance of life that the 2 squad leaders have bought from me with their sacrifices. You can go and meet up with the main force. We will part ways here. What are you talking about? Chung Haonan stared at him. When did I say I couldn't go? I only remember that I said that whatever you say is what it is, and whatever you want to do, we will do it. Go through fire and water. Brother Luo. Me too. Hao Duo also came over. Zheng Qian smiled bitterly. I didn't say I wouldn't go, I just raised some opinions. I'm the same, if they follow you, I'll follow too. Qin Luo glanced at them and said, You'd better think it through. We may not have a target next, or we may not find the Blue Army even after the performance is over, and we may have to run a lot. Brother Luo, there's no need to say anything. Cheng Haonan said with a smile. No matter how hard or tiring it is, as long as you go, we will follow you. Yes, the other two led you. Qin Luo looked at their determined faces and smiled faintly. He suddenly remembered that when he first entered the recruit company, he obviously hated these guys and even didn't want to have anything to do with them ever. At that time, he would never have thought that one day in the future, these guys would never leave him. Even in the face of difficulties and dangers, they will not let themselves fight alone. At this moment, Qin Luo felt extremely relieved. Once upon a time, he could call the shots with money and was a rich young man who spent money like water. But now he doesn't need to spend a penny. Zhao Jimei, Qi Gang, Cheng Haonan, Zheng Qian, how Duo and others are willing to give their lives to him. This is friendship that cannot be bought with any amount of money, and it is also the most precious gift. Qin Luo took a deep breath and said, Okay, then let's do a big job and try to kill more Blue Army soldiers before the end of the exercise to avenge Zhao and Qi. Good. Brother Luo, where are we going? Qin Luo glanced to the north. He had previously determined that this was the rear base of the Blue Army. Keep moving forward, let's go. He waved his hand, and 4 people immediately rushed out of the woods. Bending over, he moved quickly towards the hill in the distance. What? In the Blue Army headquarters, Li Jinkue stared at Xie Gongming in disbelief. Are you talking nonsense to me? The ones who killed our 2 heavy firepower battalions were 2 cooks from the Red Army. Old Xie, Hu Fei glared at him. Now is not the time to talk nonsense. Xie Gong smiled awkwardly, looked at Li Jinkue, and said, Commander, I also think those 2 guys are talking nonsense. My people reported to me that they looked like 2 giant bullfrogs. One of them could take on 3 of our soldiers, and they were as strong as bulls, like monsters. They actually said they were the cooks. We would never believe them, even if you kill us. Li Jinkue nodded vigorously. That's for sure, they are definitely talking nonsense. He would never admit that his 2 heavy firepower battalions were killed by the Red Army's cooks. More than 600 people were killed by 2 cooks. If this gets out, how will he keep his face? These 2 cooks, scouts, are so stubborn. They have been eliminated, but they still refuse to tell the truth. Hu Fei narrowed his eyes. He's really tough. Xie Gongming said, My soldiers reported that the tallest and strongest guy said his name was Zhao Jimei. Poof! Hu Fei almost vomited blood. Li Jinkue's eyes widened in shock. Is it the 9th sister, the 9th sister, the beautiful sister, the beautiful sister, the 9th sister, the 9th sister, the red buds, the 9th sister? Right. Bang! Li Jinkue slapped the table and said, This is not just ordinary bullshit. This is bullshit. It is really an insult to our intelligence. How can a big and strong man be called this? Hu Fei coughed and said with a smile, Commander, no matter what, the threat from the Red Scouts has been completely eliminated. From now on, we will have no worries and can confidently and boldly launch a counterattack against the Red Army. Li Jinkue nodded, but still looked at Xie Gongming with lingering fear. Are you sure there is nothing left? He was really a little scared. The last time he had such a good counterattack plan, it was completely ruined because of these 2 scouts. He doesn't want to see this happen again. I'm sure. Xie Gongming nodded vigorously. My people checked all the surrounding areas and found no Red Army scouts. Your troops also checked and still found nothing. With the double check, there shouldn't be any fish that slipped through the net. In addition, I have deployed my people forward. If the Red Army sends out another reconnaissance force, we will intercept them in advance. Those scouts are under our control. They're just kids who haven't graduated yet. There's no way they can infiltrate again. Hu Fei smiled and said, Okay. Old Xie is also from our Tianlang. Just trust him when he speaks. Li Jinkue finally let out a long sigh. Okay, as long as there are no Red Scouts, I will be relieved. His eyes flashed with coldness. Then we will execute according to the plan. When the Red Army's main force arrives, we will defend and counterattack and launch a beautiful counterattack against them. Chapter 94. Which God is helping us? Everyone, go to sleep quickly if you have nothing to do. We have to take action before dawn. Only after a good rest will you have the energy to fight the Blue Army. Wu Ziyuan shouted while patrolling. Looking at the few remaining soldiers in the second company, the corners of his eyes twitched. Since he took over the second company, he had never fought such a cowardly battle. Not only was he fooled around by those special forces, but when they fought, it was more like a child beating an adult. More than half of the company was sacrificed before 20 of the enemy were killed. Wu Ziyuan was furious and felt extremely uncomfortable with the anger he was holding back. He walked over to the fire, sat down on it, picked up the kettle, and began to fill it. Instructor Li Kong handed him a piece of dry food with a smile. Lao Wu, eat something. You haven't eaten for a day. I can't eat. I'm full of anger. Wu Ziyuan pushed him away. Li Kong smiled helplessly. It's useless to be angry. The ones fighting us are the newly formed Special Operations Brigade of the military region. They're the trump cards created by the Tianlang Special Operations Battalion. It's normal that we can't beat them. Normal bullshit. Wu Ziyuan glared at him. I don't even take Tianlang seriously, let alone the soldiers they trained? Li Kong patted him on the shoulder and said, it was fine for us to say these big words in the past, but now that we have really fought, we can see the gap between us. So in the future, you should say less big words otherwise. What do you mean by big talk? Wu Ziyuan glared at him. I say, Old Li, why are you boosting others' ambitions while destroying your own prestige? I admit that they are very powerful, much better than us, but we must have ambition. We can respect them in battle, but we must despise them mentally. Otherwise our rusticity will be gone, and we will never be able to improve. Li Kong was stunned for a moment and nodded silently. He actually agreed with Wu Ziyuan's words. The concept of rusticity is hard to explain, but it is very important. With the local spirit, everyone will have a drive, and even if they fail temporarily, they will work hard to catch up. Company commander, instructor. Xia Dong and Chang Lei walked over with a smile. Why aren't you two sleeping yet? Li Kong looked at them. We still have work to do tomorrow. The two sat down, and Xia Dong said with a smile, we will go to sleep soon. We came here just to ask. I heard that we were able to win this time because our scouts destroyed 2 heavy firepower battalions of the Blue Army, so? Xia Dong looked at Wu Ziyuan with a smile. Who on earth is so awesome? How can they accomplish something that our second company couldn't accomplish? Wu Ziyuan glared at him. I also want to know who did it. Xia Dong and Chang Lei were stunned. Their mouths opened in surprise. Captain, you don't know either? Nonsense. Wu Ziyuan glared at them unhappily. Li Kong also laughed and said, don't say we don't know. The battalion commander doesn't know, and even our division commander doesn't know. What? The two were completely stunned. How come we don't even know who did such a big thing? Could it be that the gods really helped them fight this battle? All right, don't ask any more questions. We know everything after the exercise. Go back and rest. Li Kong waved his hand. Tomorrow we will have a decisive battle with the Blue Army. This may very well be the last battle. So we must not let you down, Wu Ziyuan said seriously. Yes. Wu Ziyuan watched them leave, then turned to Li Kong and asked, Old Li, who do you think did this? Our second company doesn't have the ability to do this, and the other companies are even worse. Do the scouts of Division B have this ability? Li Kong smiled bitterly. Don't ask me. If I knew, I would be a god. Let's fight hard tomorrow. After the battle, we will know everything. Wu Ziyuan nodded silently. I really want to know which immortal did this. It was a beautiful fight. I must ask them for advice when I get back. The next afternoon, Qin Luo and his 3 companions ran into a forest panting. Zheng Qian and Hao Duo suddenly fell to the ground, gasping for breath. Cheng Haonan also sat down on the ground, wishing he could twist his head off and breathe along with him. Qin Luo looked into the distance with a slight smile on his face. Finally, we ran to the mountains. There are many hidden places here, and it is not as dangerous as before. Everyone, take a break. Qin Luo swallowed hard. 15 minutes, then continue. Brother Luo. Cheng Haonan looked at him bitterly. Is there anything to eat? I'm starving to death. Qin Luo quickly felt around and found 3 compressed biscuits in his bag. He took out a piece, broke it into 4 parts, and gave them to the 3 people. Cheng Haonan swallowed it in one gulp, just like Zhu Beiji eating the ginseng fruit. Smacking his lips, he looked at Qin Luo again. It doesn't taste good. Would you like some more? Come on. Zheng Qian glared at him. Even if we have food, we have to save it. We don't know how far we have to run, and we don't have any supplies. Brother Luo, how about opening another piece? Cheng Haonan said pitifully. I ate it too fast just now and didn't even taste anything. Give me some. I'll eat it slowly this time and savor it carefully. Get lost. Qin Luo rolled his eyes. There are only 2 pieces left. You have to eat them sparingly. Is there any more? Chung Haonan licked the corner of his mouth helplessly, and then licked the crumbs on his hands. Finally, he looked around and stopped at Hao Duo, who was chewing on compressed biscuits bit by bit, and showed a flattering smile. Duo, you can't eat it all. Can you give me some? Hao Duo looked at him blankly, and the next second stuffed the whole piece into his mouth. Chung Haonan's eyes widened. Duo, you have become a bad person now. Hao Duo tilted his head proudly, and the biscuit moved back and forth in his mouth, as if he was eating candy. Chung Haonan was so angry. Just eat it, but don't eat it so arrogantly, okay? And smacking his lips. While chewing on a biscuit, Zheng Qian asked, Brother Luo, where are we going next? Qin Luo looked into the distance and heard rumbling sounds. The sound of artillery fire has been going on for a long time from this morning till now. Qin Luo pointed to the north. Our artillery is firing in this direction, which means the main force of the Blue Army is over there. If we follow the direction of the artillery shells, we should be able to find the Blue Army. Chung Haonan said excitedly. Then will we still drug them like before? Qin Luo rolled his eyes. Do you think it can be that easy? They must be on guard. It won't be that easy to get in. Then how do we fight? Chung Haonan was puzzled. We can't just rush in and shoot them like crazy, right? Qin Luo was also a little confused. After all, he had not learned any military theory knowledge. From the beginning till now, we have been taking one step at a time. Let's talk about it when we get there. There will always be a way. Okay. The 3 of them nodded in unison. Qin Luo opened the kill panel and found that he was still 10 away from 150. It will be done soon. Qin Luo nodded silently. More than 10 minutes later, the 4 of them were back on the road, rushing forward along the mountain path. We will be out of this mountainous area soon. Suddenly, Qin Luo's super senses sent a danger signal. He stopped immediately, covered Chung Haonan's mouth, and pressed him down. Zheng Qian and Hao Duo also noticed something was wrong and quickly squatted down. What's wrong, Brother Luo? Zheng Qian asked in a low voice. Qin Luo shook his head at them, then made a gesture to Chung Haonan to keep quiet, and only let go of his hand after seeing him nod. Then Qin Luo crawled forward like a gecko, and the others followed closely behind him. After climbing for a while, the 4 of them stopped at the same time, not far ahead of them. In the woods near the foot of the mountain, a large number of blue troops were hiding. They saw 5 tanks alone, several armored infantry vehicles, and more than a dozen off-road vehicles equipped with large-caliber machine guns, all covered with camouflage. There are also several heavy artillery pieces scattered throughout the woods, also covered with camouflage. The Blue Army soldiers were scattered around, all staring straight ahead. Qin Luo followed their line of sight and saw an open area ahead, which was some distance away from here. He couldn't see anything further away. Qin Luo frowned and thought for a moment, then waved his hand, and several people immediately retreated. After retreating hundreds of meters, the 4 of them quickly jumped up and ran backwards, running for more than a kilometer before stopping. Fuck, Brother Luo. You are so alert, Chung Haonan said while panting. If it weren't for you, we would have run into it head-on. If we had run into it, we would have become a hornet's nest on the spot. But what are these blue soldiers doing here? They are so motionless that we almost didn't notice them. Zheng Qian asked curiously. They are lying in ambush, Qin Luo said coldly. Ah! All 3 of them looked at him in shock. Qin Luo said coldly. If my guess is correct, they want to wait for our main force to pass by, and then launch a surprise attack on our main force. Several people's faces were filled with shock. If that's the case, Chung Haonan opened his mouth wide. Will our army be finished? Qin Luo shook his head. I don't know if it will be the end, but if they ambush us, our large force will definitely suffer heavy losses, and maybe the entire reconnaissance battalion will be gone. The 3 of them looked grim and clenched their fists. So, I decided to deal with them, Qin Luo said. No way. The 3 were shocked. There are hundreds of fully armed blue soldiers. These guys are not those naked artillerymen who can be slaughtered by us at will. Zheng Qian said with a bitter face. Brother Luo, you should think about it again. How can we fight with just 4 of us? Chapter 95, Brother Luo, your method is nonsense. Report. At the Blue Army headquarters, the Chief of Staff looked at Li Jinkui excitedly. We have successfully retreated our first line of defense. Now the Red Army is launching a general attack from 3 sides and chasing them. Li Jinkui asked nervously. Did they find any flaws? No. Zhao Ping shook his head. Everyone fought very hard. The Red Army launched 2 rounds of attacks, and we retreated under the 3rd round of firepower. Although we lost a lot of people, he sighed, the play was very realistic. Otherwise, they wouldn't have launched such a large-scale attack and pursued us so relentlessly. Li Jinkui asked anxiously, "What about Huapreng?" "They are already ambushing the Red Army's route," Zhao Ping said with a smile. "Once the Red Army is halfway through, they will immediately launch an attack, penetrate their ranks, and cut them in half." "Good." Li Jinkui slapped his hand on the table, his face full of excitement. "As long as the plan succeeds, we can at least eat up half of the red team, and then we can turn defeat into victory." Hu Fei smiled and said, "Commander, I have asked Xie Gongming to lead the remaining people to go around to their rear. Once Wapeng launches an attack, Xie Gongming and his men will attack at the same time to blow up their logistics forces and destroy their heavy firepower forces." Okay. Li Jinkui slapped the table 3 times in succession, a big smile on his face. "If their logistics and heavy firepower units are severely damaged, the Red Army will be like a tiger with its teeth pulled out and will not pose much of a threat." Zhao Ping smiled and said, "The red team won't have any other tricks this time. We're sure to win." "Ha ha ha." Li Jinkui nodded with a smile. "If the estimate is correct, the exercise will be over tomorrow. By then, the Directorate and the entire military region will be shocked. We wiped out Army C. There's nothing special about having an ace." "Ha ha." Hu Fei was also laughing beside him, but he snorted in his heart. "If I hadn't brought people here in time, I'm afraid you would have been killed by now. What is your own level? Don't you have any idea about it? Notify the entire army." Li Jinkui shouted. "Retreat to the 2nd line of defense, and be ready to receive orders at any time and counterattack." "Yes." Zhao Ping saluted vigorously. In the woods, Cheng Haonan and the other 2 sat with their backs against a tree, staring blankly at Qin Luo walking back and forth in front of them. "Brother Luo, don't go. You're almost blinding me," Cheng Haonan said with a bitter face. "I think there is no other way. The 4 of us have limited abilities." "Yes, Brother Luo." Zheng Qian nodded. "I think Haonan is right. There are only 4 of us, and 2 fists cannot beat 4 hands. Even if you want to come up with something fancy, we are still 4 people. They didn't eat or drink, and we're on full alert. We didn't have a chance to attack them at all." Duo, say something." Cheng Haonan nodded at Hao Duo. "Persuade Brother Luo. Let's go somewhere else to do it." Zheng Qian also nodded at Hao Duo, signaling him to persuade him quickly. Hao Duo hesitated for a moment, then smiled bitterly and said, "I believe in Brother Luo. He will definitely have a way." Duo, Cheng Haonan said unhappily. "It's right to believe Brother Luo, but there is a time for that. Brother Luo has gotten into a dead end now, and we can't push him to continue to get stuck in that dead end. We have to pull him out." "Okay." Qin Luo stopped abruptly and said coldly, "We don't have anywhere to go. Can't you see that if our main force passes this way, as soon as they start fighting and the Blue Army's main force cooperates, our main force will be completely finished? What's the point of us doing it somewhere else? The main force is gone, the exercise is over, and we have to go home too." Cheng Haonan and Zheng Qian were stunned for a moment, and then they thought that this was true. Qin Luo took a deep breath. "The squad leader and the deputy squad leader sacrificed themselves to let us survive, hoping that we can do more and play a greater role. If we leave like this and let them attack our army, will we be able to rest in peace even if we return?" He took a deep breath and said, "I remember the battalion commander once said that exercises are real combat. If we were to encounter something like this in a war, we would end up walking away, and not only would our main force be defeated, but many people we know would die. Are you willing to just watch the company commander and battalion commander die and do nothing?" "No." The 3 of them shook their heads violently. Qin Luo clenched his fists tightly and changed it more than a month ago. If faced with such a difficult situation, he would definitely take Cheng Haonan and the others and run away. What happens to the main force is none of his business. And what does it have to do with him, whether other people will be killed or not? He was just a small soldier with limited abilities and no way to turn the tide. Besides, it's just a rehearsal. Everything is fake anyway. So why take it so seriously? But he is different now. A flood has changed him a lot. Qin Luo knew that if other people knew he was in danger, they would definitely save him without hesitation. "Brother Luo, tell me what we should do," Zheng Qian asked. Qin Luo looked back and took a deep breath. "Just like you said, if we rush up to fight them recklessly, we will all be killed in less than 2 minutes. So, Since we're going to be killed, we might as well die together with them. What? Chung Haonan's eyes widened. But there are only a few of us. Even if we perish together, it won't cause much trouble. Yes. Zheng Qian nodded. We can replace 20 to 30 people at most. Qin Luo smiled coldly. We won't be able to kill many of them if we perish together, but as long as we let our main force know that the Blue Army is lying in ambush here, it will be enough. When the artillery fire comes, no matter what the Blue Army's plan is, it will be ruined. He looked at them and asked, how about it? Do you want to do it? How Duo nodded without thinking. Brother Luo, whatever you say is what I will listen to you. Chung Haonan and Zheng Qian looked at each other and stood up immediately. We will listen to you too. Okay. Qin Luo smiled slightly. Don't we have flares on us? When the main force arrives, we will rush into the Blue Army's position and fire the flares while attacking them. Even if they are dead, for flares will be enough for the main force to find them, or at least raise their awareness. Wow! Zheng Qian slapped his thigh and said with a smile, this is a good idea. Let's do it. Chung Haonan raised his head and roared to the sky. Wow. Ha ha, I never thought that Chung Haonan, would one day be able to rush towards the enemy's position like the heroes and die together with the enemy. I am considered a special hero. If I die, I can be buried in the martyr's forest, right? I want a marble tombstone, and I want the most spacious grave. Don't compete with me for it. What the hell are you dreaming about? Stop talking nonsense, and get ready. Qin Luo glared at him. Everyone immediately began to prepare weapons and ammunition. Anyway, it's the last chance. There's no point in keeping it. I might as well use it all up. Qin Luo took out the flare, looked at it silently, and sighed deeply. I originally thought I could do something big and return home alive and well. But now, I can only go back lying down. He smiled bitterly. When he watched patriotic movies in the past, he always felt that they were a bit exaggerated and fake. Why is it that on the battlefield, there are always people who sacrifice themselves to die together with the enemy? Unexpectedly, when it was his turn, he would do it without hesitation. Although the exercise is fake, the courage to face death is real and burning. The army is really a melting pot. It can really change people's mentality a lot. Qin Luo raised his head with emotion, looked at the sky, and suddenly froze. I saw a few birds standing on the treetops. Qin Luo was stunned for a moment. Then his eyes suddenly lit up. Is it possible to gather all these birds together? And when the large group approaches, let them all fly? If a large flock of birds all fly up, anyone who is not blind will definitely find the problem. After all, if the birds were not frightened, they would not all fly up for no reason. Thinking of this, Qin Luo was suddenly ecstatic. He had never used the ability to taming beasts, and he thought it was useless at the time, but now it comes in handy. Wait, I have an idea. What method? Chung Haonan immediately turned around and asked. Qin Luo said with a smile, I can let the bird notify our main force on our behalf. What? Everyone's jaws almost hit the ground, looking confused. Luo, brother. Zheng Qian looked at him hesitantly. Did you overuse your brain and burn it out? This is not a solution at all. This is nonsense. Chapter 96, Pigman Go. Qin Luo, Chung Haonan, Zheng Qian, and how Duo surrounded the 8 little birds, staring blankly at the ground. Zheng Qian laughed dryly. Brother Luo, to be honest, I really admire you for actually being able to attract birds. But these 8 is useless. Chung Haonan stretched out his hand and licked his lips lecherously. Brother Luo, why don't we make a secret roasted bird, so that we can eat it when we are full? Ouch! The next second, his hands were pecked by 2 birds. He was so scared that he quickly shrank back. Still not listening, this will definitely not work. Duo, don't you think so? How Duo said firmly, I believe in Brother Luo. If he says it's okay, it will definitely work. The corner of Qin Luo's eyes twitched. He originally thought that he could summon a large group of birds, but he didn't expect that there were only 8 within a radius of 100 meters, and they were all summoned by him. Moreover, his beast taming ability is only at level C, so he can only communicate in simple ways. It's impossible to completely control it like hypnosis, so it's really useless. Careless, Qin Luo overestimated the primary beast taming ability. Even if these 8 birds obeyed his orders completely and flew back and forth in the forest, they could not attract the attention of the Red Army. Brother Luo, why don't we use the old plan? Zheng Qian said. Yes, the old plan is still reliable. Chung Haonan straightened his chest. I am ready to die with them, and become a martyr. Wait a minute, let me think about it. Qin Luo waved his hand and turned to walk to the side. Dying together is the worst option. It would be best if you could survive. There is always hope when you are alive, and you can do other things, maybe even make a contribution. Qin Luo was walking and suddenly stopped. My super senses detected something strange 50 meters to the left. He turned his head suddenly, and a transparent black and white picture appeared in his mind. A few seconds later, Qin Luo smiled. You guys can do it without a bird. You came just in time. God is really helping me. Captain. A soldier quickly ran up to Huapeng and saluted vigorously. Our main force has withdrawn. Huapeng quickly ran to the edge of the woods, leaned against a big tree, and raised the telescope. In the distance, a large number of blue troops were approaching them like a rolling flood. He stood on tiptoe, trying to look behind him, but there were too many blues occupying 3 roads, and it was impossible to see how many were behind. Tell everyone not to move. He whispered, wait for my order before taking action. Yes. As time passed, the large blue army force quickly withdrew from their sight and moved quickly towards the north. Huapeng stood beside the tree like a stone statue, holding the telescope tightly in both hands and staring into the distance. Finally, a smile appeared on his lips. Everyone get ready, the enemy is coming. In an instant, all the blue army soldiers scattered in the woods became extremely nervous. Everyone tightly grasped their weapons, and even cold sweat broke out on their palms. Tanks and armored vehicles quickly closed their doors. Everyone clenched their fists nervously, waiting for the commander to give the order to open fire. They knew very well that whether the Blue Army could turn defeat into victory in this exercise depended entirely on them. Therefore, all the burdens fell on their shoulders. Moreover, at this moment, the red team is in high spirits, while the blue team is at a disadvantage. Whether the sneak attack can succeed and turn the tide of the war, no one knows for sure. Command, command! Huapeng squatted behind the bunker, holding binoculars in both hands, staring into the distance. I am Huapeng. I am Huapeng. Please reply if you get it. Please reply if you get it. In the Blue Army Command Center, everyone who had been waiting heard the voice on the intercom and rushed over collectively. Li Jinkui picked it up nervously. Huapeng, Huapeng, I'm Li Jinkui. I'm Li Jinkui, speak. Report to the commander. Huapeng said excitedly. Our main force has all evacuated. Now I have spotted the Red Army's main force chasing us. It is expected to arrive outside our ambush circle in 15 minutes. Good! Li Jinkui shouted excitedly, and the people around him were also full of joy. Hold on, kid. Hold on. Let their vanguard pass first. Don't expose yourself. And when they are halfway through, concentrate your firepower and shoot them through. Yes. Huapeng nodded vigorously. Li Jinkui put down the intercom and laughed excitedly. The Red Army would never have thought that we were pretending to retreat, but in fact we were leading them into an encirclement. Hasn't Shi Xingli always been very proud and thought it would be easy to beat us? I really want to see what he looks like when he is cut in half. Hu Fei smiled and said, Don't worry, Commander. When the exercise is over, you can go to the director's shelter to take a good look at him. Yes. When the time comes, we'll take a good look at him, and also take a look at that old man Meng Changjun. Li Jinkui said with a laugh. They told the Sea Army to bully us all the time, and this time we can finally hold our heads high. Everyone burst into laughter, and Hu Fei breathed a sigh of relief. This battle was really difficult. It would be fine if he didn't come to help, but since he came, he must not let the Blues lose. He had to use all his skills, otherwise the reputation of Sand Fox would be over. Hu Fei looked at his watch and smiled triumphantly. By the end of today, the red team should also be finished. Ding ding ding. How Duo stumbled back and said nervously, Brother Luo, our main force is here, just outside the ambush circle. They didn't notice the Blue Army's ambush at all, and they seemed to be still rushing forward. Qin Luo nodded vigorously, then glared at Cheng Haonan and Zheng Qian. Hurry up, you two. Why are you so slow in tying a flare? Zheng Qian and Cheng Haonan looked at the 4 wild boars in front of them nervously, and the 4 wild boars also raised their heads and stared at them. The sharp fangs made the 2 men turn pale and tremble all over. Cheng Haonan swallowed his saliva and said, Brother Luo, if we want to, let's just forget it. If we don't want to die together, let's rush out and tell the main force to stop them. Qin Luo rolled his eyes. Let's run over and explain it clearly. The Blue Army's artillery fire has already fallen. How Duo nodded. Yes. Our main force is still far away from here. It will be too late to run over to inform them, unless you take a rocket. Is that so? Brother Luo, how about you come in person? Zheng Qian said bitterly. I'm really scared. Yes. Cheng Haonan nodded. When I see them, it's like seeing an elementary school teacher. The look in their eyes is so scary. Besides, Brother Luo, you know that the bird pecked me just now, and it hurt me. If it hits me, I will be crippled. Qin Luo's eyes twitched. You are afraid? I am afraid too. If I could completely control this thing, I wouldn't stand so far away. Okay, you two. Hurry up, don't dawdle, make the most of your time. I'm here, don't panic, Qin Luo said guiltily. Brother Luo. The two of them looked at Qin Luo miserably, as they couldn't bring themselves to do it. I'll do it. How Duo suddenly rushed forward and snatched the rope and flare from the two men. He rushed directly to a wild boar and tied it up. What the hell? The two of them widened their eyes in shock, their faces full of disbelief. This kid usually cries all the time and gets cowardly when encountering problems. So how come he is so awesome at this time? So fucking brave. Qin Luo was also shocked. Is this still the How Duo he knew? How could he be so bold? But they didn't notice that How Duo was trembling all over, and even his fingers were shaking. The wild boars seemed to sense something as well, and they glared at How Duo with their fierce eyes, scaring him so much that he farted several times. But in the end, he gritted his teeth and tied the flare to the wild boar's waist. After tying him up, How Duo seemed to have all his strength drained away and took 3 steps back. Then he sat down on the ground, gasping for breath. Only then did Qin Luo realize that the boy was sweating profusely, as if he had just been pulled out of the water. Duo, are you okay? Cheng Haonan asked hurriedly. How Duo shook his head and looked at Qin Luo. Luo, Brother Luo, I said, I will do whatever you ask me to do. I am not like them, who only know how to talk. Fuck. The two jumped up together. They didn't expect that this kid would stab them in the back. Qin Luo looked at How Duo and felt angry and amused, but at the same time he felt a warm feeling in his heart. After joining the army, he met many strong people, each of whom was able to make a living for himself. Only How Duo was different. There was even a time when Qin Luo was a little annoyed with him. I think this kid is too cowardly and timid, and always wants to rely on himself. But now, Qin Luo's impression of him has completely changed. This guy is definitely worth it, as he would do anything for a word from me. Okay. Qin Luo took a deep breath. It's time for us to work. He nodded to How Duo, then walked up to the 4 wild boars. The beast taming ability was activated to the extreme, and the brain waves gradually established communication with the 4 wild boars at close range. Qin Luo closed his eyes and told the 4 wild boars over and over again what he wanted to do. With the experience of attracting birds just now, he now knows it very well. With his current elementary beast taming ability, he could only issue 2 commands at most, but even so he still needed to communicate repeatedly. Cheng Haonan looked into the distance and reminded quietly, Brother Luo, they may be about to take action. Qin Luo suddenly opened his eyes. I know. He walked over to the boars, squatted down, and pulled out the fuse of each flare. Then he smiled slightly and waved his right hand forward vigorously. Go! The 4 wild boars howled at the same time, and the next second they all rushed towards the direction where the blue army was hiding. Hurry! Qin Luo waved his hand suddenly and led Cheng Haonan and the other 2 to run toward the higher place. He also felt a little uneasy. If the beast taming ability didn't work, at least they could do something else to make up for it. In the woods, Huopeng held up a telescope, staring intently at the Red Army troops passing quickly in the distance, with a hint of a smile on his face. Order, everyone prepare to fight. Yes. The 2 soldiers beside him immediately dispersed. Osh! Suddenly, a scream was heard. Huopeng turned around in fear and asked, Who's screaming? But as soon as he turned his head, he was stunned. I saw a wild boar with red smoke coming out of nowhere, and it hit a blue army soldier with its head and ran around, scaring the soldiers hiding around. What the hell is this pig? Why is it smoking? Huopeng widened his eyes in shock. There's more over there. Captain, there are some over there too. Huopeng turned his head in shock and saw that there were smoking wild boars on both sides rushing into the team and running around everywhere. The blue army soldiers who were in ambush were so frightened that they jumped out of their bunkers one after another, and the scene was in chaos. Huopeng's jaw almost hit the ground. At the critical moment, Where did this wild boar come from? It can even smoke. Is it a wild boar spirit? Chapter 97. The Blues were overturned by the pigs. Hey, Brother Luo, you really can do it. Zheng Qian punched the ground excitedly. Chung Haonan tried hard to hold back his laughter. This group of blue soldiers are trying to sneak attack the main force. If they run into our Brother Luo, you will be doomed no matter how many people you have. Brother Luo, I told you can do it. Hao Duodua's face was full of admiration. Qin Luo watched the 4 wild boars running around in the Blue Army. The originally quiet Blue Army had become a mess, and he finally let go of his worries. Now he was filled with relief that the 4 pigs accepted his instructions. Before, he had always doubted whether these 4 wild boars understood what he meant. If you don't understand the game, then it's really pointless. This smoke can be seen from 5 kilometers away. Qin Luo smiled slightly and said, our large forces will definitely be able to spot it. Then have we accomplished something great again? Chung Haonan asked excitedly. Of course. Zheng Qian smiled. When we go back this time, we will definitely be treated like heroes. Chung Haonan covered his mouth with his hands, his face full of joy. Then we will become living combat heroes, right? This is so awesome. I am moved by your fearless spirit. Compared to their excitement, Huapeng's heart in the Blue Army's camp had already fallen to the bottom. He looked back at the Red Army in the distance and growled, fuck, hurry up, catch these pigs. I can't catch it. How can I catch it? A bunch of gluttons, can't they catch even a pig? Captain, this is a wild boar, the subordinate said with a sad face. Look at their fangs. Even tigers would retreat if they saw them. Huapeng was about to explode. Red smoke floated from the 4 wild boars as they soared into the sky. If we fail to catch them, the red team will surely discover us, and then the sneak attack plan will fail. Quickly cover them with cloth, control them first, don't let them run away again. Yes. The Blue Army around rushed forward together and began to catch wild boars everywhere in the woods. At this moment, 3 kilometers away, in the marching Red Army, Chang Lei suddenly stopped and said, Company Commander, what's wrong? Wu Ziyuan turned his head. Look over there. Wu Ziyuan looked in the direction of his finger and was stunned. I saw a layer of red smoke rising above the forest in the distance. Is this the smoke from the survival flare? Wu Ziyuan widened his eyes. Of course. Xia Dong ran over and nodded vigorously. Is anyone in danger? Wu Ziyuan quickly raised the telescope, but a sneer appeared on his face after a moment. It's the Blue Army. Blue Army. Xia Dong and Chang Lei were shocked. The Blue Army is in danger? The Blue Army must have been exposed. Wu Ziyuan smiled. This place is the only way for us to pursue them. The Blue Army is probably planning to ambush us here. But if they were going to ambush us, why did they send out flares to warn us? Isn't that crazy? Xia Dong said with a puzzled look on his face. How the hell should I know? Wu Ziyuan growled. Anyway, we seem to have discovered the Blue Army. No matter if they're mentally ill or not, let's just shoot them first. Quick, contact the 3rd Regiment and have them cover us with firepower immediately. Yes. Xia Dong ran out quickly. Wu Ziyuan looked at the red smoke in the distance with a smile on his face, but he was confused. This exercise is really weird. The Blue Army just wants to ambush, but why would they set off flares? Do they want to win or lose? Why are they deliberately letting the opponent win? Boom, boom, boom. The deafening explosion startled Qi Xingli. He looked into the distance and saw thick, white smoke rising from a forest. What's going on? Let me ask. The chief of staff quickly picked up the walkie-talkie. After a moment, he said happily, Division Commander, Wuzon discovered that there are ambushes of the Blue Army in the woods. Let the 3 regiments cover them with firepower. These Blue Army soldiers are all finished. Qi Xingli widened his eyes in shock and quickly stood up from the car. He looked at the forest in the distance, then looked around and sat down with lingering fear. This kid, Wu Ziyuan, is quite capable. If he didn't find the Blue Army in time, and they suddenly launch an attack, our army would be doomed. Qi Xingli wiped the sweat from his forehead with a lingering fear on his face. It's okay. Gao Kun smiled and said, Wu Ziyuan deserves the credit. Of course, he saved the army. Qi Xingli clenched his fists. It seems that the Blue Army's retreat just now was a deliberate feigned defeat in order to lure us into the trap. Damn it, I almost got fooled by them. They want to lose, don't they? Tell the whole army to advance at full speed. Chase them hard and beat them. This time, they will be completely defeated. Yes. Gao Kun nodded vigorously. Boom, boom, boom. The forest was in chaos. Qin Luo and his companions watched the Blue Army soldiers from afar as they were bombed one after another and white smoke rose up. The tanks and armored vehicles were simply laid flat on the ground, without even a chance to move, and were scrapped. Several people couldn't hold back any longer and laughed excitedly together. Brother Luo, let's go and take them down. Yes, Brother Luo, come on. Qin Luo waved his hand. All right, they are finished. The artillery fire of the large army will not stop until they are all wiped out. We won't get any benefit if we go there, and we may even be taken away by our own artillery fire. Brother Luo is right. We can't tell whether the artillery fire comes from the Blue Army or our own people. How do you know that? So what should we do now? Chung Haonan stared at Qin Luo and asked. Qin Luo's face was full of smiles. This time he not only destroyed the Blue Army's plan, but also helped the large force to eliminate the enemy. It also made him discover the awesomeness of beast taming abilities. At this moment, Qin Luo felt like he had discovered a new continent and was itching to try it out. Didn't you see the Blue Army's main force retreating to the north just now? Our main force will definitely chase after them later. Let's go over there now. Maybe we can do something else. Hearing this, the three of them lit up their eyes. Brother Luo, we will all listen to you. Let's do something big while the show is not over yet. Qin Luo waved his hand with a smile and led a few people to rush quickly towards the retreating defense line of the Blue Army. What? Li Jinkui sat down on the chair, completely stunned. How did the Red Army find them? How did they kill them all? Did the Red Army have X-ray vision? All his men lowered their heads bitterly, and Hu Fei was completely dumbfounded. No matter what, he couldn't figure it out. How could Hu Peng, who was hiding so well, be discovered by the Red Team? What a great plan. If it succeeds, it can help the Blues turn defeat into victory. But now, Hu Fei closed his eyes. He was about to explode. Oh my God, these Blue Army members are hopeless. They are too hard to help. Commander, don't worry about how they were eliminated. The Chief of Staff said anxiously. Now the Red Army's large forces are rushing towards us in 3 directions, and they will soon engage in a firefight with us. Commander, what should we do now? Another officer asked anxiously. Li Jinkui's eyes twitched fiercely. What should I do? How should I know what to do? His mind was in a mess now. Report! A staff officer suddenly shouted. We just received news from the directorate that Commander Xie and the rest of the Special Operations Brigade have all been eliminated. What? Li Jinkui stood up suddenly. How come they were also eliminated? The staff officer said bitterly. When Commander Xie heard the artillery fire, he thought that Commander Hua and his men had launched an attack, so he immediately launched an attack as well. However, the Red Army was not in chaos at all. Instead, they concentrated their firepower and destroyed them. How could this happen? How could this happen? Li Jinkui slammed his fists on the table. Hu Fei sighed heavily. It was really like when it rains it pours. Hua Peng was destroyed, and Xie Gongming was also destroyed. I originally thought that if the Special Operations Brigade could keep some people, it could still play a role, but now... Report. An officer stood up suddenly. The Red Army's vanguard has already launched an attack on our position, and our people have not yet fully entered the position. The Chief of Staff asked anxiously. Commander, what should we do now? There's no other way. Hu Fei suddenly interrupted. Now we have no choice but to fight to the death. He stared at Li Jinkui and said, the battle situation has reached an irreversible point. The only thing you can do is to muster up the courage to fight them to the death. Even if you lose, you must lose with dignity. Li Jinkui clenched his fists tightly, veins popping out on his neck, and then he turned his head sharply. Did you hear that? Orders are sent out to all troops to hold their positions and fight the Red Army. Also, send all troops that can be deployed as reserves. Commander, what about our headquarters? All those who can fight should be sent up. Li Jinkui gritted his teeth and said, we lost, but we are also Dragon Country soldiers. We Dragon Country soldiers have never had the concept of admitting defeat in our heads. Even if we have to fight to the last soldier, to the last drop of blood, we must hold our position. When they're all gone, we will go up. As long as we have people, our position will be there. Yes, everyone shouted together. Hu Fei on the side also clenched his fists. Although he came to help this time, this battle did not belong to him. But the battle had reached this point, and he had no say in it anymore. He made up his mind that at the critical moment, he would live and die with the Blues. Suddenly, Qin Luo's face appeared in his mind, and the corners of his eyes twitched uncontrollably. I hope that guy won't see me when I die in battle, otherwise he will definitely laugh his teeth off. But I heard that he was transferred to the kitchen team, so he shouldn't be seen. Thinking of this, he breathed a long sigh of relief. Boom, boom, boom. Da-da! Not long after, the Red Army and the Blue Army officially opened fire, and the two sides fought fiercely. On the Blue Army's position, smoke and flames were everywhere. But all the officers and soldiers of the Blue Army had made up their minds. Everyone was determined to fight to the last moment and fought extremely tenaciously. For a while, the two sides fought back and forth, and the red side was unable to break through their positions for a while. On a mountain not far away, Qin Luo and his companions were holding on to trees, breathing heavily. Finally, we're finally here, Cheng Haonan said breathlessly. Brother Luo, should we go down from here? If we attack from the side, we should be able to kill quite a few of them. Yes, Brother Luo. Zheng Qian nodded. Their attention is all on the main force. We should be able to get a lot of advantages. Qin Luo slowed down a bit and glared at them unhappily. There are only 4 of us. What can we do if we rush over? At most, we can kill 20 or 30 of them when they are not paying attention. What kind of achievement can we make? The 3 looked at him in surprise. Then why are we here? Aren't we going to beat them up? Qin Luo looked at the rear of the Blue Army position and smiled. Can't you see that the Blue Army is making its last struggle? Their main forces have been transferred to the front line, and the rear is like the little widow, very empty. He looked at the other 3 with a smile. Behind him are the logistics troops. The 4 of us are more than enough to take down a bunch of weaklings. If we can kill off one of their logistics troops, that would be considered a meritorious service. Right. The 3 of them laughed together. Brother Luo is the one who thought this through. Let's get started. If he could continue to make contributions, Qin Luo would be worthy of the sacrifices of Zhao Jiumei and Qi Gang. More importantly, he can give a perfect explanation to the kitchen squad before going to the combat squad. After joining the combat squad, he was finally able to show his skills. Qin Luo clenched his fists tightly. Hu Fei, I will let you know what it means that you ignore me today, but you will not be able to reach me tomorrow. Pushing me back from Tianling was your biggest mistake. Okay. Qin Luo rubbed his hands. However, it's not enough to rely on us alone. We have to find some helpers to do something big to them. Chapter 98, Brother Luo. We don't want to skip classes anymore. The dense leaves suddenly opened up into 2 gaps. The faces of Cheng Haonan and Zheng Qian slowly appeared. Not far ahead of them, a makeshift base sat at the end of the path. At this moment, people were coming and going in the base, and everyone was busy. Good fellow. Cheng Haonan swallowed his saliva. Old Zheng, it has to be you. Zheng Qian glared at him angrily. What are you doing so recklessly? You didn't remember any of the reconnaissance knowledge that the squad leader taught you. Brother Luo asked us to clear the way and scout the enemy, and you almost killed both of us here. Cheng Haonan smiled at him and said, Didn't we see the Blue Army rushing to the front line all the way? I thought no one would notice us, so. He chuckled. And I know that when Brother Luo is not around, you old Zheng are the backbone. I feel at ease with you around. Zheng Qian rolled his eyes and said coldly, This looks like the Blue Army's headquarters. No way. Cheng Haonan's eyes widened. There aren't many people here. Could it be the Blue Army headquarters? It looks more like a logistics base to me. Are you stupid? Zheng Qian said speechlessly. Weren't there a large number of Blue Army soldiers rushing to the front line on the way here? The Blue Army headquarters must have seen no hope and was ready to fight to the death, so they sent all the guards over, which is why this happened. Have you ever seen a logistics base with so many antennas and communication equipment? Cheng Haonan looked over and saw an antenna next to each tent, and there were 2 communication vehicles nearby. In this era, the entire army is making a comprehensive transition from semi-mechanized forces to mechanized forces. Various advanced equipment has not yet been popularized. Even their Sea Army's communication equipment is old, not to mention the A Army. Each of them is still using old-fashioned communication equipment from more than 10 years ago. Since there are 2 communication vehicles, it must be the Blue Army Command. Oh my God! Cheng Haonan's face was full of joy. We actually found the Blue Army headquarters, and it looks like it's easy to fight here. Old Zheng, we're going to make a great contribution. Don't talk nonsense. Hurry back and report to Brother Luo. Zheng Qian whispered, Be gentle, or you'll be in trouble. I understand. Cheng Haonan nodded repeatedly and slowly walked out. When they reached a safe place, the 2 immediately ran backwards. After running for more than 20 minutes, I finally saw Qin Luo. But before the two of them got close, they were all dumbfounded. At this time, hundreds of birds gathered above Qin Luo and Hao Duoduo's heads, forming a large black mass. When Qin Luo walked a little forward, these birds would fly a little towards the trees in front, just like Qin Luo's followers. Not only that, there were suddenly more than 30 wild boars behind Qin Luo. Although most of them did not have sharp fangs, they were still frightened by the sight of so many wild boars gathered together. Brother Luo, you poked the bird's nest and destroyed the wild boar forest. How did you attract so many people? Zheng Qian swallowed hard. Qin Luo looked embarrassed. He had originally wanted to find some help so that he could be of some use when he encountered the Blue Army's logistics troops. After all, those wild boars played a significant role in dealing with the Blue Army's ambush. But along the way, I unknowingly gathered so many birds and wild boars. It's a bit too much. Qin Luo chuckled. But the more helpers we have, the greater our chances of winning. Brother Luo is right. Hao Duoduo nodded vigorously with admiration. He was simply the #1 fanboy. Qin Luo looked at the two people who were in a daze and asked quickly, "Why did you come back? Did you find out what happened?" The two of them reacted suddenly. Cheng Haonan pushed Zheng Qian, who was about to speak, away and walked over with a smile. "Brother Luo, I found out the situation. It was the Blue Army command. I found it." Zheng Qian on the side widened his eyes. "Damn, you are quite good at stealing the credit, right? Blue Army headquarters?" Qin Luo's eyes widened in shock. "Are you sure?" "Yes." Zheng Qian was about to speak, but Cheng Haonan immediately stood in front of him with a smile on his face. "Yes, very sure. There are wires all over there, and there are 2 communication vehicles. It must be the headquarters." Zheng Qian was almost furious. He discovered all those things by himself. How could you be so good at stealing them? "And Brother Luo," Cheng Haonan said with a smile, "the Blue Army headquarters is now poorly defended. There are not even a few regular guards. If we go there, we will definitely be able to take them down." Qin Luo's face suddenly showed joy. "Originally, I just wanted to find a logistics base to do something, but unexpectedly, I found the Blue Army command by accident. If this can be taken down, it will be a great achievement. Then we have to be quick," Qin Luo said excitedly. "The front line won't be able to fight for much longer. If the large force breaks through the Blue Army's defense line, we will be in trouble." "Okay," Cheng Haonan nodded vigorously. "Brother Luo, what do you say?" "Brother Luo, I'll listen to you." Hao Duoduo also echoed. Qin Luo turned to look at Zheng Qian. "Old Zheng, tell me, what happened at the scene?" Zheng Qian smiled and nodded. The next second, Cheng Haonan pushed him away and said with a smile, "Brother Luo, let me tell you, I saw it clearly, and I know the layout inside very well." "Haonan, that's enough," Zheng Qian said angrily. "You can't steal the credit like this." "Lao Zheng I." Qin Luo pushed Cheng Haonan aside and said with a smile, "I'd better ask Lao Zheng about this matter." "That's right." Zheng Qian glared at Cheng Haonan angrily. "With your pig brain, can you explain it clearly?" "I can do it, Brother Luo. I really can do it." Cheng Haonan raised his head anxiously. After a moment, Qin Luo looked at the rough pattern Zheng Qian drew on the ground and nodded silently. "I understand." Zheng Qian looked at him and said, "Brother Luo, what are we going to do?" Qin Luo smiled slightly. "The Blue Army must be determined to fight to the death with our main force, so they have transferred all the guards away. But there are still a lot of them, and every one of them has at least a pistol. If we rush in recklessly, we won't kill many or will be shot to death. It is almost impossible to take them down by force, so..." Zheng Qian nodded silently, and Cheng Haonan chuckled. "I thought so too, Brother Luo. You and I are thinking the same thing." "Shut up!" Zheng Qian glared at him angrily. "Brother Luo, why are you everywhere?" Hao Duoduo also glared at him like a little tiger. "Don't interrupt when Brother Luo is talking." Cheng Haonan muttered in a low voice with a look of grievance on his face. "I really think the same as Brother Luo, it's true." "Brother Luo, please continue," Zheng Qian said. Qin Luo smiled slightly. "If we want to take down their headquarters, we have to distract their attention, just like we took down the Blue Army's artillery before." You still want to drug them?" Zheng Qian's eyes widened. "That won't work," Cheng Haonan said with a bitter face. "They're almost finished now. Who has the heart to eat? There is no chance to drug them. You can't pry open their mouths and force-feed them, right? Who said we were going to drug them?" Qin Luo smiled wickedly. Hearing this, the 3 of them were suddenly shocked, and their anus tightened. Chung Haonan suddenly thought of something and widened his eyes in horror. You are not going to drug us, are you? No, Brother Luo, I don't want to cheat anymore. Not in this life. Chapter 99. Cold bird shit randomly hits the face. Powerful laxative. Qin Luo spread out his palms with a smile, and a bottle filled with blue powder appeared in front of everyone. I once used this thing to tease the guys who were against me, and made more than 20 of them shoot up in the swimming pool. Since then, no one has dared to go against me. Although I haven't used it for a long time. Don't worry, it will definitely work. Chung Haonan was so scared that he immediately covered his buttocks and said bitterly, Brother Luo, I don't want to eat this thing. Please, don't let me eat it. Who the hell said I gave it to you to eat? Qin Luo glared at him. Chung Haonan was surprised. Don't you want me to eat this thing and spray it in the Blue Army camp to attract their attention? Fuck, I've never seen such a request from you in my life. Qin Luo and others almost vomited because of disgust. The thought of Chung Haonan taking off his pants and rushing into the Blue Army camp and spraying everyone he saw made me feel really bad. This is too hot for the eyes, too disgusting to look at you. Haonan, Zheng Qian said earnestly, if we were not familiar with each other, I would never stop you. I even hope you would say more. But as your comrade in arms, I have to stop you. Yes, Haonan, if you don't spray it well, your intestines will come out. Hao Duoduo nodded seriously. Chung Haonan was immediately shocked. Intestines can be sprayed out. Is it so scary? All right, stop scaring him. Qin Luo said unhappily. Laxatives are not for you, nor for us. Chung Haonan heaved a sigh of relief. That's good. Brother Luo is still considerate. Moi, heart kiss. As she spoke, she winked at him and pouted. Seeing his slutty look, Qin Luo almost vomited his overnight meal. All right, get out of the way. Get ready to work. As he spoke, he took out the last 2 compressed biscuits and a bottle of magic oil from his bag. He threw the magic oil directly to Hao Duoduo. Go, apply it on the wild boar. Ah! Hao Duoduo jumped up in fright, looking at a large group of wild boars and trembling. He said, Lulu, what are you talking about? Go. Yes. Hao Duoduo walked over with a bitter face and trembling. Crouching next to a wild boar, he said, Brother Pig, no, don't mind me. I'll just rub it. It feels good. Seeing Hao Duoduo reaching out to wipe the dirt with trembling hands, Zheng Qian and Chung Haonan almost laughed themselves crazy. Boom, boom, boom. Just then, there was a knocking sound behind me. The two turned their heads, suddenly shocked. Qin Luo used the handle of a knife to smash the last 2 compressed biscuits on the ground. Brother Luo, don't waste it if you don't want to eat it. Chung Haonan's face was full of distress. This is such a pity. At least leave some for me. Qin Luo was too lazy to pay attention to him. He just crushed the biscuits in a powder and then poured all the laxatives into it. Stir well with the tip of a knife. Then mix the laxative and biscuit crumbs thoroughly. After the mixture was completely mixed, Qin Luo immediately stepped back and sent instructions to all the birds using his brain waves at the same time. Soon dozens of birds flew down first, followed by more birds, pecking at the food on the ground desperately. So, the laxatives are for them to take. Chung Haonan stared at Qin Luo blankly. Brother Luo, what on earth do you want to do? You'll know later. Qin Luo chuckled, and soon all the biscuit crumbs on the ground were eaten up, and all the birds flew back to the treetops. Brother Luo, I have applied the ointment all over them. Seeing Hao Duoduo running over with a red face, Chung Haonan and the others immediately looked towards the wild boars. Fuck! Chung Haonan almost jumped up in shock. You reacted so quickly? Zheng Qian's eyes also widened. In just a short while, more than 30 wild boars all stood up. Moreover, they seemed to be more aggressive than before, and some had already started digging the ground with their hind legs. Brother Luo, what on earth are you going to do? Chung Haonan looked at the increasingly irritable wild boar, then at Qin Luo, and his legs went weak. If they were hit by a group of people, they would be crippled, if not dead. Qin Luo didn't say anything, but just closed his eyes. At this moment, he needed to concentrate on using brain waves to communicate with the flock of birds and wild boars. The effect of the drug took effect quickly, and the wild boar was basically given a frenzy buff, so he had to hurry. After a moment, Qin Luo suddenly opened his eyes and swung his right hand forward. Angry birds attack. In an instant, all the birds flew up and flew towards the Blue Army command. Go, go, go! Qin Luo waved his hands a few more times in the direction of the command center. The wild boars seemed to be hungry and thirsty at this moment, just waiting for his orders. In an instant, all 30 wild boars rushed out. Qin Luo growled, "Follow me, hurry up!" The other 3 people were all confused. When they saw Qin Luo running forward, they hurriedly followed him. "Report, report!" An officer rushed into the Blue Army headquarters with a face full of gunpowder. "The last line of defense can no longer hold. The 29th Division has already sent its reserve troops up. The situation is very critical." Li Jinkuei's eyes twitched, but there was no expression on his face. "Report!" At this moment, another officer rushed in. The Red Army launched a general attack, and the artillery fire was very dense, covering our entire position, causing heavy casualties. The commander of the 32nd Division requested that the reserve troops be transferred up. Everyone looked at Li Jinkuei, who let out a long breath and said, "Order all the reserve troops to support the front immediately." "Yes." The officer ran out immediately. "Let's get ready too." Li Jinkuei immediately turned around and picked up the belt and pistol on the table. Then he walked back. His eyes were extremely sharp. "Now it's time to fight the Red Army to the death. We must let the Red Army and the people in the Directorate see that even if all of us Blue Army members die in battle, we will not lose face for the Dragon Army." "Yes," everyone shouted. The staff officers picked up weapons from the side. Zhao Ping and others also drew their pistols, followed Li Jinkuei with cold eyes, and strode out. "Everyone assemble! Everyone assemble!" Zhao Ping walked out of the command center and immediately shouted loudly, "Everyone pick up your weapons and follow the commander to the front line. We will fight the Red Army to the death." "Yes!" The Blue Army headquarters was instantly in an uproar. All that were left at this moment were non-combatants and officers. There are even female soldiers, medical soldiers, communication soldiers, and cooks. But after hearing the order, everyone's bodies seemed to be burning, and they quickly reached for their weapons. The people in the kitchen even picked up iron spoons and spatulas and rushed over. Li Jinkuei glanced at it, and his heart was filled with excitement. "Brother Hu, did you see it?" He smiled and said, "We in the Blue Army have such soldiers. Even though we lose, it is still an honor." Hu Fei nodded vigorously, and with a click, he loaded the bullet. "Commander, I will fight side by side with you to the end." "Okay," Li Jinkuei laughed. "After leading soldiers for so many years, this is my first time fighting with a special forces unit. Let's go." Everyone immediately gathered towards Li Jinkuei, and more than 100 people walked out of the command center in unison. Everyone straightened his chest and was ready to die heroically. But just as they were about to leave the camp, Li Jinkuei suddenly felt the sky darken and stopped immediately. "Why is it dark?" He looked up and was immediately startled. "I don't know when a flock of birds flew over my head, blocking the sun from the sky. There must be at least 200 or 300 of them. Moreover, these birds kept circling above their heads, flying in circles, with no signs of leaving. What's going on?" Li Jinkuei was confused. "Why are there so many birds flying here?" The others also looked up in surprise and looked at the flock of birds above their heads. Animals are all intelligent. Zhao Ping frowned. They can predict natural dangers in advance. So many birds are flying. Is there going to be an earthquake? What? Everyone was shocked. Hu Fei smiled and shook his head. "Chief of Staff Zhao, you are worrying too much. There will be no earthquake in our area. I think." He raised his head and smiled at the birds in the sky. "The birds must have sensed our determination to die, so they came to see us off." "Really?" Li Jinkuei widened his eyes. Hu Fei nodded with a smile, looking lost. "Of course, animals also understand human nature. I have a starling." Bang! A pile of bird shit suddenly fell down and covered his face. "What the hell?" Hu Fei was shocked. "What the hell is this?" Li Jinkuei and the others turned around and saw that his face was covered with bird shit. They immediately burst into laughter. "Brother Hu you?" Bang! A pile of bird shit landed precisely in his open mouth. Li Jinkuei's eyes widened, and his nostrils and mouth were filled with a sticky and fishy smell. "Fuck! Pa pa pa!" He was so scared that he jumped up and vomited desperately. Bang bang bang. At the same time, the birds circling in the sky were firing at full speed. Pile of bird shit fell like rain towards the crowd below. In an instant, dense bird droppings hit everyone on the head and made them scream. Especially some female soldiers who loved cleanliness were almost scared to tears by this scene. Not far away, Qin Luo and 4 others had rushed out of the woods. From a distance, one could see a flock of birds dropping bombs intensively on the Blue Army headquarters. seeing the blue army soldiers with bird shit all over their faces. Chung Haonan and the other two couldn't stop laughing. The angry birds are attacking. Shoot them. Ah, Brother Luo is really something. Most people would never think of your trick. You are so fucking wicked. Qin Luo chuckled and turned around to see a group of wild boars with red eyes running towards him. He took a step forward excitedly and swung his right hand forward like a referee. It's you, go ahead, Pigsy. Chapter 100. The pig hits the tree, and the leader hits the pig. Watching the herd of pigs rushing towards the blue army camp like a rushing flood. Qin Luo said with a smile, "Don't worry. Wait until they are in chaos for a while. Then we can charge in." The other three all laughed. Brother Luo, you are still as bad as ever. When it comes to playing pranks on people, Brother Luo, you have to be this one. Chung Haonan gave a thumbs up and laughed so hard that his eyes were almost invisible. Snap, snap, snap. The heroic spirit of the Blue Army was instantly extinguished by the falling bird droppings. At this moment, more than 100 people were in chaos, dodging bird droppings everywhere. Hu Fei, Li Jinke yelled angrily. Didn't you say they understood human nature and were moved by us and came all the way to see us off? Are they using shit to see us off? Hu Fei's face was covered with bird shit, and he couldn't find his way at all. Commander, please stop talking. He wiped his eyes, and the more he wiped, the more confused he became. This is the first time I've seen such a weird thing in my life. Are these birds crazy? Why are they gathering together to poop on us? Zhao Ping yelled angrily. Besides, such small birds, how the hell can they poop so much? Aren't they afraid of dying from pooping? Bang! A piece of bird shit hit his lips, and he jumped up with a scream in fright and quickly spit it out. Li Jinkue yelled angrily. Shoot, shoot quickly. Use the gunshots to scare these birds away. He was so angry that he was about to explode and was originally planning to go to the front line to fight a decisive battle with the Red Army. But if they go over now, the people on the red side will be so amused that they will die of laughter if they see them covered in bird shit. Osh! Suddenly a shrill scream was heard. Li Jinkue frowned. Who the hell is screaming? How big a bird shit can scream so miserably? He turned back suddenly and was stunned. Dozens of wild boars suddenly appeared out of nowhere and rushed into the barracks, knocking more than a dozen soldiers to the ground. Li Jinkue's eyes almost popped out of his head. It's bird shit again and wild boars again. When will this end? In the director's office, an officer suddenly shouted in shock. Everyone come and see. Something happened at the Blue Army headquarters. Everyone turned their heads immediately, and were all dumbfounded the next second. On the screen, a group of birds were circling over the Blue Army headquarters. There was also a group of wild boars chasing the Blue Army members everywhere. What's going on? Luo Zhonghai widened his eyes in shock. What did the Blue Army do? Why were they attacked by wild boars? I haven't heard of any wild boars injuring anyone around here. The person next to him looked puzzled. Another officer asked hurriedly, Commander, do you want to send someone to help? What can I help you with? Luo Zhonghai said unhappily. We are still conducting an exercise, and an exercise is an actual battle. How can I help you? The officer said with a bitter face. Well then, are we going to watch them being chased by wild boars? Luo Zhonghai sighed. Then they can only solve it themselves. In wartime, they will encounter various emergencies and solve them by themselves. Besides, they have guns. Everyone nodded quickly. Although no live ammunition was used in the exercise, the wild boars would definitely be scared away by the sound of gunfire. Bang, bang, bang. There was a continuous sound of gunfire in the Blue Army's headquarters. The Blue Army soldier pulled the trigger at the wild boar. Li Jinkei, Zhao Ping, and others fired their pistols until they were almost smoking, but the wild boars in the camp were not afraid at all and still rushed towards them. What the hell is this wild boar? It's not afraid of guns? Li Jinkuei's face was full of horror. Not far from him, a soldier was knocked over by a wild boar. The obscene boar actually held up his gun and stabbed at the soldier's back repeatedly. Is this a wild boar from Gao Laozhuang? It's so fucking obscene. Lulu! Just then, a howl suddenly came from the left side of Li Jinkue, which scared him. He turned his head and saw a wild boar with red eyes and drooling rushing towards him. Fuck! Li Jinkue jumped up subconsciously. With a bang, he fell directly onto the pig. Li Jinkue's eyes widened in shock as he was carried forward by the wild boar. Hurry up and save the commander! Zhao Ping's eyes almost popped out. When Hu Fei saw it, he rushed over immediately. But at this moment, the wild boar felt something on its back and jumped up and down violently. Li Jinkui was thrown down, and hit the ground hard, his mouth shaped like an O due to the pain. But before he could make a sound, another wild boar charged towards him. Fuck you. He quickly propped himself up with his hands and jumped again, subconsciously. Bang! When he fell down, he sat steadily on the wild boar. The wild boar felt something on its body and jumped up frantically. Li Jinkui was so scared that he screamed. Tears were about to fall. Help! Help! Someone come quickly! Commander, I'm here to save you! Hu Fei yelled and rushed over with one step. At this time, he had a dagger in his hand, but before he could get close, Li Jinkui was knocked down again. Don't be afraid, Commander. I'm coming! When Li Jinkui saw Hu Fei rushing towards him, he excitedly smiled with hope. But at this moment, another howl came from behind, and the sound of splashing hose was getting closer and closer. Fuck you. Li Jinkui didn't even have the courage to look back. He just pushed himself up with his hands and jumped up from the ground again. Bang! As it fell, it once again landed steadily on the wild boar. Li Jinkui was about to cry. I wasn't so accurate when shooting. How come I was so accurate this time? Chief, don't run. Hu Fei shouted behind him. I don't fucking want to run. It's the pigs that are running. After saying this, Li Jinkui suddenly found that there was a wild boar rushing towards him on each side. He was so scared that he quickly grabbed the brown hair on the wild boar's back and pulled it up. Break, don't run away. Don't come to me. Go find Brother Hu. Hu Fei was stunned. Damn, I came to save you. And you let them come to find me? Loyala. The wild boar whose brown hair was grabbed felt pain instantly, and with a roar, it rushed forward madly like a cannonball. Li Jinkui's eyes widened in horror. A tree was getting closer and closer. Stop, stop, stop. Stop for a second. Bang! The wild boar hit the tree hard and passed out. Li Jinkui also crashed into the tree with a bang and slid down heavily. Chief! Hu Fei was startled and ran over quickly. But before he could take 2 steps, a voice suddenly came from behind him. He subconsciously did a roundhouse kick and hit a wild boar's nose hard. The wild boar let out a scream and immediately retreated. Just as Hu Fei was about to land, a force suddenly attacked from behind. Hu Fei was ambushed by a wild boar and was knocked flying. He fell forward and landed in the mud. The next second, he felt the pig on top of him, and at the same time, a bayonet was pressed against him. Hu Fei was almost suffocated by the pressure, and he desperately stretched out his hands to pull forward. Help! Help! Someone get this pig away! Click, click! Suddenly, several white lights flashed ahead. Hu Fei stared forward in shock, only to see Qin Luo's head popping out from behind the camera, smiling at him and pressing the shutter button. Hu Fei was completely confused. Why is this guy here? Isn't he cooking in the red team's kitchen? Why? The next second, the wild boar's bayonet stabbed him again, and the pain made him wake up immediately. Hu Fei didn't care about anything else and hurriedly shouted at Qin Luo. Qin Luo, why the hell are you taking pictures at this time? Come and help. Get rid of the wild boar quickly. Get rid of it quickly. Click, click, click. The only response he got was the sound of shutters flashing continuously. Qin Luo put away the camera with a smile. I'm sorry, Chief of Staff Hu. Such 18-plus pictures are so rare that I couldn't help but want to keep some as a souvenir. In memory of your uncle. Come and save me, quickly. Hu Fei slapped the ground with all his might, tears coming down. Bang! The next second, white smoke came out of Hu Fei's head. Looking at Qin Luo, whose gun barrel was still smoking, Hu Fei was stunned for a moment. I asked you to help me, but you shot me? Yes, you are free. Rest in peace. Qin Luo raised his gun and shouted, Brothers, go! Cheng Haonan, Zheng Qian, and Hao Duo immediately rushed in from outside the camp and opened fire fiercely at the Blue Army soldiers who were being chased by wild boars. Qin Luo ran over and yelled, You pig, let go of Chief of Staff Hu, come at me if you dare. Hu Fei looked at him in shock. I didn't expect this guy to be so loyal at the critical moment. But the next second, Qin Luo ran straight past him and continued firing at the Blue Army. Hu Fei slammed his chin on the ground. Don't just yell, do it. I'm dead. Can't you help get rid of it?